All right, what is up, guys? It is 585 Boys podcast here with Johnny, as always.
What's going on?
Before we get to our other introductions, this is our first episode in our new studio, so pardon us with the rough layout here, but we literally just got set up, just got it. So a huge thank you to Drew for making that happen for us.
Yeah, for sure.
The other thing is today we are doing an episode. With Ariana was gracious enough to come. I'll let her do her introduction in just a minute. It's going to be a wide range topic. It's going to be, there's lots of opinions, lots of questions. We're going to try to keep things organized here. Because I'm sure our thoughts will get scrambled. I have a rough outline and questions and stuff. So we'll try to make it make sense as much as possible. But obviously it's a serious topic, trans life, but also at the same sense, we want to have a nice lighthearted conversation. I've known Ariana for 25 years. I don't know,
it's been a while.
We haven't seen each other in 15 maybe, at least, but it's, we're not here to debate. We're not here to try to change our minds of anything. It's really just to sit, learn her experience, and try to get more of an understanding of stuff, and let you guys in on the conversation. It's not political. Politics has nothing to do with any of this stuff. It's not an argument. It's not a debate. So you're not going to hear us talking statistics and numbers because to me, I feel like you only need those when you're trying to change people's minds or trying to prove a point.
Or one up each other. I don't care to do that at all.
And same for us. We want to really learn your experience, and I guess maybe not feel stupid on some things that we don't understand.
Yeah, that's basically what we do here. We learn every time.
Well, I may not be the right person for this end because I feel like you're not going to learn that much from me. You're just going to get a bunch of crazy stories and
that's all we want.
One-liners.
We want our opinion doesn't reflect everyone's opinion. Your opinion doesn't speak for everyone with the trans that's going through their experience.
Yeah.
All we are here today is what you feel, what your knowledge about, what you've gone through, your experience.
We're here to have a conversation like we do every time.
So no one else really matters in the sense of they can't tell you you're wrong for feeling something or speak bad about your opinion on something because that's how you feel. You're the one going through it, and we're not going through it, so
they can try
we can't tell you how you feel. So with that all out of the way being said, thank you for whoever's joining, whoever's watching. We have this is our second live, and this will, if you're watching live, great, you get to see it. If you're not watching live, you won't be able to watch it again until next weekend, and we'll release it. It's not going to be staying on Facebook because we want to draw everyone to YouTube, to that stuff. So if you don't watch it tonight, you'll have to wait until it's on YouTube next weekend.
Well, even if you do watch it tonight, you go next week onto YouTube anyways.
Yeah.
And watch it again.
Because they're going to want to watch it 5 times.
Yeah.
Just
keep watching.
I think we're going to have a great conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
It'll be fun. And if you're watching this on Facebook and you haven't liked and subscribed to 585 Boys Podcast on YouTube or anywhere, shame on you.
Mm-hmm.
Without further ado, welcome to the podcast. Welcome to Life in the Trans Lane.
Yeah.
So first, let's start. I want you to introduce yourself. Let us know how long you've been transitioned, and again, we spoke earlier. If I slip up or anything, nothing in our conversation. We all have an understanding. We're all friends that nothing's blatant, nothing's to hurt each other,
Sure.
nothing's out of disrespect.
Even if it was, I don't care.
I knew you as Chris,
Yes.
but I've actually been really good.
You have.
You're not slipping
I don't think you've called me Chris once.
because I think it's just a respect thing.
Yeah.
You're Ariana.
I
Yeah.
am now. Yeah.
So sorry to steal your introduction.
You're good, man. Hi, I'm Ariana. I've been transitioning now. Like, I'm coming up on, oh my God, like almost 4 years. 4 years in October, actually.
Wow.
It's been really, really wild. Like, really wild. Like, I think I told all my friends about this about 10 years ago. And then I tried transitioning before. That only lasted, I think, like 6 months to a year because of medical stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Time goes by, the old empty feelings come back, and it's like, I remember like one of my very best friends, Jess, like I remember I went 6 months of like thinking about this again, and I was like, all right, I gotta talk to somebody. So I talked to her, and I like basically just said like, hey, you know, I think I kind of want to like get into doing some more like girly stuff. Like, I don't know, like I feel like there's emptiness and maybe I'm just denying myself. So I kind of want to like open myself up again and, you know, do more things.
Sure.
Know? I know that sounds cringe to some of the people out in the gay world because they're like, well, you know, don't say it like that. But I don't care. I'm saying it that way.
Yeah,
So
no one can tell you how to talk.
that's right.
Yeah.
They do try.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
So we talked about it, and then I think 2 weeks later, maybe, I was like, oh, hey, we need to have a bigger talk. And I think she knew it was coming. And she's like, okay. And I was like, yeah, I think I might want to transition again. And we talked about it for, I think, a couple days. And I actually, like, so they have 2 little kids. At the time they had, I think they only had 1 at the time. No, 2. But, oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Oh, perfect. But those kids were like really
Get it?
close to me.
Yeah.
Like they're kind of like my world. Like I don't have kids of my own, and you know, I kind of look at them as you know being the closest thing. So I actually like asked their permission. I was like, you know, I'm around your kids every week, sometimes twice a week, sometimes 3 times. Like I'm always there. I'm like Uncle Chotch, and I like throw them around and like push them on the swing and all that fun stuff that like uncles do, you know. So I basically asked them like, what do you think? Is this okay? Like, I think I actually gave them the final say. And I think they talked about it for a couple days too. And they were like, you know, you got to do what you got to do, you know, what makes you happy. And, you know, like, I don't think you need to ask us for permission, but I feel like I did, you know, like at the end of the day, it's my life, but it's like our world, you know?
Right.
That sounds so fucking kumbaya. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
But
no,
like, it's
don't-
real. Like,
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
yeah, there's like real life complications and
Yep.
you know, issues. So I started transitioning again, and now it's been about 3.5 years, and I've gone through like a couple surgeries. I've gone through some real ups and downs, and some really like high moments, and some real vulnerable moments, and some really low moments, and you know,
Yeah.
yeah,
Perfect. So I'm gonna hold you up there so
Sure.
so you don't get too deep because we're gonna touch upon a lot of those details that you brought up. But first, I want to start on our side. So we'll start, Johnny, with you, unless you want me to start. You know, why you think it's good to do this episode? What's your view on transgender, trans men, trans women, the whole, whether you know nothing or something, or
Yeah, I mean,
What's your
I think it's definitely a good thing to do this because I think there are a lot of people that, like me, because I don't know a lot about this topic, and I think there's a ton of people just like that, you know.
sure.
And And maybe that's the reason why there's so much of this, backlash, stuff like that. A lot of it is when the politics get into it, I think people start getting crazy with it.
Big
And
problem.
I don't
Yeah.
know why that even happens, but it does with pretty much everything, but this is one of the big ones.
Yeah, that's when the humanity comes out of everything.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Policy over
Yeah.
people.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, and we talked about that last time, and I can't stand that. But yeah, I don't know a whole lot about this topic. I'm very interested to hear about how you've dealt with this and just the change and all that. It's very interesting to me because it's got to be. I mean, everybody goes through changes, stuff like that, throughout their life, and this is. I mean, obviously, this is a little bit bigger than most of those, and I'm sure there's different people that were close to you that had different opinions, and maybe you even lost some of those, that were close, and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm very, very interested to hear just what your life was like before and kind of how it is now.
Sure.
Yeah, we're going to touch a lot of aspects and
for sure.
and phases of that.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I'll definitely say, in the same sense is, I've had a lot of misunderstanding and misconceptions over. Honestly, as a kid, I feel like there was way less terms. One,
And they meant everything. Like, it's
right,
gay.
right.
That means it sucks. That means I don't
Yeah.
like it. It means everything.
many
So-
stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
and so I feel like one, there was way less terms that one weren't so offensive and sensitive to, but two, some of the terms that, and we spoke earlier, is some of the terms that I thought meant one thing, I'm totally wrong about. So
Yeah.
getting an understanding of some of those terms, having those right. The other, my big view on this, and we'll talk a little about this because I have some specific questions on it.
All right.
Nothing crazy, but
Sure.
so the way I view it is the biology of it, which we all hear, chromosomes. There's men, there's women, so you can't change that, but who you identify as, your gender, how you feel, how your mental aspect of it all is, that's you. That's what you identify as. How you're born genetically is obviously a whole different topic. That's what you're born with. So to me, my view is that you can't change that, but what somebody identifies, that's them. That's their business. That's their mentality and how they feel about themselves. And it's really none of my business. Then there's obviously a lot of other aspects that we'll talk about that
Sure.
obviously have become bigger because of politics and media making it huge. But I feel like what people decide to do as an adult with their body, what their brain is telling them and how they feel, that's them. That's up to them. And it's not up for me to tell you can't do that, but so that's my view. I mean, I feel like it's pretty basic. Obviously it's a lot deeper than that from your side.
Yeah, a little bit. Just
Yeah.
So that's where I wanted to start with that, just so people know our understanding of things and where we all started, and then we'll continue from there.
And just to kind of piggyback on that, I know there's a lot of people that are very interested about like the biology part of that and all
That's all
that
you
type
hear
of stuff.
about.
Yeah. And that is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm, for me, anyways, more interested in like the experiences
Right.
and the how it changed certain things.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what I'm
That's a
like.
good
That's
point.
Yeah.
because that's your life.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's really what matters. I mean, when it all comes down to it, and like I said, everybody's got issues, but
Yeah.
that's what that is the part that interests me. Is this is not a lot of I don't think I don't think there's a lot of people that would have the guts to do it.
Or be dumb enough to, because there's a lot to it. And there's a lot of good, man. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, my life is a lot better, like, in a lot of different ways. It's also worse in a lot of different ways.
Mhm.
For instance, like, the two biggest things, like, right off the top of my head, like, marketability for jobs, gone. Like, I used to be able to get, you remember, I had a new job like every couple weeks. Like, every time you saw me, I was like, yeah, I'm starting this new job, Like,
Sure.
I-
Yeah.
that's why I was always at karate, because I always had like all this time, because I would look for something new, and I would this doesn't fit my schedule, so I'm not going to take it. I have karate. I want to go fight. I want to go do all this stuff.
Yep.
So I don't know if it's because people saw me and they were just like, oh, this is a normal guy, whatever. But I used to get any job I wanted for the most part.
Sure.
BS jobs, nothing major. But now I actually have like experience in sales, and I've got like all this like long-term job experience now, because I've been so much more like focused and able to follow through and able to stay on the same path with stuff since transitioning. But now nobody wants to hire trans people, so not that I'm going to complain about it, because before I did everything, I knew what I was getting into. Like, I
Sure.
knew that
Right.
professional businesses may not want a man in a dress. Like, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I don't really wear dresses that often, but if I did, they wouldn't want that.
Right.
So, and when I interview, or before I even get the interview, like, my friends are like, you should stop doing this. But I always tell them, you should know I'm trans, because, it could not work in your office. It could be an issue for business partners. It could be an issue for customers and people in your office. Like, you deserve to know, because enough of us have caused so many problems for businesses and companies that they're just scared to bring us on.
Sure.
And they always tell me, like, well, you never want to be considered one of the good ones. But yeah, I don't want to be considered one of these guys who like go out in like a baby doll dress to talk to Ben Shapiro about why trans people should be taken serious. Like,
Right.
I don't know. I present like a normal person. Like, I don't expose my top side, and I don't wear like really flaunty clothes. Like, I'm just like a normal person, and a job should know that, and they should
Yeah.
know, like, I'm not really looking to cause issues. Like, I don't care about the pronouns. Like, it is what it is. I just want to work. I want a good job. I want to make good money. But this is what you're going to get. And you should know that, so that A, you're not thrown off. B, you're on the phone with me right now, and everybody listening is like, well, that kind of looks like a girl, but it also sounds just like a man. So, like, they're probably in their head like, what the hell's going on here? Like, this doesn't sound like a girly Ariana. Like, I couldn't have picked a girlier name, right? Go with this voice. So, I don't know. I always tell them that, and then it's crickets after. So,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't love the job I'm in now. It's a good job. Like, my boss is great. Like, the work is fine, and I love the people that are at the stores. So I do like a traveling sales job at like different grocery stores. I talk to people all day. That's like my favorite thing to do, is to talk to people.
Sure.
But like, I don't know. I want more for myself down the road, and it's tougher finding jobs, and they gave me a chance, so I do kind of hold a little loyalty to that. But
Yeah.
I feel that a job should know it going in, and it's definitely made it tough. The biggest thing, like, loneliness, is like my hugest struggle. It is. I was lonely like as a guy, and now I'm like lonely as me, and I feel like it's worse now because I put so much effort into like who I am now. I put in a lot of time and money and pain through surgeries, and looking grotesque for weeks to months from surgeries, and learning new things, trying to figure myself out. So I've done all this work, and I'm like, well, things are improving. Things are changing. Like, I'm I'm definitely much more sought after, but the quality of people is not always the greatest. And I don't know, like, I'm not that experienced, so I get kind of weirded out sometimes. So
It's a whole learning.
it is.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's the toughest thing for me, I think, is loneliness. Like I've been known to like have a couple vulnerable moments, as you probably have read on my Facebook.
I mean, who we all.
Yeah. For
That's
sure.
not going to change.
No,
But
that's the
I'm
thing that
sure-
like makes me cry. Like I cry about that crap because like, all right, oh Jesus, here we go. Are we gonna go deep already? And you didn't even ask. but
All
here it
right.
comes. So my child. Okay, here we go. Therapist time. So my childhood wasn't the greatest. My parents had their issues. My dad was what he was. I think my mom might have had me a little young. I don't know. But I never really, and I don't know if it's my perception or if it's how it was, but I never really felt loved from like my family as a kid. I think my grandmother did, and my other grandmother did, but you know, parentally, like, I don't know. I never really felt it, and I don't know what I'm expecting, but I was a kid. Like, I thought it'd be different. So I never really felt that like that love thing. And then growing up, because of the gender dysphoria, like I could never really build relationships. Like I knew that like I was attracted to guys, to boys at the time, but I also knew I didn't want to be a weirdo, and I didn't want to get like just castigated in public. Like I was really scared that if I mentioned, you know, A, I want to be a girl, and B, like I kind of like boys too. Yeah, that was rough. So it made it really, really tough to build like intimate relationships with people. Like I tried, nothing really ever worked. So I don't know. That was really tough, and it only got worse as I got older. And you know, I was still very inexperienced, and you know, the dysphoria kicked up, and you know, I felt worse about myself. And then I would try to overcompensate. That didn't work because I don't know. I've done manly things, I guess, but I've never been like a manly guy. So like, I didn't really know how to overcompensate. I just kind of did what I wanted, you know? But it never did anything for me relationship wise. Like I could never get there. I could never like form a real thing. And to this day, like now the people who are interested in me are basically people who like just want to fool around and like will straight out say like, this is a fetish for me, or they think I'm like a sissy. Like that's such a weird thing, man. Some of these dudes, they've got these like weird sissy porn fetishes, and they think that's what trans is. It's like it's all just a bunch of like sissies who are gonna wear like this really like gross underwear and like say ooh and like just like oh, treat me like crap, and then you know have your way with me. But like that's not what it is. But like a lot of guys think that's what it is, and they watch it on like websites. And
so what do you? Sorry, I mean there's a lot of things in there that that I'm trying to remember
Yeah.
question
Oh,
wise.
Yeah.
I just blew the bank
So
over.
sorry. Yeah, sorry if I'm getting you off task.
No, I'm rambling. I'm sorry.
There's a few things in there, but one, the sissy porn thing.
Ugh.
So is that like a dominate? It's not a dominatrix thing, but it's like what I guess what they want you to just like be a crybaby, like
I think sometimes
wimpy person, and they
Yeah, they want you to like bow down to them, but then some of them want you to like be in charge and like treat them like crap. I don't know, man.
Okay.
The whole sissy thing, is that like because you were a man and now that's what they're
Oh,
Yeah.
tying into
okay.
that? Okay.
I think so. I believe
Okay.
so. There was a guy that I actually met like at a bar a while ago, and he was cool. He was like really personable and really nice, and he was attractive. But then he started sending me all these weird like sissy porn videos. Like, I want to buy you this fishnet body stocking and do this to you. And I was like, oh no,
yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Oh my
And he was
god.
engaged and had kids. I was like, oh.
Jesus
Great.
Christ.
Now I'm gonna have to explain to my baby's mama why I have why I looked up sissy porn.
Yep.
Sorry, baby.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
My bad. It's just the well, I better not say
Yep.
that word.
That wasn't the important question that I have
Right.
of all that.
I know I took you on a total like journey somewhere you had no idea we were going.
I can dig it.
You're welcome.
a couple things I wanted to dissect out of that was the dysphoria.
Mm.
So that was actually one thing I was going to bring up, because I feel like there's a lot of trans that would take that very offensive with the dysphoria, but then there's it goes either way, and then there's the trans community there that knows, that says, yes, that's real, this is it, but I've managed it. So like, explain that a little more to me, the gender dysphoria. It's actually one of the definitions I had on here. So let me read what the definition.
Can you read that, please?
Yes.
Gender
educate us.
dysphoria.
I would love.
And then we'll talk about it a little more. So gender dysphoria, distressed state arising from conflict between a person's gender identity and the sex the person was identified as having at birth. So basically like a mental conflict of what you were born as a man, but you identify as you want to identify.
Like,
you're mentally conflicted.
Confused. Yeah, like a.
So
okay.
I guess if you want to explain any more of that, I don't know if we have the right understanding of it, or.
Yeah, I mean, you're on the right path. I mean, now, as with everything that I'll talk about today, like I can only speak from my own experience
Of course, yeah.
I'm only me, and I've talked to other trans people, and our experiences don't always align. Like you said, there's some that would get offended by the term gender dysphoria and the fact that some people call it a mental illness. I believe that gender dysphoria itself is a mental illness because it caused so much strife in my life, like for a very long time, and especially until I was able to tell people about it, like holding down jobs. Like I was always looking for something to make me happy. I would quit jobs because they made me a little upset, and like look for the next best thing, enjoy my time off in between. Relationships, we got into that a little bit. Just feeling terrible about like how I look, how I feel. For me, so a lot of people will say that it's different, but I look at it as like a mental versus nature type thing. Like my nature, my innate nature that I perceived and recognized in myself was much more feminine. Like I didn't want to be masculine. I didn't want to get big and strong. I didn't want to have a hard face. I didn't want my penis. I didn't want that. Like I don't care about it. Like I went through puberty. I started growing the weird hair. Like I hated it all. Like it was all awful. And of course, because it's the 80s, and like, you know, my uncle was a gay basher and his cousin was a gay basher. Like they had like full on like Nazi tattoos on my uncle's cousin's hand. So
Feel like you gotta hide.
yes.
Yeah.
And like
Or you're gonna be
my
dead.
dad's side's
Yeah.
not that great, like in certain ways either, that I remember at least. So I was always nervous. Like I was like, I can't tell anyone this. Are you kidding me? Like even I feel like a freak for it. So not being able to tell anybody like, hey, you know, this is how I'm feeling. You know, I really don't like who I am or what I am, and you know, I want to just embrace femininity. I want to do the things that like my sister's doing. I want to like that's the life I want to be. Like that's what I want my body to be. Like I don't know, I just my nature felt different than what my body is. And I don't like saying crap like, "Oh, I was born in the wrong body," or "I identify as," because it's like I don't identify. I just live as. Like I just live my life how it is. And the more I like come into myself and like learn more about myself and like hear other people's experiences and stories, like I'm not a woman. I'll never be a woman. I can't become a woman. Like I'm sorry, other trans people. I don't want to sound all like Matt Walshy on you, but like it's just never gonna happen. And that's something that like I've come to terms with a very, very long time ago. However, I am transitioning my life in that direction. So, like, I'm not identifying into it, I guess, technically. I'm just
living your life.
Just living my
Living
life. And
as
I'm
you.
moving into,
Yeah.
I like to just say that I let my feminine side take over. Like, I let that guide me now. I take the masculine side, the ego, the anger, the aggression, all those things that I feel made me like a not so great person in the past. Like packed them in a box, and I moved out of the house. Like they're gone. Like I don't feel those things. Like
Did that just feel like a release?
oh
Like, did you
my god, yes.
you felt much better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, like so my best friend Jess, she and her husband Brian. So Brian I grew up with since I was like 1 year old. Like we were in diapers. He taught me how to break out of the house when we were little kids. Like all the crazy stuff. I'd steal like the big wheel from down the street and ride to his house in just a diaper. It was crazy. We were crazy 80s babies. But she's like, you know, me and Brian were talking, and you know, we realized that we really recognized a change in you. And I think the greatest compliment that she gave me, and I know that like if there's any like feminists listening, they'll be like, "How dare you?" But she said that like I had become much more motherly and mothering like to their kids. Like I kind of became like a helicopter tronty. I like
What's that?
a tronty.
Yeah.
A trans auntie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I like tell the kids
Trans
like
ant.
I'm an Aunt Cole
Ant.
and
Oh,
Yeah, just
oh God.
combining,
I'm
like,
like, God, I can barely keep up with the terminology that
I
we're
know.
working
Well,
with.
I don't know if I made that up or not, but I'll claim.
But it's like the gunkle thing.
Yeah,
Gay-
yeah,
gay
just like the
uncle.
gunkle.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, but that was just created on our show.
Yeah, you got to coin that. That's like money.
We gotta remember that
Yeah.
Tranty.
Royalties.
Tranty.
I like
Yes.
that. Yeah, you got
Sure.
it. You got it. You heard it here first. 585 boys.
Yeah, if you use that word, I'm coming for it.
Yep.
Oh, I'm like pulling the table and
Yeah, but she
I got
said
all
like,
excited. We're gonna get paid.
yeah, cha-ching. But that was like that was probably the best compliment I think I've ever had because I don't know, like I did feel like I changed in even how I like interacted with the kids and like looked after them, like. But that was like a beautiful compliment and like.
You just felt like you could be yourself. And
Yeah, yeah, and they recognized that they saw the difference, like, because, I mean, I do still have gender dysphoria because, like, obviously, like, I had my face done, dude. They basically ripped my face off my skull, like, chiseled the bones down, and then they like
shit.
slapped it back on, pulled my hairline forward, and said, "All right, staple her up."
We're gonna get into some. We'll ask.
gonna get into
We'll talk
that.
more about that too.
Yeah,
I do like that you brought up the point because it kind of falls in line with the view that I had. How you say it yourself with the Matt Walsh thing. You know, you're not. I don't want to
no,
quote
by
you
all
wrong.
means.
My brain's so scattered, but you know you're not a woman.
Yeah,
But
saddest tragedy in my life, but it is what it is. It's life.
right. You know, like that's the thing that I have the hard thing about is how they put that out there so much in social media and these gotcha moments of, you know, I feel like most of it is non-trans people talking about trans women are women. They can get pregnant. They can have periods and all that stuff.
Do you
Where
know-
it's like,
Do you know how trans women have periods? Have you seen this contraption?
so it's like a mechanical period.
It's like the way I remember hearing it was it's almost like a melting ice cube that at a random time during the day, like it's like just like ketchup or something. It's like so it's just like a mess. It's like, well, that's not what that is. Like
So
I just
So
want to
that-
skip that part.
yeah.
yeah, so do
You can be a
Doesn't
woman
seem
with
great.
the benefit
Yeah,
of not
yeah,
having to have a
exactly.
period. But
that's the best part of not being
Yeah.
a woman is I don't have to have
so
that.
my question with that, without sounding like disrespectful or like insensitive or anything, is: do you think that by creating these mechanics, these tools to
Apparatus.
kind of feed this feeling of actually being a woman, or if you look at a trans man, so a woman that transitions and has the gender reassignment, so has a penis,
Some of them, yeah.
which we'll talk about the reassignment surgery stuff, because we'll talk about that more. But when you look at a trans man, so they have a penis constructed, and they have this implant they can insert, and you can one method I saw was with a pump. So there's a pump in their made scrotum that you can pump up, and that makes your erection.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think by having those things it's more harmful to people?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because do you like, I feel like you're battling enough, and I feel like it's more of a money grab on the medical side
That's definitely a thing.
than to just let you live your life how you see being a woman.
Sure.
If you want that experience, it's there.
Right.
But do you think that adds to the gender dysphoria?
I think that there is. I think there's definitely.
I guess it's everyone's experience. But
Yeah, it's everyone's experience. You know.
different. Everyone has their own experience. But what do you
Right.
think?
I think that there's a definite portion, and I don't want to be like disrespectful to other trans people because like
Right.
I don't know their lives and their experiences, and
Absolutely.
you know, like I'm someone who cares about how other people are feeling. Like I don't just like judge them or hate them or anything like that. But I think there is a subset of trans people who go through some of these things who may not be dysphoric, and I think that it does create dysphoria because, like, look at like Chloe Cole, like the girl who was like a kid and her parents got her transitioned, and like she's like, yeah, I'm detransitioning, and like I don't know, like. She's got like a new set of dysphoria because she's got these masculine parts. I think
Right.
I don't follow her story deeply, but I don't really follow detransitioners too much, anyways, to know.
Yeah, that's a
But
whole.
it's a huge thing.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing. I could see where that would be because I don't know. I feel like it can either feed into the perception that a man can actually become a woman and is a woman and can have a period, as opposed to like,
I get you.
I feel like it takes that dysphoria and pushes it even deeper.
Yeah, and you know when it'll
For the
happen.
majority, I'm not saying that's for everybody, but I think the minority of people it helps.
I think it does help enough of us. Like I'll tell you this much: like I got my breasts done, right? Like every guy's like, "Oh man, if I had boobs, I'd stay home all day." But like I don't even.
I'd be
think
motorboating
about-
myself.
I know, that's what they always say.
We're
Yeah,
all
right.
We're all guilty of that, by the way. For sure.
Which no,
Right.
the fuck you
No,
wouldn't.
you wouldn't.
You
Obviously
know.
not. Yeah.
You know how much time I've spent touching these? Like none. I barely think about them,
Right.
but they fill me out into like good proportions. Like I feel more confident. So I don't want them to go away, but like
Right.
I don't sit at home going like, "Oh, check these out.
Yeah,
I'm gonna call
yeah,
to
yeah,
work
yeah.
today."
Yeah.
So, but I think there is a subset of trans people who do that because I've heard them talk about it online. It's really strange. I think once at some point HRT like kind of kills off your sex drive a lot. Things don't really work as well or at all in some cases. And I think the people who go into it with a sexual fetish, they then lose the sexual appetite for it, and then they're just stuck with a faux penis, a faux vagina, fake boobs, and then they're like, "Shit,
Yes.
now what? Like this isn't even exciting."
You
to
know
me
what
anymore."
I relate some of the fetish stuff to is like a drug or like porn.
Yeah.
I feel like it creates this feeling and these endorphins and this chemical reaction in your body that each time you want more and more, and once you reach that max, like what's the max where you don't feel that rush anymore,
Yeah.
you know, and then that fetish, and so you're like this doesn't even do it for me. What do I do now? And now you're
It gets weirder.
rethinking things. Yeah, so it's like, how do you deal with that, you know?
I don't know. I'm not a big porn person, so I don't know. But I have heard that, and like I've talked about that with my buddy Brian before. Like he went through like some, I think like psychology classes, and you know he's mentioned like the whole porn thing with people. They get bored, they plateau, or they find excitement. They get bored and they plateau. They got to move on to the next thing, and that's why stuff gets so wild now. And people like dudes are like desensitized. They don't even
Yes.
really want to have sex with women anymore because they'll just stay home, and then women resent them because they want the guys to come for them. They want the hunter gatherer. I understand that because I want the hunter gatherer, but the guys are just like, I don't want to pay for her when she divorces me, and I'll just stay home and pleasure myself. Like, good enough. It's like, no, like human contact, like
Yes.
the spark, like
Yep.
the warmth,
Yeah.
like, leave it to the virgin who's got like no boyfriends ever to be like, it's all about the connection and the warmth. Like how do people not see that?
Well, so along those lines of the whole porn thing is that's why I've never been that big into it because it's fake. It's
Yeah.
not, and this is probably going to be pretty unpopular to a lot of guys, but it is. It's like
It's simulated sex.
what is you're just watching a video of whatever. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like I said. That's why I feel like drugs is the closest comparison.
Yeah.
Porn is like a drug, and people don't realize that is in the sense that it gives you that rush. It's that fake dopamine. So you get
Yeah.
this dopamine rush,
Yeah.
you get this high rush, and that's what guys don't realize is you're gradually going to start losing that rush. It's fake.
Yeah.
And that spirals in your life. That
Yeah.
ruins relationships
Oh, for
because
sure.
now
Terry Crews.
yeah,
It,
they get addicted.
it's not a real.
You'll
What
find
they're
yourself not
doing
even
in those films. You, for the most part, I'd say fucking I don't know what the percentage is. It's got to be really high.
99%.
That's not what your significant other wants. Like, they don't
Yeah.
want that stuff. Like that's
Right.
not.
I
that
mean,
shit
there's a
is-
million trillion different porns that
Right. Yeah. for
there's
sure.
something out there for everyone. But
Yeah.
when you look at your
But you got to be able
average
to.
relationship,
Yeah, you got to be able to separate that. That is not. Your significant other's not a porn star. That's not why
Yeah.
they're doing it. They're doing it to feel good, to have fun, to
Yeah.
well, yeah, because
they-
guys
they
go
love you. Like
and and we're only saying it about guys because there's girls that
yeah,
love
for
porn,
sure. Yeah,
but the vast majority of guys expect then they
Yeah, you
expect
can't-
something unrealistic out of
Yeah.
their partner.
and then they go back to the porn because it's more
Yeah.
exciting.
Yep.
Or they cheat on the girl who supposedly they love because they think that like this other girl is gonna be
like that.
wild.
And
Yeah,
that's where
yeah.
you come back to that dopamine rush. You get
Yeah.
that rush.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you go back to being with your relationship, there's a loss there. You're not
Oh, yeah.
you're involuntarily, you're not becoming aroused. You're not because you've pushed your dopamine levels
Yeah.
high. You've pushed that excitement
Yeah,
level
because
high.
you can search whatever you want
Mm-hmm.
and find it,
yeah.
and then you're like, oh man, it's
Yeah.
not real.
Yeah.
It's not.
As much as
know?
people might disagree, it is. I think porn is it's toxic.
And I
it's
think a lot of
exciting.
people
You
can't
don't
believe
even-
It can be for sure.
Yeah.
for sure.
I don't think that's a very uncommon belief either, even among people who watch porn and it like destroys their lives or their livelihood or their free time or their family time or their girlfriend time or their boyfriend
just
time.
like any other addict.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's an addiction that it's not
It,
good.
it makes
for
you feel good,
Yeah.
just like a drug would. Like it
Yeah.
gives you that.
You just keep chasing that high because
Yeah.
you're not going to get it
Yeah.
in real life anymore.
And how many single guys, and I know we all know these guys, the single guys who never get with girls, and they are going to Pound Town 3-4 times a day. And it's like, how do you have that much time in
I
your
have
day?
no idea.
And how are you so formidable where you can continuously do this to yourself?
Chasing that rush.
I like
Oh.
naps way too much. for
Oh,
that.
man, yeah.
No way.
And going outside, like,
Yeah.
smell the
Yeah,
air.
do something.
Yeah.
My God, it's
Get
beautiful.
exhausted.
Get a hobby. Get a
Yeah,
hobby.
and not
Yeah.
that
Not that hobby. Yeah, that's not a
Right.
hobby.
Turn your
Right.
phone off for
Yeah,
a day or two
yeah.
or three.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And that's the other thing. It is so easy now. Like back when we were kids, we would have like one of our friends would have like a tape. Like he stole one of his father's tape,
Yeah.
and we'd like pass it around for a week. Like, hey man, could I have it next week?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you'd have to make sure you rewound it back to where it was, and it was
Find your
VHS and
parents'
all that.
Playboys and
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Now,
make jokes about the sticky pages.
Yeah,
Why are
exactly.
these pages stick together?
Oh man. But
Absolutely.
yeah, now it's like Jesus. I go on right now. You just start watching.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy.
Yeah,
it's
I
just
could be
like-
like, this podcast boring.
Yeah,
What am I
exactly.
doing
I
right
could have
now?
been sitting here the whole time just watching it.
Yeah.
Just like anything else, the social media and the internet has ruined things, and now
Oh,
like kids
yeah.
younger and younger are finding this stuff, and
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
they
Yeah.
just have bad perceptions of. I mean, I think that's just why
that's-
society's so sexualized now.
That
Yeah.
is, I think, going to be a real issue. If it's, I mean, it probably is already because it's been out for so long.
Mm-hmm.
But kids growing up now who have never been in a relationship, and that's all they see
That's a good point.
before they even start. They have, their first time, so they don't even know. They just think, "Oh, this is how it's done, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right."
Yeah, they
That's
don't learn how
crazy
to
to me.
date.
No,
they don't know
they
how to
don't
court
know
a girl,
that.
like
Yeah,
make her
like-
feel good, like take her out to dinner. They're just like, let's go get it on.
I mean, yeah, they're watching, where people are spitting in each other's mouth, like,
Ugh, yeah.
and that's what they go
Baby
do.
bird,
and it's like,
mama
what are you
bird, or
doing?
whatever they
Yeah,
call it.
yeah, like,
As long as they're not two girling one cup.
Oh,
Nobody needs that.
God.
one.
That is
Nobody
Slipped
needs
it
that.
in.
No.
Ugh.
Oh my God, that is
No.
brutal. But talk about mental health. That'll ruin kids' mental health because
Yeah.
then, they're
Yeah,
getting turned
man.
down or
That's-
girls are like
yeah.
disgusted by it. And
For sure.
and they don't even know why. They're like, what? Isn't this how
right from the beginning.
Yeah.
it's done? I mean,
Because the
that's-
girls are seeing it too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because like, what
for
are
sure.
the boys watching? What are they into?
Yeah.
And, like, I have to let him pull my
Yeah,
hair, spit
what
in my
the
mouth,
hell?
and
Yeah.
slap and
Yeah.
fish hook me.
Doesn't sound
Yeah.
great.
What?
I mean, I'm sure there are
Crazy.
some that probably like that, but
Mm-hmm.
I would think the vast majority don't. Like,
Right.
I don't
Right.
want that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
it's a real thing for sure.
If anyone spits in my mouth, I'm killing someone.
Yeah, that is well, that person, not somebody, that person.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's-
I still hold it against my best friend Danielle that she spit in my face when we were teenagers.
Ooh.
Let alone like spitting in my mouth. That would be
Yeah,
Oh,
pretty
spit in somebody's
gross.
face is like the ultimate, like
yeah.
slapping,
Those
like
fighting words.
spitting. That is
Yeah.
you
People
almost have
lose
to.
their life
You almost
for it.
have to
Yes.
after that. Like you can't not.
that's an automatic hands.
It has to be.
flying.
Ugh.
Has to be.
Hands are going.
I've always said that that's the one thing that no matter what will like that's my button. Like if you spit in my face,
Yeah, that
I
is-
want if I get so angry, but I don't get angry anymore, so I don't know how I'd react. But like it took so much for me not to like want to like fight my friend when we were like 14 and she's a girl, and that's why I did not. But still to this day, I'll be
Yeah.
like, hey, remember the time you spit in my face?
Yeah.
Well, you were being a jerk to me. I'm like, no way, I was never a jerk to anybody. I was awesome.
Yeah.
She's like, no.
Guy, girl,
You
it
were
doesn't matter.
perfect.
Spitting in somebody's face.
There's no
Yeah.
excuse for that.
Mm.
I don't care what it is. There's no excuse.
It's brutal. It's the ultimate sign of disrespect.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't care if you can kick the shit out of me. I'm telling
Doesn't-
you,
no,
I'm smacking your
yeah,
face.
you're
good.
Yeah.
at
Definitely
least
getting
once.
something.
Well, the adrenaline alone is gonna make you do it.
Yeah.
It's almost
Yes.
like not even just a quick reaction. Like you're not
Yeah.
even thinking at that point.
I'll tell you a quick story. One of my exes, her sister, I was on the steps, just higher than her, and she called me some names and spit on my back. So I felt it hit my neck.
Oh no.
That's the one and only time it flashed in my head of hitting a woman.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't, but if there was ever going to be a time when
That
her
was it.
when I felt it splatter on me, it was close. It was close, but
Yeah, of course.
I was.
I get grossed out when people spit when they're talking and they hit
Yeah.
my face. I'm
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that alone is enough. But
Yeah. Ugh.
Ugh.
Pass on that.
Yeah. I did the other thing that I did want to remember to go back to from your last story was how you, with the dating, how you briefly touch base, that you always knew you were into men. So before you started your transition, were you gay?
I'm-
Or were you not sure?
I guess we'll say not sure or gay light because like I knew that like I liked like boys too, but I don't know, me and my friend Kyle just had this discussion like remember when you used to be into girls? And I was like, well, I wasn't really into them. I was, I had to pretend that I was because I didn't want people to. He's like, yes, you did. And I don't know, I did. Like I've never been like sexually attracted to women. I've always been like connection, romantic, relationship. I think women are the best people to be in a relationship with because they're caring, they're soft, they're nice, they're
Nurtured.
yeah, you can appreciate their beauty. Like
Yeah.
they smell good. Everything they do is like clean the house, like keep the house.
Yeah,
clean.
men are
like,
disgusting.
yeah, like
Yeah, we
We're
really
gross.
are.
there's so much to
Yeah.
women, and like I do like find girls pretty, and
Yeah.
I do recognize that, I do appreciate that, but like I've never had any interest in their equipment, like so that. But I did like I would try to date girls and women. Never really worked, but I knew what was lurking inside, and even I went on Twitter for a while, and I got in pretty deep with this group of trans people, and I told them all the trans stuff, but I never told them about the guys being attracted to guys because like I tried to repress that crap so hard, like I mean the gender stuff, but even being attracted to boys because I knew what my uncle and his cousin did, so I knew that would be a bad idea. So they were like, what? All of a sudden, like, you are attracted to boys when you're growing up? It's like, well, it's not an easy thing to come, to the conclusion of, because, I don't know, I never wanted to be gay. Like, I think, like, let's say I get forced to detransition by the government. I don't know if I can just be like, I don't know if I can just be like a male-bodied, male-looking, male-living guy with a male, because I don't like feminine guys. Like, I like fucking lumberjacks and like alpha guys. Like I like guys who are guys, and manly. Like I don't know if I'm supposed to be living my life that way. Like that's where I could go. So I don't know. Like people are like, well, could you ever date a woman again? It's like, I don't know. Like I could. I bet I could have like a sexist relationship with them. That would be great. It'd be like the best of both worlds. Because like I get along with women so great. Like now that like I've accepted who I am, I've made steps to like bring my life to where I am. I've told everybody, like, oh my god, I can start chatting with women.
Strong emotional tie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And like we vibe on all the same levels because we like a lot of the same stuff. And a lot of the women I talk to, they happen to like the same kind of guys that I'm attracted to. And I don't know, like it'd be cool to like live with a girl and we have to
See what
talk and do all that
happens.
fun,
Yeah.
cool stuff. And then like I don't really care about having sex with you, but
Right.
we can hang out in like basically like a super cool roommate.
Yeah.
But
The-
like with guys, it's different. Like I am sexually attracted to like things with them, and I guess that's kind of where I'm at with it.
I guess the kind of the reason I asked that, not it
Mhm.
wasn't as in depth as probably what it sounded like it was going to be, because I was curious. So if you're transitioning to a woman and like men, would you now, I guess
It's gay.
still
That's where
gay.
you're going with it.
Yeah, so
thought
like,
so.
and if you're a woman transitioning to a man, but you like women,
Still gay.
still you're a lesbian.
Yes. And see, this is like a contentious point.
Would the trans community agree with that and go
Some do.
as a whole? Would they be like, yeah, I'm a lesbian, but
Well, there's
I'm a
this,
trans man.
there's this thing called the trans lesbian. They swear that they're in a gay relationship, and by all means, I'm not taking anything away from them. Like, live yourself how you want, view yourself how you want, view your relationship and your love how you want. Like, I got no problem with
It's
it.
not
Like,
our business.
yeah, I'm not a
Yeah,
hater.
yeah.
I don't
Doesn't
care.
affect you. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
But when a guy tells me I'm straight, well, you're trying to get with me, right? Yeah, you're just a woman. Well, not exactly. At the very least, you're kind of gay or bisexual, and big deal. It's not a big
Yeah,
deal, know. Like,
They're just not comfortable. I think.
right? That's right,
Well,
and that's okay.
Because you see that all the time.
All
I
the
mean,
time.
you see it especially now because of social media.
Mhm.
That guys with trans women, and they'll
The alpha man guy.
yeah
Yes.
until they're blue in the face. I'm not gay.
Yeah.
I'm not gay.
I'm attracted to femininity.
Yeah,
It's
you
like,
see
yeah.
these titties.
So's the rest of the world.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
I think Eliza Schlesinger said it. She's a female comedian. She's hilarious. And she's like, everybody loves femininity. Men love women. Women love women. Men want to be women. Like everybody loves women in femininity. Like, and she's right. Like everyone has a mother or a sister or a daughter or a cousin or a friend. Like, what's not to love about like women? Like they're great. Like they're like my favorite people. I think they're great. Like, so for these guys though, who are like, oh, you know, we're just in a straight relationship. It's like, you call it what you want, man. Like, it's cool. I'm not going to call you out on it. I'm not going to bust your chops on it. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, in my head, all right, if I, Ariana, dead named Chris, is now trans woman, biologically guy, and I say, oh, who's a guy that I like right now? I'm not going to say his name because I see him often
Is he
enough.
gonna be okay with it?
No. But like, if I'm like, oh man, I like that guy, and that guy's like, let's go out for dinner. Like, okay, and then something happens, it progresses. Like, it's not really straight, you know. Like, you can view it how you want. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is straight now. I don't know, but there's a portion of the community that says no, that's straight, and there's a portion that says no, that's gay. They fight about it relentlessly for some reason. Like, who gives a crap?
Just like everything else.
Yeah, everything's so confusing.
And that's what I was just thinking, like, as I'm listening to this, like, who cares what it's called?
Yes. Who cares about the
Call it whatever
labels
you
of
want. That's what you want.
that? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
who cares?
Right.
You know, like, call it whatever you want.
You know what?
Anybody can call it anything they want.
So
Yeah,
I'm
be happy.
It might not sound the greatest. I'll try
These
to
are
make
my
it-
favorite.
I'll try to make it the best I
moments.
can.
Make it the worst.
Yes. Call it whatever you want. Just kind of like what you said. Call it whatever you want. Because really, who does care? Live your life, do what you want to do.
Yeah.
But also, I would love for a time where they would also call it what you want, but know the reality of it too.
Mm-hmm.
Because like that shows that there's some kind of, I feel like that shows that you have some kind of mental battle. So if you can't be able to also face the reality of it and also live the life you want to live and not care,
Yeah.
you don't have to, I'm not saying you don't owe anyone an explanation, but
Right.
I feel like it's only healthy if you can still have a realistic understanding for it too,
It's true.
if that makes sense.
No, it does. Like, people call me all sorts of different stuff, right? Like, some people call me a woman. And that's great. Like, I know it's not exactly true. I'm never gonna tell anyone, no, don't call me that. That sucks. How dare
Yeah.
you? Like, that's a great compliment. Like, I'm always gonna be like, thank you. You know, some people call me a man or a he. Like, still, like, I'm clocky. I have clocky features. Like, look at these big ass hands. Like, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar style. Like, I have a big head. I have big knees. Like, I mean, look at the shoulder span. Like, there are clocky things about me. People know. They hear my voice. You can even still see it in my face, I think, a little bit. And, you know, they'll call me a man. And people are like, how dare you? It's like, who cares what he calls me? Like, I don't care. Like, I get to live my life the way I'm living my life.
Yep.
I get to live my life as a woman, I guess we'll call it. And that's good enough for me. If people don't want to, like, acknowledge it, or they don't want to, like, for instance, my last name is Kristana. My first name used to be Chris. Like, I purposefully left my first name in my name still because there's only two people who call me Chris still. And I knew there would be people who might have an issue, usually old timers, really religious people.
Yeah.
Who am I to hold that against them?
Right.
It used to hurt my feelings a little bit, but
And
you
no
know,
matter
whatever.
what, that was a part of your journey and that was a part of
Yes.
you. And,
Yes.
And I do think that's a great
healthy way to deal with an unhealthy situation.
Yeah, yeah, I
Yeah.
think so, and I think you brought up a great point of, you know, with that, like, I try to address you as she, you know, Ariana, out of respect, not
Sure.
because I feel like you forced me to or you scratch my eyes out if I didn't, but out of respect. And I think that piece of it has gotten so far blown out of proportion that one, a lot of people will play the victim with that and really blow it out of proportion if people make an accident, have an accident. But also on the other side of it, the media and the politics have forced people that aren't in that trans community and understanding to feel like you're transitioning to a woman, but I have to tell you that you're not a woman.
Yeah.
When it's like,
The pendulum is
just
swung.
try to be respectful. And if the same with the trans community inside isn't like, you have to do this and this, and that's what they portray. Those are the things that they clip out in the social media, where
Yeah.
we just communicate. You don't tell me what I have to call you or what I have to say you, and I acknowledge you in out of respect for
Yeah.
who you are. You know, so it's like, I don't think it would be as crazy on this side of it as people going, I'm not going to call you Ariana. I'm not going to call you she.
And people do.
If
and
it
that's
wasn't
fine.
for all
Yes.
the media, all that,
Good point.
because that's what they show. They don't show
Right.
people like us here sitting having good conversation and just talking about it and open together.
Yeah, and it doesn't help when you get like some of the deranged people. Like right now, there's one. You can tell the guy's deranged, and he's just like, "I am a woman." It's like,
Yeah.
stop saying that.
Yeah.
Jesus. Oh God, man, you are destroying any semblance that people are gonna have of respecting us. Just in like going online constantly and saying like, I am a woman and I dare you to try and keep me out of the women's bathroom. Like there's a call to arms tranny, they call him. He's like this big, like lumberjack looking truck driver looking guy who like, he's like, this is a call to arms. Lock and load, sisters. It's like, oh my God, what is wrong
Like,
with you
I feel like-
freaking people?
Are they clout chasing at that point? Like, I almost feel like they're trying to make it like, I gotta go viral. Or
There are
like,
grifters like that, yes. Like that Lily Torino, the weird cake pop tranny. She's like a food critic who like makes all these like food related trans videos, and like, oh, the condescending asshole way that she talks, where she's like, now this is a Starbucks cake pop, and this represents my testicles. So when I eat the pop,
Jeez.
I no longer have them, and that's what we call gender reaffirming. Oh, fuck me! Shut up!
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
those people are killing it for people who are just like, yeah, I gotta go to work today. I'm probably gonna go see my brother and go to the bar after.
Living a normal life.
Yeah, we are fucked, and we're gonna be the ones that really do pay the price, because with all like the pendulum swinging and like in politics and like religious is like somehow religion's getting powerful again. Like, man, like I never believed these people when they're like, oh, they're coming for us all. But I don't know. Maybe they are, because you guys continue to push and push and push and push and demand. Like, what happens when somebody forces you or tells you, you better refer to me this way, or you better do this? I know when someone pushes me, I'm like, I'm not going to do that. Fuck
Yeah.
you. And
It's like
fuck
your
everyone
parents saying,
like you.
don't reach in the cookie jar. You want those cookies.
Yeah.
So,
You're not even hungry, but you eat every single one
Yeah.
just to spite them. And that's
Yep.
what we're seeing. And ugh,
Yeah.
it's bad.
To me, that it goes with everything. And
Everything.
I popped in my head because of the religion thing. Like,
Mhm.
I'm not a religious person myself, but I am not going to hold it against anybody for being religious.
No way.
It is the push
Mm-hmm.
that I don't like. It is the, well, you're not religious. You don't believe this. Okay, well, oh man,
Yeah.
look down on you.
Sinner.
They do.
All that type of stuff. But it's with everything. It's like,
Mhm.
that's fine. It is totally fine what you believe. But I have things that I believe in too.
Yeah. And you got to
So-
live in your world.
Yeah. So I don't understand that, because I couldn't even imagine doing that type of stuff. Like going up to people and be like, oh man, you believe in God? What are you, nuts? Like,
Mm-hmm.
who
Right.
care- I don't.
You
live
may
your
make a
life.
couple jokes, but you're not pushing it.
No,
Like
no.
holding it
Yeah.
against.
Yeah, no, not at
And
all.
that's great.
And
That's a great way to walk the world.
it's just, it takes so much more effort to be somebody who pushes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, what are you trying to
it affects
convince
their
yourself?
life more than it does. Other
Yes. Are you
people,
trying to convince yourself that you're better than me, or
Yes.
that I'm wrong, or that what are you saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's just a lot of effort, and that's what, like, turns me off about that type of stuff. Is like,
Sure.
I don't. Anybody can live any way they want, but don't try to make me change
Yes.
for you. You know, like don't. I don't. Yeah, you can have your opinions, and I'll listen, and whatever. If you're right on some things, cool. But that stuff that gets to me, and it's with everything. It is with everything in this world.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people that think that they are right, and there are no other ansers
Yeah,
but the ones they have.
And that's
You're not
never
gonna
true.
You're
No.
not going to change
No,
a
you're
lot
not.
of people's opinions, and you shouldn't. We
No.
have our beliefs and our reasons.
But you could have a
yeah.
conversation.
Well,
Right.
that's
then- but
why we're so
actually-
fucked up
yeah.
right now is because people aren't willing. If people of opposite sides and opposite experiences aren't talking, whether they agree, you don't have to have the same opinions. You don't have to agree on things. But if you're not talking about it, you can't have an understanding, and you can't find any middle. You might be able to find a ton of middle ground where a lot of us might have a lot of the same beliefs, but
Right.
if we're not talking, then we just hate each other.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. And it is okay to listen too. Some people just talk
Yeah.
and then will pretend like they're listening, but they're just can't wait to talk again.
That's
I'm
right.
actually I'm doing that right now because I'm just kidding. I'm joking. That was a joke, but I did want to Kelly Kelly asked a good question.
Kelly.
What's up, Kelly? Does the trans gay community ever treat you badly because of because your views are different?
Yes, they will. Now, I will
Very
say,
judgy.
Well, what's weird is before I started really meeting other people, like my whole experience had been with people online, and online is a real crapshoot. Like,
Yeah.
you can find people that you absolutely get along with on everything, and then like one deviation, and they're like, "Be gone with you."
Yeah.
Like I found a really great group of people. They were a little more like elitist than I care for, but like we had a lot of great conversations and a lot of great experiences online that like I don't hold stuff against people usually. Like I like being around different kinds of people. We don't really talk anymore.
Us too.
Yeah, man.
We'll
for
have
sure.
all the different people here.
That's right.
All of them.
Every one of them.
All you different people come on here.
Oh.
Anyone who's different from us, which should be everyone.
So I got really close with them, but I don't talk to them anymore because of like other stuff. And there was a group of Rochester non-binary people.
Which I got that in my notes. We're gonna kind of
Yeah.
talk about that because I got some questions about that, but
Yeah, everyone does.
at least have a conversation. But yeah,
They were around when I first started coming out to people, and they were nice enough, but that community seemed very soft, I'm gonna say. And I remember I made a comment about Jeffrey Marsh being a freak, and I called Jeffrey Marsh a he.
is that? Someone?
Jeffrey Marsh is a really creepy, like non-binary activist person.
Okay.
Like if
okay.
you looked him up, you've probably seen him. He talks like this, and he tries to get children to leave their families
Jesus.
to come to other trans people. Because if your family doesn't love you, I'll be your family.
Yeah, that's
So
cult.
that sounds like a
That's culty.
pedophile.
That's
Yes.
culty all
Not
day.
even, yeah, like
yeah, that
so
is-
pedophile cult.
yeah.
Yeah, and I said it.
Which stuff like that, and it might sound harsh, is kill someone that messes with kids like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that,
I'm
good
that
with
is.
You're
yeah.
you're trying
Yeah.
to tell kids to leave their family and come be with him.
Join our circus.
Sounds abstinent.
Yeah, that's a person.
Yeah.
But continue. I'm sorry.
No, you're good, man. I like that our conversations are just kind of flowing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's,
So they did not like that I called Jeffrey Marsh a he, because we were discussing drag queen story hours, and they were like, there's nothing wrong with it. It doesn't do anything. And like my view is I don't get why they need to be, but whatever. I'm not going to speak out. I don't really care.
Sure.
Like, if people want to bring their kids to it, whatever. But I see a little bit of harm that could come from it. And we were talking about that, and they didn't like that. And then I was like, people people see stuff like that and like Jeffrey Marsh, and he's really, really bad for the, the community. And they're like, wait a minute, Jeffrey Marsh identifies as they. And I'm like, I don't give a shit. Jeffrey Marsh is a fucking creep. Jeffrey Marsh is the epitome of why people hate us.
What the fuck
And
does
we just
that
went
even
up.
matter?
He sounds
What-
he sounds like
what does
someone
that
that
matter?
that's what puts a bad perception of like you're identifying to be a part of something to lure kids.
You're hiding.
Yes.
You're hiding.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of people think that is part of it. Like
Yeah.
they're hiding behind
Yeah.
these acronyms.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they get all that support.
Yep.
Basically a big part of the fear that people express.
Mhm.
That's
Hiding right out in the open.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't really do LGBT stuff. Like I don't associate with the whole group. Like I'm cool with trans people and gay people. Like that's great.
Yeah.
Lesbians, like I'm good with all of them. Like I'll hang out with them. But as far as the association, but back to Kelly's question, they turned on me so fast. They were like, "We're gonna kick you out of this group because we don't feel safe, and there's no reason to misgender people in this group." And they kicked me out. One person was like, "Yeah, I'm with you. Like I don't care about all this. They are soft." I don't talk to that person anymore either because I was like, "This is a pain." So yeah, you show dissent, and some of them will kick you out. However, I did, since going to that bar, I started meeting some other people who like I've met like a couple trans men. There's actually another trans woman that goes there that I don't talk to yet, and like one of the trans men have views that fall more in line with mine. He's a lot cooler about stuff. Like he'll like be like, hey, don't say that to them. Whereas I'm not censoring people. I'm not correcting pronouns. I'm like,
Right.
I'm not going to sit here and police people. Like, I don't care. Like, it's not, I don't know the big energy waste over it. But either way, like, they're great. Like, I like talking to them. They're nice people. They have, they make sense. And, I've said some stuff that, like, I thought for sure they'd be like, how could you say that? And they're just like, hey, man, we all got our opinions. So, I guess it comes down to the person. And I think that in these communities, there's a lot of people that they find their gender marker or like denomination, like whether they're non-binary or trans or whatever, or gender fluid, because of like some of their anxieties, some of their depressions. They find other people who they can relate to, and then, they just kind of form into what those people are, if that makes sense.
Sure.
And those ones can be very, very like angry about everything you say and like shut you off and come for you. Like people come for jobs, man. It is scary out there.
Right.
I just saw, I think Ireland, there was a teacher who refused to use gender pronouns of a student. They fired him or her. I don't remember what it was. They emptied out that person's bank account to cover like court fees and legal stuff. And they're going to take their car and their house now too. And
Wow.
it's not even like a bullshit story. You hear that and you're like, yeah, right. That's like Republican propaganda. But no, it actually happened. It is so insane to me that like, let's say Jordan was like,
Talk about overreach.
yeah, man, it is insane. Like, let's say you guys are like, hey, man, Chris, sorry, Ariana, sir, Mr. He. And I was like, stop doing it.
Yeah.
You were like, no, that's what you are. And like, I went after you legally, and then A, got you fired, B, took your money, and then took your house and your car too?
I don't even
What the
understand
hell?
how that's legal.
I don't know, man. I am glad they don't do it here.
That is
Yet.
insane. I mean, that's
Maybe not anymore here.
right. You're right.
Maybe the opposite.
Yeah, I mean there's so many just different extremes and stuff
God,
like
yeah.
that. It's
Crazy.
crazy. Jennifer said, or what? Hold on. Oh, Dave said I was thinking the same thing because her views are not what everyone sees on social media. Right.
And to be honest, there's many people like me who have views that are not all extra over the top liberal or in line with gender ideology. Like, I don't believe gender ideology. I despise gender ideology because it creates ideologues, and ideologues ruin everything in every single category. And I just don't believe some of the crap that they say. Now, I do agree with live your life how you want. be happy, be peaceful, don't get beat up, don't get harassed. I don't believe in shaming people.
Yep.
Most people. Like, I think people should be able to do what they want. This
Yep.
is America at the moment.
Land of the free.
Yeah, but that also gives me the freedom to not believe what all the activists are pushing. And, God love them. They're working towards something that they believe in. They think this is going to really help people. I think the messaging sometimes is a little off, but I think the way they're going about it is not helpful. But I do think their heart's in the right place, and I think they're just trying to make things better for everybody.
Well, that's kind of where, like, with the whole media thing with Dave and that he said he brought up and what we were talking about, is that's where I feel like I'll say it till my face turns blue, that media, they all have their agenda to make money and get people to believe what they want, and they're gonna portray whatever they think you need to believe is going on in the world.
Yes.
And I think the actual trans community, transgender people, make up like 0.05 of the population.
It's very
It's
small.
so tiny. So when the amount that they push whatever they feel like pushing in social media, they make it seem like it's so blown out. And I think such a huge population of the craziness and this and that. I'll say it about the gay community, the trans community, the black community. I feel like it's more people that are not living that life pushing the problem without any experience in that lifestyle.
Sure.
So it's all, I feel like the majority of it is people speaking up that have no leg to stand on, that don't know anything in their own life with that experience, saying what we should be mad about or what you need to be screaming about, instead of the actual people going through transition, or actual black community, gay community out there, talking about what they really care about or what they really think or feel.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, especially men, like, people just want to be left alone. They don't want headaches. They want peace in their life,
Yep.
So they see all these things being portrayed on the internet, or they see that every trans person is some crazy whack job with purple, blue, green, and orange hair all together, yelling, screaming, going to try and like assault, women, or go into their bathroom and pee on their toilet seats. And that's a big one with the feminist community. They always talk about, get out of our bathrooms and stop peeing on our seats. It's like, okay, no problem. I don't go in there anyways. Men's room, you should see those faces. So they just don't want the headache. They'll just believe what they see on there because it looks batshit crazy anyways. They're like, wow, these people are weirdos. Oh, well, I don't want to invest in actually looking or learning because there's not a trans person within 50 miles of me, or so they think. And B, like, they don't know any.
Right.
They don't care.
Yeah.
Who cares how it affects other people? So they just say, weirdos, man. They're fucking weirdos. Fuck them all. Like, throw them in jail.
And that's the big thing. So one of like the oldest trans men stories that I was looking at and kind of reading about and stuff was, I think he transitioned. So is a trans man, transitioned over 30 years ago. Obviously, I don't know. It could have been before that. And at the time, obviously, people thought that was weird and whatever, outcast. But it wasn't. People were living their lives. It wasn't on the news. It wasn't this whole thing. But in the last, I don't know, 4 years, 5 years, whatever, the last small group of years, it's blown into this big thing. And the only thing that's really dictated is the social media, the internet, the news, the politics.
But that's with everything, though.
So it's like all this time. Yes, it is. But all this time, the trans community has lived among us, and it hasn't. No one No one
Well,
I mean,
it's morphed too, right? Like it's not what it
yes.
used to be.
Yes, and actually, this trans man spoke about that, where he was like,
And he
"It's
called
become
himself a transsexual, didn't he?
yeah," and he's like, "It's become way crazier now than it was back then. It was so
Yeah.
black and white, and like now there's all these different pronouns and terminology that
Yeah.
he's like, I don't align with, but." He's like, it's gotten so much more
true.
complicated and caused
It's so
a lot of more.
It's complex for no reason either. Like, I don't know. I know I'm not a woman. I don't refer to myself as a man. I know I'm male, but I don't call myself a man because I don't know. You might tell that I'm a man looking at me, but if you hang out with me, like I am fucking flirty. I am like over the top, like just energy. Like when I'm out, like doing stuff. When I go into stores and I see like the girls that I talk to at the stores, I'm like, hey, girl, what are you doing? Like, let's go get some Starbucks. Like, I'm all pumped up. Like, I don't really fall in line with like what's out there today. It's just I don't know. Like, so I'm always really confused on what to refer to myself at. So I just rest on trans, and I think if I'm being fully transparent, even though I haven't had bottom surgery, like
Did you do that on purpose? Transparent?
yes, I definitely did.
That was good. That was solid. Yeah.
Smooth.
Smooth. Very smooth.
Does that mean you transitioned from not transparent to
Yes, I was
transparent?
devious, deceitful, and now I'm open and light. But like, I don't know. I would say transsexual is probably the right term for me because like a lot of people look at transgender as like the weirdos, the ones who are doing all this crazy crap, and like, they're like, well, I'm fluid or I'm non-binary, and it's like I know what I want to be. I know I can't be. I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna do what I can do. I'm gonna fall heavily into my feminine side. Does that make me a woman? No, but I can live happily as I am.
Feeling
Yeah,
like yourself.
right. But I'm not gonna walk around all day saying I'm a transsexual. Hello, I'm a transsexual. Like, so I just say trans. It's just easier, and
Sure.
people
Right, because
know what it means.
nobody walks around and says, "Hey, I'm straight. I'm a
Yeah,
male."
right.
That's not real life. Like
Well, that's
you
what,
just want to
yeah.
live your life.
Sure.
And the stories you hear, why everybody thinks it's so crazy and all that stuff is because that's all they run.
Yeah.
Is those type of stories.
Yep.
And they do it on purpose. And that's why this right here is awesome because
I agree.
they can, people can listen and hear what just
Yeah, and
normal-
convert.
Yeah,
You can
without
type
us
in.
fighting
Yeah.
each other and getting nowhere.
Yeah.
Right, but like this is real life
Yeah.
here. What you're seeing, that's what they want you to see. They're searching that out. We got a crazy,
Yeah.
trans over. Yeah, absolutely. Let's get a news crew over there and let's.
Yep.
It's not, it's
Right.
not the majority of what's happening. It's not.
Yeah, the outrage is not unwarranted in a lot of cases, like people are right to feel a certain kind of way about some of the things that are happening, and I don't hold it against them. Like
Right, but
Yeah.
there's crazy people everywhere.
there are
There's
crazy people
extremes
It doesn't-
on every
like, it's
side
not
of
just-
everything.
This group of people, it's not just.
Yeah.
It's crazy fucking world out there.
I'm gonna use the hard R right now. Hardcore rednecks. Oh my god.
Oh, I was
No.
wondering which
Hell
one
no.
you were going with.
I did
I was
that on
going through all
purpose
of
just
them.
to get you
Yeah.
guys going. Turn you on a little.
Yeah.
Like I'm cool with like country guys and like even guys who are like I'm a redneck and proud. Like I'm cool with you. Like a lot of them are funny as hell. Like they got good stories. And a lot of times they're fucking sweet as hell. Like they may come off as brash and like overly masculine and macho, but half the time they'll do whatever they can for you. They're really nice.
Mm-hmm.
The extreme ones, they're nuts, man. They are nuts. They will travel through a frozen tundra just to cut your head off if they hate your guts. Like they are nuts. There's extremes in every category.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah. There's not a single group.
right. And I only
That
picked
is-
rednecks because I wanted to say hard R. for
Right.
different-
Yeah. You got us wondering on that.
I was
one.
like,
We're
oh,
all,
I know, I-
oh no,
everything
what are we
went
doing
silent.
here? Yeah.
Your viewers like, oh, here we go.
I was just going through my whole R
We
vocabulary.
were waiting
I'm like,
something to hate her
what's she gonna
for.
say?
Throw that
They were-
kimchi out of there.
These guys were looking for a reason to like ban our channel
Yeah.
and boycott us.
I want you to lose all your monetization.
We're gonna lose all our 5 fans that we have.
Before we
Yeah.
got it.
Shit.
Yep, we're
The
gonna lose
last-
it. We didn't even get it yet.
Last and only 5 people we had that love us.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me on
gonna
the show.
boycott.
Go fuck yourself.
Let's see what we got. Jennifer, this is great. The world needs to stop being offended every time someone voices their opinion. We can all learn from each other, which is what that's our whole goal of this podcast is
Exactly, yeah.
we want to talk to any and everyone without like there's no reason for telling people they're wrong for how they feel or think. We just let's figure out why you feel how you feel, what our understanding, what your understanding.
And what we can do to meet in the middle and like make everybody happy.
Even if we walk
fuck.
away and don't come to the middle on anything,
We tried.
I got to hear a lot of what you feel and learn a lot. So I mean, no matter what, being able to just have the conversation is great.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, there's human lives at play on both sides.
Yeah.
And people can say stuff like, oh, just lock them up, throw them in a mental home. But, you know, there's people attached to
Yes.
it. This isn't
Yeah.
just some blind internet crap. Like, and no matter what they say about, like, the conservatives right now, and they're super religious and hateful bigots, like, I think that they do care about the individual people who they're affecting with policy. But I think that they have no more fucks to give. I think they're just like, this has gone way too far. You guys are pushing way too hard. There's a lot of really dangerous rhetoric coming.
Yes.
And we don't even care anymore. We don't even want to think about it because there's been so much going on. It like we talked about earlier. It's just like the hyping. It's like, ugh.
Yeah.
And you know what?
And that hurts that's
It
what hurts the
does.
community.
And to a point, they're not that wrong in feeling like this could be really corrosive. We need to put we need to slow this down.
Yeah, and I agree to the extent that look, we don't need to create mass genocide and kill anyone
Right.
who wants to transition, but we need to know where our boundaries are and need to be realistic about what's helpful and what's hurtful.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of dangerous stuff that again, like I said, I feel like the majority of the trans community doesn't want to hurt people or force people to
don't.
change.
No. I don't
They
think.
want to be left alone, but there's that minority that is making it worse for the community and painting this ugly picture, and that's what gets clicks.
That's what you
gets
see.
media, and
Yeah, that's what you see.
and that's where it's like, okay, we have to draw the line. Let's pause. Let's try to reset and find how we can move in the
Yeah.
right direction with everyone. You know,
It's true.
Julie, my partner is trans. Happy to chat.
Hi.
What's up, Julie? We answer a lot of questions on TikTok. He has over 100,000 followers.
Wow, I have like 200
Jesus.
Man,
on Facebook.
Great for him.
we have like
I know.
4 people that watch
Wild.
us. So
This is true. They just want to live their life. Yeah. Yeah. Who doesn't? We
Right.
all do.
I think you know what? There's a guy that I know, and he made a really, really great analogy. He said that there's people in this world who just want their rights, they want their lives, their liberties, and their freedoms. And then there's the people who want privileges. They want to go a step above rights. They want to say, this is what I want. I don't care. Who's beneath me? Like, here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
guys ready for this? Trans women in women's sports, okay? Perfect example. We don't care about the women who, you know, are being affected by us coming into their leagues and in most cases that we're at, crushing them, right?
Yeah.
Leah Thomas, holy crap. Like,
Yeah.
I wish
Yeah.
I could jump 500 position points like overnight in a sport that I do. Like, crap, dude. Like,
Go from the bottom to the top.
yeah, I know. Like that song. We started from the bottom, now we're here. It's
Yeah.
like that's me. It's just like that. Like that scenario in itself is a reach for privilege. That's not a reach for rights. Like
Yeah.
I get it. because I'm trans. I get wanting to participate with the women because you're changing your life that
You
way.
align
feel that way.
yourself.
Yeah, but you have to have concessions for other people. If we want concessions from people to use our preferred pronouns or to treat us like the gender we perceive ourselves to be or whatever,
Yeah.
we have to make concessions for them too. That's why
Yep.
I don't use the women's room. Why? Because women have been raped by men, women have been beat by men, women get treated terribly by men, and they're just victimized by men constantly or objectified by men constantly. You can't give them a small little room with a couple of toilets to go to get away from all of that. You have to go in there and say, the sign on that door is what makes me a woman. I mean, really? So I don't go in there because of all those things. I don't want some woman or some little girls. Little girls, man.
Yeah.
Why do I want to go steal innocence? Why do I want to go in there and make people
That's
feel
a private
bad?
place.
A
Yeah.
private place.
Yeah.
And okay, at the end of the day, it's a room that people use to pee. Whatever. Use whatever bathroom you want. I'm not going to.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yep.
feel that that's part of my being considerate of
Yeah.
other people.
Yeah.
You know, if I want people to be considerate of me and not treat me like crap, I have to be considerate of them.
Right.
I have to put their feelings in check. Like karate. We used to do karate all the time. I was never a great fighter. I was enthusiastic. I had a couple good moves.
You willing to work?
Yeah.
Like train
I
and
caught
work.
little
And
Scott Jr. with that one really good spinning back hook kick to the face. I'll never forget it.
great. Now he's gonna
Shout
come
out.
for you. I better edit this out.
I can't
No,
fight
no.
anymore, Scott. Sorry. But I would never fight in the women's division.
Yeah.
I mean, combat sports, Fallon Fox, really?
So
Dangerous.
that's where it goes back to where I said the whole thing about being realistic. There's living your life the way you want to live it, but still having the understanding and the realistic aspect of it with the sports. The reality of it is you were born a man and have a natural ability over women.
Right.
You were born a man and there's real women, children in a bathroom. A lot of people will say that it's a very rare case that that's ever happened, but one case is too many, and it only takes that one case for a target on your back
Yes.
too.
And then there's the other
So-
side of that, right? You start allowing trans women into the women's bathroom,
Yep.
and then the wolves come in at the same time too. And the people who are not trans, who just pretend, or the people who are
Yes.
just going to say, "Yeah, I'm a woman," who want to do it, like now they have a way to get in because at
It's
the end of the-
hunting ground for the
Yeah,
wrong
man.
people, you know.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, you'll never stop a predator from doing what he wants to do. A predator's going to
Exactly.
predator. Like he'll still go into that
Talk
room.
about mental dysphoria.
Yeah.
That is something that no amount of therapy, psychology changes how a predator is. They'll
No
never
way.
change. That is in them. And I mean, we've studied that. We'll call it study. We've watched a lot of To Catch a Predator videos on our
Oh,
downtime
God.
at work.
Yeah.
And the one thing you see is they knew it was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
They had a fear they were going to get caught, but nothing told them to stop.
Yeah,
Nothing
the
told
compulsion's
them
there.
because you can't. You know, if
That's the
that
wire.
predatory behavior is in someone, it's like a lion. They're gonna hunt. That's
Mm-hmm.
their nature.
Well, how
It's
many
not
did we
gonna
see
change.
where it wasn't their first time?
Oh, I
Right.
bet a bunch.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
It's like they just. It's
And
in
they've
them.
been caught. Yeah, they've been caught,
Mm-hmm.
and they knew they could get caught again.
Yeah.
And it felt wrong, but they say, yeah, every single one of them says, I had a feeling this was going to
I
be
knew it.
But boom.
Yeah, like
you
almost
didn't
like
turn
it's
your
a
car
joke.
around.
Almost like it's a
Right.
joke.
Yeah.
Because their sentences are like nothing. It's like, here's 2 years and then some community
Yeah.
service.
Oh
It's like,
yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So when with real estate, that was a big thing that I did. I tried to keep up on the registry list.
Oh, yeah.
You know, because when I place people, help people place, I don't know if I was allowed to talk about stuff like that with my clients, but no, I would take a fine and losing my license talking about that stuff with clients
Yeah.
over not telling them. But I wanted, especially if they had kids, if there's a registered sex offender down the road, you know,
They should know.
they're going to know because I'm going to tell them and I'd keep up
Yeah.
on that. But my point is you can look at these people's records and you see some of the gross. I mean, if you haven't gone on there and looked, do it.
Oh, I have looked.
Some of the disgusting things that people are being charged with, and like you said, you get like 6 months probation,
Yeah.
shit like that.
Be a lot worse.
And
It should be.
it's like I said before, that JD Delay guy has it right. Throw them in a wood chipper, get rid of them because they're not going to change. And our laws and stuff, our judiciary system doesn't stop these people.
No.
I think they're changing that actually. I thought I heard something about them giving the death penalty to child
Yes,
touchers.
I did see that. I mean,
Bravo.
if there's anyone that argues that, send them
them
to
too.
yeah, send them to the firing
Yeah.
squad
Join 'em.
too, because there's no defense for
And you
that.
know what else is
Yeah.
bad is what you said before when you started that conversation is you didn't know if it was like you couldn't talk about it with them or if it was like against the whatever
Yeah, why is
contract
that
you
a
had or whatever.
rule?
How
Yeah.
and why?
Well,
But no, I'm not saying for you, but I'm saying if it is, how the hell you should totally be able to say that.
You probably can, but there's like so many rules.
No, but I
like,
know what you're
don't
saying,
talk
yeah.
about school district. Don't
yeah.
talk about because there's discriminatory. I don't know. I could be discriminating against pedophiles. I don't know.
Good.
Well, yeah, they have a especially if they have kids.
Yeah.
They have a right to know
1,000%.
whether they are okay with it or not. That's on them, but they have a right to know
Yeah.
for sure. How are you gonna feel if something happens,
Well,
knowing that you knew
someone dies.
and we're like, I don't
Especially
think
now that I know
I
I'm
shouldn't
gonna
tell
be a
them that.
dad.
I shouldn't tell them that.
Right. And I kind of look at it like, I think that raping and especially with children and women, I guess with men too, for sure with men too, but I never really think about men being raped as much. But women and children being raped, that's something they live with the rest of their life, and it fucks them up beyond repair.
Hell,
Like all the talk therapy in the world is only going to get you so far, right?
Yep.
And like in some of these instances, it turns that person into a predator. Like they become like the hunter now. That's awful. It just continues things. So why do we have such light sentences when that should just be finished? It should just be like, you're done. Goodbye.
See, I might sound like a conspiracy theorist, but these topics, I don't give a shit because I feel like if they're not willing to be so strict on these laws, it's because there's so many of them that are
Yes.
breaking them.
It's definitely
To begin
po-
with.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
if
Well,
they-
we see them get in trouble for
yeah.
it.
Look at what's going on.
Yeah.
now.
Like
yeah.
that
Yeah.
Boehner guy with the bathrooms. Yikes.
yeah, that's the thing. It's like these guys don't want to pass these laws because probably
Yeah.
the majority must
not
not be
their
able
better
to,
interest.
they don't want to get
Right.
killed for it.
Yeah.
Which that's the scary part.
It's
I don't think
it
there's
might-
enough
it might be
oversight
the
on
worst
this
crime.
government.
It might be the worst crime there is because
It
there
is.
is
It is.
zero. You have
Well, 'cause
zero.
kids are the most
excuse.
innocent creatures in the world.
You
Yes.
can't say anything. You can't say I snapped.
Right.
I blacked out. I whatever.
There's
whatever.
no zero
there is
excuse.
zero.
Yep.
Nothing you can say to me right now.
It's even worse than murder. If you murder me, I'm dead, and
What's going on?
that's terrible.
That's crazy.
But like, I'm dead, and that's it. Like, I'm not living with some horrible pain. My family might, my friends might,
Right.
but you're not victimizing me for a long time. Like I'm already dead. However, if you do that to a child, especially who
Yeah.
Oh my
has
God.
no idea what
Especially,
sex
yeah.
even is, and they're fucked for the rest of their life,
Yeah.
you need a hardcore punishment.
Yeah.
You got to live 80
At the
years
very-
now
at the very
knowing what
least.
happened to you in the
Yeah.
before your life started.
At
And
the
knowing
very
that
least,
nothing you could do about it.
Yep.
It's so painful to watch.
They're
you
the most
shouldn't get out of
vulnerable.
jail.
Never.
You're
There's
no reason for you to be out.
The only reason I would argue death penalty for pedophiles, chomos, is if the alternative was that they got to spend a lifetime being tortured in prison. So I want them to take them to the edge of death, bring them back to life, and do that for the remainder of their life sentence.
Is that something we do? Is that a sentence here?
Well,
I don't
that's
know.
that's the other thing is they try to protect pedophiles and chomos in prisons.
they're
They
in
separate them.
yeah.
Why do they deserve the right to be separated from the rest of the Gen Pop? You know, like throw them to the wolves and let nature take its course.
At the end of the day, nobody gives a shit about a
Right,
chomo.
right.
Or even a rapist.
Why do we protect them so much?
Yeah, even criminals will go after a rapist, a pedophile. Like, everyone despises them.
We touched base on this in one of our other recordings. Parents that have like walked in on their kids being abused, killing that person, and having to go through court and trials and serve time.
No,
there should be
that?
because
No.
there is
Are you
not.
fucking kidding me?
we went over this because I remember saying
Holy
this. There's not a
shit.
parent in the world that wouldn't walk in on that and kill that person, or at least try to.
yeah.
Not a parent in the
Any
world.
one
that
of
wouldn't.
those people that are serving time for anything like that, those people, Trump should pardon every single one of those people tomorrow.
Should.
Those are the people that need pardons.
Who was the guy? There was a dude who got nailed for doing that too. I think it was several girls, and the father did go after him, and they like imprisoned the dad.
Right.
And then like eventually they were like, no, we're just gonna let you out.
Well, the dude for the Olympic team.
Yeah, 100 girls.
Oh, the
100
doctor.
girls.
Yeah, the doctor,
Yeah.
and one of the dads went after him in court.
Yes.
He asked.
That was a
He
great
asked
video.
for like the judge, like seriously, he's like, would I be able to get 5 minutes with him in a room? And the judge's like, no, I'm sorry. Obviously, we can't do that.
So he
and
just
then he
went.
went right after him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good for that man.
And yeah,
Right.
you can't blame that guy. I hope that guy didn't get any punishment for that at all.
I hope.
I don't know, but I mean,
The fact
who's
that
not going to do that?
the fact that they would even have to go to trial where they have to risk their job, their livelihood, to
Right.
spend time in
Yeah,
jail
right.
and trial and money.
But they're
to
heroes.
defend
Everyone in their
themselves?
society, though. The
Yeah.
community's
Oh, yeah.
like,
Yep.
good job, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nobody
They'll
can say a
surround-
thing about them because they all do the same thing.
Or want to.
Or yeah,
Let's see what.
I like that we're like kind of like going off on these other tangents.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it makes the
Yeah.
conversation way better.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, they kind of take a little bird walk.
Yeah.
I've always said a dude in a dress in the bathroom is very different than someone who's made the lifetime commitment to transition. Yeah, I don't agree or disagree there. I mean, yes, if they went the
I
full,
agree with her.
I mean,
Or
yeah,
him.
if you've made that commitment to do the whole gender reassignment and you have all those parts, I mean, I don't think you're out there looking to pretend to be something you're not so that you can
Yeah.
take advantage of people.
Like,
Yeah.
I tell everybody I'm trans like when I meet them, just so they're not like this girl's got a deep voice, and just so that they know, like dating, like oh my god, I never will try to like what they call pussy stunting, like I'll never do that.
What is that?
That's the girls who've had everything done and they don't tell anybody that they're trans.
Oh,
And they'll date a guy and then they'll tell him like 3 years in or something like that.
holy shit.
Yeah, they get murdered. It's like,
Oh,
yeah, a lot of guys have a hang up about being in a gay relationship or being associated as a gay man,
right.
and you just tricked him into sleeping with you for years.
That's like having AIDS and not telling you had
Yes.
AIDS until after you slept with them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people consider it a form of rape, honestly, because it's deceitful.
Yeah.
Bait and switch.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
But the other part about it is like, don't people deserve like the dignity to know what they're dealing with? Like, how disrespectful would it be for me to like go up to a guy that I'm interested in and just pretend like, hey, I'm just Ari, I'm
Yeah.
just
It's
a
almost
woman.
it's almost like what you said with work. You come out, you have that discussion with them. Wouldn't you
Yeah.
rather them accept you
Yes.
for having that conversation
for
than
sure.
to pretend you're something you're not, and then it being something later down the road.
Right.
That sounds like selfish short-term gratification.
That is exactly what it is.
Yeah.
And that's why, like, I don't know, some of these guys, they want to do stuff, but they want it to be a secret. And I'm not down with that. Like, I don't live my life in secret, so I don't want to be your secret, you know?
Right.
Like,
That's your burden, your thing
yeah,
to deal
if
with.
you have an issue with it,
Yeah, find someone else
Don't
who will do
do
that.
anything
Yeah,
right.
go,
Like,
you're
Don't
trust me.
force that
barking
on
up the wrong tree. Yeah.
right. And it's like, trust me, I'm not even that good looking, so go find someone else who's a C with a D. Like, I'm sure someone will give you your discreet romance that you're so seeking, but not me.
Let's see what some other things we got here. I treat people the way I want to be treated, but the media and government push too much crap to cause division.
Yep.
They only want drama, and some people are just glued to it.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. I try to just stay independent because both parties cause too many problems. They should just mind their business and let people live.
Yeah,
Nice.
perfectly sad.
Most basic thing of life, I feel like.
and that's basically what we've been saying. Like,
Yeah, the
Just-
centrist motto. I like it.
yeah, mind your business, go about your day.
Yeah, do your
Is it
thing.
really bothering you? I mean, and that's what I'm saying, like the pushing part. If that's not going on, what's your problem?
Yeah,
You know?
for sure. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I'm
I don't
sure
know.
your boy Kyle will let you know you're wrong because he knows he's right and going to
Oh,
tell
that's
you
Kyle.
he's right.
Oh, snap.
Kyle Sidden. Yeah.
What up, son?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. It's like you could say the most.
He's talking about the whole, like, being attracted to girls back in the day. I know exactly. He's talking about our bar conversation that I mentioned earlier.
Oh.
Yeah, that's him. I think.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's
No.
a different person? Oh.
Yeah. So Kyle, we've had back and forth. This kid Kyle, we went to school with.
Oh.
We've had back and forth, and like no matter. So I'm the type that I want to talk common sense. I want to talk how you feel. I want to know what's going on in your head, and I'll tell you how I feel.
Sure.
I won't sugarcoat. I'll tell it how it is.
Mhm.
But I don't want to. I don't want to hear the fucking clickbait shit. I don't want to hear the headline shit. Like,
Yeah.
and so I've said it many times. Like, Kyle always thinks he's right. Everything, no matter you
is
could
that
make
the
the
liberal
most
guy that you were talking
super liberal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen him comment a few times on your stuff.
Yeah,
That's when you go to battle with all the time.
yeah,
right?
we've went back
I
and
like it.
forth, and I've invited him to come on here, and I'll send out I'll tag him and invite him so he sees it, and try to get him on here. But he's one of those people that I don't think will have a conversation in person because
So
he needs the computer for that safety net where he can Google some shit, and I don't care. You can get me on whatever you think you're gonna get me on, but
Yeah.
I'm just gonna talk common sense and tell you how I feel. Like,
Well, that's why you just talk from your heart. You
Yeah.
can never get caught up if, like, you're not trying to remember things someone else said.
right.
that's
Just
the
speak
thing.
from your heart and, like, what you
Yeah.
believe.
But
and, like,
that's
I don't think you can have a conversation past what he sees and reads, and
that's
That's
that
too
whole
bad.
political thing or whatever.
Yeah.
They just go by, well, I'm this, so I have to believe this.
Yeah.
I
And I'm
don't.
going to fight for that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people.
I haven't really thought about it, but I'm going to fight for it. You
Yeah.
know, like just because I have to be a Democrat, I have to be a Republican.
Yeah.
You
It's
know?
sad to be in that mindset because
terrible.
they do get, like, caught up.
Oh,
in
huge.
news. They'll be online
Huge.
all day reading.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even that political, and I've fallen into that web before.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's easy to do.
everyone does.
It's easy to do, but then
Yeah.
you just sit back and you're like, well, how do I feel about this?
Yeah.
He's just the
If-
type that
if you
can't have
did
that,
that-
a conversation.
You wouldn't agree with everything in any of
No
whatever
way.
subject it is. You would always have disagreements about something.
I mean, could you imagine how much we would suck if we all were just like, oh, I feel this way. Oh, me too. Okay.
Yeah. Everybody's just like, yeah.
Great,
Yeah,
okay.
Me too. Yep. Cool.
Yeah.
No one
Yeah.
would talk. There'd be
No.
nothing to talk about. You know?
Yeah,
It's
well,
like-
I'll tell you that I have been known to annoy some friends because when I was on, like, Twitter a lot of different random people come in, And my big thing was like, I'm just nice to people, man.
Hmm?
So they'd be like, oh, this bitch. I can't stand this bitch. And be like, oh, what's wrong? I like her. She's nice. And that, I felt like a broken record because I said, I like this person. They're nice to every person we would encounter all the time. And it would piss my friends off so much because they're like, ugh, you know that's not true in all cases. And then every once in a while, like, people would really go on these weird tangents, and I'd be like, you know what? I can't stand you. And like there was one, like Vanessa from like somewhere. She's not from here. She's like, I am a real woman. I'm a woman because I say I'm a woman. And it's like, bitch, it does not work that way. Like,
I fucking love that.
it
Oh
does
my
not
God.
work that way. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'll call you a woman, okay?
Sure, yeah.
But do you believe it? No, I don't believe it.
That's a
Look,
problem. You have
that's
to, or
it.
you're
Yeah.
bad.
I thought I liked you, Ari. You don't play so nice. You fucking bitch. Sorry for swearing so much. I don't often do that. But
Oh,
It's
hey.
okay. It's okay. I want to hear real talk. I don't want to hear censored shit.
yeah.
I feel like we need her on too.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
She's probably, who knows what that person's doing. Everybody went after her. She probably feels really bad about herself right now.
Really?
I don't know. Probably not.
No shit.
She's got the moral high ground and she hates Americans. So,
Ooh.
What?
yeah. Oh, yeah, man. She's from,
Oh.
because
Where's
Port
she from?
Authority, like Venezuela or something.
Mm.
Oh.
She's mad because like
jeez.
Port Authority gave her a hard time one time, so she hates all Americans.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Jesus.
I guess if you believe you're a real woman, you'll believe anything. So
Yeah.
do your thing, boo.
So I want to. All right, let's get back to some
I
more of your transgender story. If,
Jordan's like,
if you have more time.
yeah, I got all night.
All right, cool.
Midnight, baby. Let's go.
One of my questions was going to be on the mental health aspect of it.
Mhm.
So you talked about your background a little bit.
Mhm.
Obviously, no support for how you really felt
Yeah,
inside.
not until I told everyone.
Okay. So I guess with my question then, if you felt like there was more support and more mental health guidance through everything, do you think it maybe you wouldn't even wanted to transition? Maybe from a mental aspect, you would have dealt with these feelings and emotions and accepted Chris? Or do you think that would have helped you transition sooner and be where you're at just at a sooner point in life?
The latter. It would have gotten me to do it earlier.
So nothing would have changed
I don't think.
what you knew you wanted to be.
Yeah.
It was just a matter of
Apparently.
having the acceptance
right.
and support and
yeah.
dealing with that sooner.
Yeah, because I tried. So I did try to like kill the dysphoria stuff, man. I tried to pretend to just be in women. I tried. I became a karate fighter. I know I was only semi-contact, but you know I wanted to go to knockdown, but Monica was like, "No, you're not a knockdown fighter." He tried. He really tried with me. But like I did all these different things, like therapy. I tried some antidepressants for a little while. They did nothing for the gender stuff. All they did was make me feel like, oh hey, what's going on, guys?
Yeah.
Pretty good. And I'm
Like zombie.
all, yeah,
numb
man.
type.
And I'm
Yeah.
all energy.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I go, baby.
We'll
Yeah.
talk about, I wanted to talk about some pharmaceutical stuff, but yeah,
Sure.
keep going.
So I did all this different stuff. Like nothing really worked. You know, talking. People are like, well, you can break gender dysphoria through talk therapy. Can you? Is that how you did it? Oh, you don't have gender dysphoria. How, it's like it's hard to explain to people exactly how gender dysphoria feels because they don't even have a concept of like recognizing their own gender outside of I'm just a man, I'm just a woman. So it's like, how do you really? I'll talk a blue moon. I'll talk all day. I'll be as open as I can. How am I really gonna make like you guys understand like the thought pattern or like how I
Right.
felt or like the physical
Anything
manifestation.
mental, I feel
Yeah.
Right.
that you're
Yeah,
going
true.
through. Bipolar.
Yes.
we
Right.
could, I mean,
Yes.
you could go down the list.
It's true.
If you're not dealing with it or have experience with it, how can
Right. So I don't think that anything would have deterred me. The only thing that deterred me for so long was, I felt that I was going to get shunned. I felt that I was going to be like this freak. I had this big thing about being a freak. Like, I didn't really know gender transition was a thing until I was in my 20s. But then when I started seeing like things about it, like a lot of those people look like freaks, man. Like there was one with a guy in prison who was doing it. He looked like a freak. He was a mountain, just huge. And I'm sorry, LGBT people, for using this term freak. I know we hate that. But that's truly how I felt I would be. I thought I would be this grotesque, hideous monster who was just like unlovable, unlikable, detestable. I thought I would lose every single person in my life and never have a chance with anybody, coming into my life. So like I was like, I can't do that. I can't just be some gay guy. I can't just be some like tranny. I can't do that like to myself. Like I don't know. Like people sort of like me now. They'll all hate me then. And that's what kind of got me to not do it. And then I don't know. I was so I always tell Jess that her daughter Charlie saved my life. Cuz I kind of tried that like and stuff, and I had no I had this plan for when I turned 35, and if things weren't going anywhere in life, like that was gonna be kind of it.
what's
like,
the point?
yeah, but like it was weird. It was a total dork moment, like a nerd moment. Like I drew up blueprints of how I would do certain things,
I guess if there's a nerd of that.
yeah, I built this like weird chair contraption with. It was weird. Like I don't think I've ever told.
Really engineered it out.
Yeah,
and stuff,
man. And I don't think I think maybe I told one person about the idea. On my 35th birthday, though, I ended up moving to Denver with Brian and Jess. They're like, hey, man, like, stuff's not really working out for you here. Why don't you just come and check out Denver? I was like, okay, yeah, I'll give it a try, whatever. And then, like, they had just had Charlie. Charlie was 1 year old. And that little girl, like, completely changed my entire being, man. Like it was the first time that like I felt like something really like loved me. She was like, oh my god, I'd carry her around. Like she would like grunt and point. I'd carry her there and she'd get the biggest grin. Like it was awesome. She was like my little buddy, we were like best friends. And I kind of realized like, someone could love me. I could feel, pretty good and like things could be better. Like this could be like I look at them and I'm always kind of like jealous of their life because they've got like the life that I wanted. Like they have such a great relationship. Like they're inseparable. They're fantastic. They got the kids. They got the good house. They businesses and stuff. Like they're great. So she really pulled me out of that hole, and that's when I kind of was like, well, maybe I'll just start telling people about who I am and see how it goes.
Own it.
Yeah, own it, man. And I told people, and people were like cool with it for the most part. I have like 3 or 4 people I consider to be best friends in this world, and they were all supportive. They were all cool with it. They were all like, I only had like, my mom was very, very uncomfortable with it at first. I think she didn't talk to me for like 6 months, but we don't really talk often anyways. So it wasn't that weird. But I mean, she told me like, I'm not going to call you that. Like you're Chris, you're my son. Now, like she's come around. I think she struggles with it still though, honestly. And then Brian's dad and grandmother, like I get it. Like they've known me since I was a baby. Like it's not easy for them. They still call me Chris, and that's fine. Whatever, man. Like I'm living my life how I want to now. How some people see it, or how people view it, or what they have to say, that's them. So
I never really thought about it from the mom aspect, and because of, I guess now I'm going to be a parent. So
Yeah.
from the parent aspect.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Very
Fantastic.
excited. From that aspect, it's like, there's people that'll say, I don't know how they couldn't be supportive, this and that. But when I think about it like, okay, that's a huge thing to deal with on the parent side too. I feel like it goes both ways. They can catch a lot of flack for that,
Yeah.
for not being supportive, but it's also a mental thing for parents because, I mean, you think about it, especially a mom.
Oh, especially
You
a mom.
go through 9 months of
Yeah.
growing you,
It's an actual bond. It's like
And-
a physical bond.
there's nothing like it, and
Mhm.
that whole time, you find out what you're having, and you raise your child
Yeah.
as, for your sake, a son. So there is this mental,
It's the most beautiful
there's
thing
this
in the world.
chemical, this mental aspect of it in maybe your mom's side of it, that it's like almost like, she probably felt like, yeah, she couldn't deal with it at first, and it
Yep.
does.
Yep.
It probably took a lot of healing, and
Mhm.
for her to
And,
come around. At least it's good that
yeah,
she came around.
and more power to her, man. I get it. Like I always have this way of saying it. It took me, like me personally, it took me 35, 36 years to be able to tell anybody about it. Um, I can't expect everybody to instantly just be like on board. You gotta give them time too. How selfish would it be of me to say, I'm 43 years old, I'm gonna go through this transition, and if you don't support me, you're out of my life.
Accept it or you're dead to me.
Yeah, it's so selfish.
I just want it. I don't mean to interrupt,
No, no,
but
no, by all means,
like,
I'm rambling,
I do.
sorry.
No. It's still on the same topic. What Julie said. I like what she said. I heard someone once say, "Would you rather have a dead son or a happy daughter?"
Oh, I've heard that. Yeah.
I've
And that's true,
never
too.
heard that before, but yeah, yeah.
That has got to be the worst in the whole like universe of trans stuff, right? The person I feel the worst for is the mom and the dad too, but especially the mom, because what a position you're put into. Okay, like let's say it's a young kid. Let's say it's not just one of these like these trendy like, oh, I'm a trans mom. It's like a legit thing. Like kid's like 8 years old. You can tell the kid is definitely, at the very least, very feminine and needs to experiment
Right.
with the way that it used to be. Like, I don't think they were doing like hormones and surgeries on kids. Like, I don't really know the timelines. Like, I'm not I don't know data.
Yeah.
I just know feelings.
Perfect.
Um,
That's our speed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
To be put in a position of, oh my God, my kid is going through such agony, but society is going to treat me like such crap just for trying to take care of my child in the way that I want them to be happy in.
Sure.
And that I've talked to my doctor, my kid's doctor, and we've talked about this and that. Now, the medical industry is definitely pushing things along because it is a money market. There is a push for that. But I can't see all these doctors as being evil and just saying like, yeah, let's transition all these kids so we can get paid. I think that their heart is in the right place because when you see a kid struggle, nobody likes that.
Right.
It's one of the worst things to watch is a kid
Yeah.
who's like genuinely struggling. These kids, they do take themselves out sometimes, like, and they use that, the doctors use that like, oh, your child could kill themselves. Sorry, YouTube. It just happens. So the unfathomable position that you as a mom would be put in, because at the end of the day, most fathers, I think, are going to defer to the wife on a situation
Goes
like
back
this.
to the nurturer.
Yes. I mean, that kid is still a part of the mother. I mean, I've heard that like part of every child you have, like part of their blood or their DNA or something is like in you still. So it's a real thing. To be put in that position, what an impossible position. You take care of your child, make your child happy, and then be like the community pariah, and people like send you death threats,
Yeah.
send death threats to your
Shit's
kid.
extreme. Yeah.
It's insane. And I think there's a lot of like first character disorder or something, or main character disorder, where people are like, this is my view, everyone needs to live it. If they don't, they're evil, they're of the devil. They need to go to jail.
Yeah,
Blah blah
we
blah.
see a lot of that.
Yes,
Yeah.
a lot of it. And it's like, take your feelings, your opinions, and your viewpoints out of this. Think about that fucking mom, man. Think
Yeah.
about what's going through her head, because that mom probably hurts much more than the child going
Yeah.
through the gender dysphoria.
Mm.
Because in some cases, the kids are using it as a way to get what they want. Or they do truly, truly, truly feel it. They don't know how to express it. They don't even know if they want to transition. They just know that this is what they are or what they think they are. But the mother knows this is a bad situation.
Yes.
This is going to
Old
potentially
enough
destroy.
for understanding.
Yeah.
And yeah. So if you're comfortable with going
Sure.
this route, that's
Anything.
that's where. So that's my problem with the with like the hormone therapy and puberty blockers for like underage kids,
Mhm.
kids that aren't developed, like because of that reason is kids are developing. There's a lot of confusing emotions, and while I do feel like the majority of doctors do want to help, there's a lot out there too motivated by money that
Yeah.
I don't feel like telling your doctor is the first first line of defense to tell them, because you no matter what, your intention as a parent, and you don't know your doctor's intention. It's a 50-50 shot that they either want to sell the medication where they're like, oh, this kid's going to be, we can pump the.
Yeah, just another one, churn them through.
Yeah. So it's like, I feel like that agenda of like pushing the hormone therapy and puberty blockers to kids is like, that's way too soon. Like, kids need to be kids and go through the different emotions and go through
Yeah.
the different stages and experience different feelings
Yes.
to
agree.
find out what they like, what they don't like, who they are.
Mm-hmm.
But my understand, if you if your son comes up to you or your daughter comes up to you and says, I'm a boy, I'm a girl, and you immediately go and agree with your doctor, we're going to put them on puberty blockers, that's it. Now you're kind of forcing this path without them having any experience of what they really know, what they really want.
Mm-hmm. And this is where, I don't know, maybe I get in trouble here. I don't know. Sorry. I personally don't love the idea of medicalizing kids. It's not my decision. I mean, I am glad I don't have a child and who's going through that. For instance, if my niece or nephew were going through it, I'd be heartbroken. This is a curse. Like, gender dysphoria is a real curse. So I don't love the idea of kids going on that stuff. And I get that, the consensus is puberty blockers just pause puberty. But if you pause puberty for too long, there's gotta be something that goes wrong.
So what I've seen, and I've tried, like I said, I don't do a lot of research at all.
Same.
By
That's
any
why I
means.
have no good answer here.
But so everyone goes through puberty. Once you block it and you stop puberty, like, you're skipping that developmental stage. And some people will try to argue that it is reversible, but
Some of it.
you have this short window in your entirety of your life that you go through puberty. Your body decides when you're going through that. So when you block it and you skip that step in your life, it's gone. So
Right.
most of what I have seen, and I don't know, I'm not a doctor, I haven't researched fully into this, but most of 9 out of 10 things I've seen about it are that it's not reversible. It's this short window that these kids have in their lives. Once you block it, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it truly is blocked or if it's paused. I don't know. And like, I'm not going to call anyone out on medicalizing their kid because it's not my position.
right.
No matter what my views are, like, it's not my place to tell, Mrs. Stevenson what Johnny should do. But I don't know. I know some of the things that happened when I went on HRT. And I know, for instance, after a little while and like breast tissue starts forming in like boys, because of HRT, like it doesn't go away if you stop. You have it, like it's there. Um, I wish I. That's one of the things that I wish there was like a much better answer on.
Mhm.
They say that the science is settled on it, but no, science is never settled. Any scientist worth his salt will tell you that science is only great because they learn new things, they discover new things, and they're willing to adapt. So you can't just say the science is settled because what happens to that kid's bones, like lung capacity? Like if you're gonna block like their developing ages,
And everybody develops different.
yeah, like,
Everyone
they have
is
like
different.
weak bones for the rest of their life. Like, is their lung gonna form to
Mhm.
capacity? I don't know. Maybe it will. I don't. I'm just very
I just we
Scared about
all
it.
it's like anyone you talk to, just like when we talked about pedophiles and stuff, we all know and understand that the worst thing is kids and that kids should be left to live their lives. So it's that to me it's like why don't we feel the same way when it comes to medical intervention in their lives?
sure.
You know, it's just I feel like they just need to be left alone at that age to experience like if that's how they feel, talk to them and support them then.
Mhm.
Okay.
Or social
What makes you
transition.
feel that way? What like let's talk about it or okay, what will make you feel better or
Yeah.
it's obviously something mentally is going on. Let's deal with it. Take a better route than medicine.
So,
For sure.
just my opinion.
You guys talk. I'm eating.
Yeah.
Do you want another drink?
Sure. I'll never turn on a good tequila sunrise.
You want me? I'll get you.
Yeah, I'll
some
take
more.
one. Thank you. For me, I have two kids.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, and I was blessed. I have awesome family,
That's
awesome
great.
friends. My kids call him Uncle Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know any, it's Uncle
Sure.
Jordan.
Not a weird uncle though.
No, not a weird one. Well, kind of, but
Some days.
yeah, depends. But like, for me, my kids, I want them to be kids. I want them
Yeah.
to be able to, have fun, enjoy that life,
Mhm.
do that. When they're adults, and then when you guys were talking about like your parents and stuff like that,
Yeah.
supporting you, that type of stuff.
Mhm.
For me, anyways, and I'm not. It's just how I grew up, how I am, how I feel.
Sure.
I'm ride or die with my kids. I don't. It doesn't matter. Once they're adults, it doesn't matter to me. I can't imagine. And I'm not saying I'm better than anybody else. I'm definitely not.
Sure.
I have my faults. I'll never not talk to my kids. I'll never not be there. Like I can't even
Yeah.
imagine.
Cutting them off over something like
Nope.
that.
Can't even imagine it.
No
like
way.
I am 100% whatever they feel. I'm in. Like
Yeah. You
I'll
might try to
always
help
be
them
there.
through it,
Exactly.
but
Absolutely.
to be like, ugh.
No, there's no way.
No.
I don't care, and it's easy for me because, like I said, like my family is just as supportive, so I know they would support them. My friends are just as supportive, so I know they would
That's great.
support them.
Uh-huh.
Not everybody has that though,
No, they don't.
so I can't judge that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just saying for me personally, I
Sure.
can't imagine it. Like my parents wouldn't have done it. Wouldn't have, for me, like they wouldn't have done it to me. They wouldn't. My brother wouldn't have, like, not talking to me. That
Yeah.
like it's tough to hear because it's like, man, that's your
Your child.
family. That's
Yeah.
that's your child. That is your you mate, like, you're here to protect them. You're here to make sure that they live their childhood, have fun.
Yep.
Do your thing, Be a kid. Just be a kid. That's the biggest thing nowadays. Like, just be a kid.
Thanks.
And like Jordan was saying, if they do have those feelings, that's fine,
Mhm.
But I don't want to do anything that's
that like permanent, like could be permanent, you know?
Yeah,
Because they're still
there are
developing.
phases, man.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
are phases. It happens.
That's what I'm saying. Like they're still developing. Let them just be a kid. They
Uh-huh.
can have those thoughts. Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
And they can, do whatever they got to do. But man, let them just be a kid. And
For
then when
sure.
they're adults, support them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's other things you could do. You could let them socially transition because
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah. You-
Because like you don't need to medicalize them because let's say it is a phase, or even worse, you do the social transition. You see how it goes. If that kid can't handle that bullying,
Yeah.
what do you think is going to happen when their body starts changing?
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
they're stuck.
Yes.
Like
Now
talk
there's
about
no
bullying.
Yeah.
A boy with boobs.
Mhm.
Oh my God.
And
That poor kid.
let's be honest. Kids are the worst.
They are the
School?
absolute worst.
School's tough, man. Like
Yeah.
it's tough out there.
Yeah.
Like
My niece tells me my breath stinks, my feet stink.
oh yeah,
I'm ugly like all the
they
time.
will
Like,
say
They're real
what
as
are you
it gets.
doing?
yeah, they are. They're as real as it gets.
They
And
are.
they
and they're not even
will
trying to
just
be
say it,
mean.
But kids
No.
to other kids.
Uh-huh.
Oh man.
Way worse.
It is nasty. And they're
Yeah.
it affects them big time. And I just for me anyways, and just the way I grew up and how my life's always been with my family and my friends.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine not being there every step
Same.
of the way. Like, and I can't imagine my family and friends not doing the exact same thing
Sure.
right
Well, it's
there
like
with them.
the
you know?
religious people who are like God above all, and then family, and then blah blah blah.
Yeah.
No, man.
No.
Are you kidding
Well, that-
me?
That honestly, I'm glad you said that. That's always bothered me.
Yeah, your kids.
Yeah.
Your kids,
That-
your
yeah.
husband or wife, then God. Because
Yeah.
like if you're willing to discard your family because
Yeah.
of your viewpoints, that's a you problem, man.
Yeah.
You're gonna throw real people away
Yeah.
who probably mean the world to you because they don't follow everything that you believe in. Like I can't even fathom that. Like I
Yeah.
would never do that.
And to me,
Happening more
because
and more
I've
every day.
when I was a kid, I did all the Catholic
yeah, same.
stuff.
I'm like
all
Christian,
that. Yeah,
or-
all that.
what is the Christ? What's the Catholic one? The Eucharist and then confession. Like
Yeah, you do baptism,
They don't want me
confession, confirmation, all that stuff. I went through all
Yeah.
that, and I don't know. I can't remember where we were going with this.
the whole like God above family. So
Oh,
you
yeah,
can throw
yeah.
your family away if
To
they
me-
go against God.
To me, I feel like if there is this God, if you believe in God,
Mhm.
He would want you to have your family
and take
first.
them in.
Yes. I don't feel like he doesn't necessarily need you to worship him every fucking second of the day, like some of
think
these
so.
and I just don't that never made sense to me either. Like
Yeah. Well, cheers to that, my friend.
Yeah.
Because I don't get it.
I don't understand. I don't know. I've always thought that though. I
Mhm.
like family first.
Family
I mean
first.
that's
It should be your child, your spouse, then
Yeah.
your belief system.
Yeah.
You know?
yeah. And for me friends like go into that family part of it. 'Cause There
Absolutely.
are some that are
Oh yeah,
family.
my friends are
Yeah.
family.
So, I don't know. I mean, that's who you have. That's who you have here.
It's true.
You know.
My friends are more family than my family to me at this point. You know.
Yeah.
Like,
And-
I am at one of my best friend's house basically every Sunday, and then like sometimes I go other days, and like
Mhm.
if I'm not going to be there, we're like, oh, I'm going to pop in another day. Like I like babysit the kids a lot. Like I
Yep.
spend time with them. Like that's my family. It's almost like I married another family.
Mm-hmm.
Like it really is a thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And it's
I think you
beautiful that
can
people can
choose.
do it.
Absolutely. Yeah. 100%.
Mm-hmm.
100%. I think you can choose family. You can choose
Yeah.
the people that are in your family.
For
you know?
sure.
And by the same token, there are people blood related that I don't want anything to do with.
Yeah.
Like that. It is what it is.
Yeah.
you
My
know,
uncle and
it's-
his gay bash
right.
cousin.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's just
He moved to Ohio. Thank goodness.
yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
bye.
Yeah. Enjoy your dump town.
yeah, exactly.
Someone said the audio sounds like it's coming through the camera for YouTube, not for
I'm sorry about that.
It's Adzi.
Coming through the.
Do you know Adzi?
Yeah, that's a guy from the UK. He was one of the Twitter guys. Hi, at Z.
Thank you for the heads up.
Coming through the camera.
Well,
He's in the UK. The UK is weird.
well, I think it might. I don't know how to change it now. Somewhere in the settings for that, I must have
Like hit a button as you were going to get drinks.
and not changed it from the camera audio to the freak.
When you edit this, you're gonna need to put one of those little things that's like technical difficulties.
I
You say,
know.
like,
I'm just gonna say that it's someone else's fault.
yeah, blame
God.
me.
Damn it! I'm so mad. Well, next time. Thanks, Adzi, for the heads up. I'll just have to do some good editing for it. All right, where are you guys at? Sorry, I was bartending
What do you mean?
in the discussion.
Oh, we didn't say anything
All right,
while you
shut
were
up.
gone.
We're just. I like that this whole conversation just kind of a riff. Like, it's supposed to be about trans stuff, and we're just kind of like going on all these different things, and it's great.
Yeah.
That's why I said I have this rough outline that we have
This
not
always
followed
happens.
at all.
Yeah.
This is gonna
Always
evolve like
happens.
into baseball talk at some
Yeah.
point. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
Who you guys got one in the East?
well, I think the Mets will do a really good job if they just get off the snide.
One question I had. What have you found any? Wait, let me try to see what people got here. All right,
Oh, that sounds like a good one.
Corey, we're gonna get there. We'll get there after this one.
Maybe.
Yeah, only because this I thought it's in my head now. So, have you? What are the? Have you got the benefit from any of like the social norms of being a trans woman now? A woman.
Yeah, I mean, I would say probably a little bit. Yeah, I mean, people definitely treat me much nicer. People are. Here's a weird one that I didn't think about. People are protective of me now. Like, I didn't think that was gonna be a thing, but like, people like, I don't know, they look at me differently. Like, I have groups of friends that like knew me my whole life, and now I'm starting to form groups of friends that only knew me as Ari, and the treatment changed a little bit with the people that I knew, but the people that I'm like meeting now, like, they're like, yeah, I know you're a guy, but I don't see you as a guy like at all. So like they're much more protective. Like the girls, like here's a weird one. I guess it's good because women do this to women, but to me, I feel like they're just saying it because they think I'm a mental case. It was like, oh, hey, beautiful, how are you? And you look so gorgeous today. And it's like, well, thank you, that's nice, but like, you're just lying.
Do you
Which
really
is
feel that way?
But like, thank you. It's
Yeah.
like I always wonder if people like act super nice, like because they think like something's wrong with me, and they're like, it's okay. Like when you talk to like a special kid, and you're like, it's okay.
It's like they're predetermining you should be
Yeah.
depressed and emotionally distressed, so they
Right.
need to butter you up.
But I'm also incredibly hard on myself, so I don't know if I'm just picturing that. But I do notice that people treat me much better, which is great. I mean, I like that. Like most women that I meet just treat me like another girl. Guys do the same. Like I get free drinks at the bar and stuff, and like I've noticed my best friend Brian is much more like, let me check your oil, let me do this. Like people do look out for me more now, and I think people realize that I'm a lot weaker than I used to be, and maybe that's part of why. But outside of like social stuff, not really. Like I think maybe my car insurance got a little bit cheaper, but then it went up again anyways. So, but like if anything, I'd say that I'm getting some negative stuff from being trans too. Like for instance, the job marketability. A lot of guys definitely don't take what I say into consideration. Like I get overlooked all the time, and like I notice people talking about how I look all the time. Like, oh look, I'm getting judged for my looks. I guess I pass after all. So there's good and there's bad. I do prefer how I'm treated now. Like everyone wants to be treated nice, but like people are also much more open to me. Like like I go up to people I don't even know now, and like they're like, "Oh, hey, how you doing?" We have like conversations, like,
Just treating you like a person.
yeah, yeah, because like everybody knows no one gives a shit about men. Like that's the big thing. Like men have issues, no one cares. Men are feeling weird about a situation, no one cares. Women feel weird about a situation, everybody cares. Like I've definitely noticed that has changed, where people like genuinely want to know what's going on, and they're like much more happy and open to talk to me. And the tone of voice they use to me has definitely changed. One of the downsides, a lot of guys, a lot of like my guy friends or guys that I just meet, the eye contact gone. Like I don't know if it's like people are just like ashamed to look at me, or they're just like, this is weird. But like I noticed like I don't get a lot like the eye contact. It's just gone now, and I don't know if that's for everybody because I know.
So I'll tell you from my perspective,
Mm-hmm.
I try my best to give people eye contact,
Yeah.
but I feel like it's a weird thing. So
Yeah.
I'll give like 2 to 3 seconds and then I look away.
What if I did like this the whole time? Like, hey, dude, how's it going? You-
I don't know. I might play into it and fuck around and have a staring contest.
I'll tell you, I never paid attention to it before, but I do remember getting more eye contact from people.
Yeah.
And now I find that men don't often do it.
I bet you it's a combination of both. I bet
Could
it's
be.
one, I don't want them to feel uncomfortable with me staring or feel like, even though I'm staring, I don't want them to know I'm staring.
Yeah.
Or I feel like guys are terrible with eye contact.
Yeah.
Me in general,
These
I
days.
am absolutely, I don't want to give eye contact.
Hmm.
Right now, I'm working to keep my eyes on your eyes because I don't want to do it.
The trick is to
Yeah.
glaze over.
I want
Yeah.
to, but I don't know what it is. My eyes don't do eyes.
Hmm.
So
Dang.
yeah, I could see.
My eyes don't do eyes.
I don't know. I've never heard that.
No, that's another one.
Poetic.
Yeah.
I'm a philosopher.
you
You know
are.
what? You know what else is in line with that? I get the princess handshake now from a lot of guys. You get the little dainty like.
You get the 4 fingers.
Little
Sometimes I get the
limp wrist.
yeah, like
Hey.
they don't squeeze. Like so you don't squeeze my hand, man. Like I have a man's hand. My hand's bigger than your hand. I shouldn't give myself so much crap.
You're
My
probably
hands aren't that
squeezing their
huge.
hand harder.
Yeah, I'm like lobster clawing. I'm like, yeah, how's it going?
Dude's like, God damn, I got a boxer's fracture now.
Yeah. It's like, take it easy, sir, ma'am. I mean, yeah, that was a fun one.
So, yeah, so you get more free drinks, free meals.
I do get some free drinks. I won't lie, and that's pretty nice. I always tell my friends, like, oh, good, I get pretty privilege, and I don't have to be pretty. I just show up now. Hooray.
So, being that you were a man, you're now a trans woman, do you like if you even had it, do you like the pressures of not being a man? Like, because I
Oh.
will say, there's a whole, it's all mental chaos for men, with
Yeah.
the things that men live with, the pressures of
Okay.
being a man.
So carefree these days.
Like, it's like,
I fucking love that part.
that's the thing is like, we all know how all the strengths that women have and all the good things. And I feel like that's a lot of women have turned that into, I feel like with this new age feminism, a lot of women,
Careful now.
I know, I'm going there. I feel like feminism turned into something it wasn't, whatever. But from personal experience, even, I feel like the second a man starts talking about how hard it is to be a man, they take that as downplaying how hard it is to be a
Yeah.
woman instead of just listening and being like, I could see that,
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's more identity politics, man. 'Cause men do it to women, women do it to men, women do it to other women, men do it to other men. Like, everyone thinks that their category is the shit don't stink category. And
rather than
everything
just
else is like-
understanding each
Yeah.
other.
And
Yeah.
that's why I'm like in the middle on everything, man. Like people are like, you never take a firm stance on anything because nothing is black and white. Everything is nuanced.
Yeah.
And maybe that's because I'm trans and like my life is in the gray. Like my life is nothing but nuance. And like maybe I carry that over into everything. But like even situations with people, like I can't be black and white. I just very hardly do I take a hard stance. Like, for instance, I took a hard stance socially with a group of friends, and I had to stick with that boundary. And I hate the response from it. I hate what came from it. So like, I don't like taking these hard stances because maybe I got something wrong, you know? Maybe I'm overlooking something. Maybe there's something I'm just not even looking at, or I'm overthinking. Those things happen.
But that's why conversation is important.
Absolutely.
If
just
you
like
don't
this.
put your thoughts, my thoughts out there on the table, all this scrambled stuff, like Scrabble, all the letters mixed together, but if we put them together, we can make words.
Yeah.
That's what's not happening. And
Right.
I will say, where you say your life is this gray matter, right? Where that's the difference with me is like, for me, it's black and white, but because I'm not living that. But to me, it's like,
Sure.
I look at you. I know you're a man, but you are transitioning to a woman. You identify as a woman, but I know you're a man. But I'm just gonna respect and
Sure.
and that's your life.
Yeah,
Like that's you.
And to be honest, like when
That's
I
black and
leave-
white to me.
Right.
But
Right.
you have all of the lifestyle of it, the mental aspect, everything
I
about
think
it.
so.
Yes, is gray.
Right.
But on the outside looking in,
It's a guy.
it's
a
not
girl.
complicated to me, and it
Right.
doesn't have to be for me because I'm not dealing with it. So to me, I'll say, okay, I knew you as Chris. I knew you as a man. You're transitioning to a woman. You identify yourself as feeling like a woman. You're changing your body. You're living the lifestyle of a woman. I'll respect that, and I'll show you that respect.
And most people do. Like just people are human. Even when they're like the biggest internet tough guys, like most people are pretty genuinely respectful.
Yeah.
In the real world.
We only see
Some
the
aren't,
negatives because that's what creates all of the tension.
Yeah.
There's nothing entertaining about us living in peace and
No.
and just like
I love it,
accepting.
but-
Yeah. It's like I've gotten to a point where I can't live with drama and like
Oh, it's the worst. The absolute worst.
if you walked in that door and told me you were a zebra, I'd say I know you're a man, but if you want to be a zebra, be a zebra.
All right. I'm going to come off as very hypocritical here.
Yeah.
No, the fuck, you're not a zebra.
That's
Get
extreme.
the fuck out of here.
Absolutely. I know.
So hypocritical. I get it.
I don't want people. I was just trying to make a point.
No,
but
I
yes,
get it.
especially like the schools. Get your shit together with these kids. Do not fucking let these kids walk around being furries.
Ugh, it's
You're not a
so
dog.
weird.
You're not a cat. You're not a possum. You're a fucking child. And the schools need to stop that shit. Like, you're not walking in the door barking. Talk with
Yeah.
words.
And it's good to encourage creativity.
If I
but-
go, Steven, are you in class today? Arr, arr, arr. I will slap you and get fired.
oh my God.
I don't know who's allowing this shit, but that needs to stop. But
I would laugh at that.
to my that
Yeah,
was
how is that taken
exaggerated.
seriously though?
I don't have any idea.
You know what I'm saying? Like how? What?
They're letting the kids come in with like tails and
Right,
whiskers
but, like,
and ears and
You know how those tails
a
are
dog.
attached, right?
When?
I hope I don't want
I
to.
hope
No, I
not
don't
the
wanna
way
know
that
now.
adults do it.
I hope it's just a safety pin on your clothes.
God, man. And,
But-
and I get that it's hypocritical because you're like, well, you think you're a woman. It's like, no, I don't, first of all. Second of all, like, I don't know, a man or a woman dressing as a man or a woman and fashioning their life in that way, it's just not the same as being like, oh, I'm a non-human entity or animal.
Right.
You can throw all your words about delusions and mental health around all you want, but it's just not the same. It's a human versus a non-human. And really, like, a lot of fashions are so like unisex nowadays. Like, I've seen guys who don't even realize they're wearing women's clothes, walking around in women's clothes. How about the young guys, like the young rap guys? They're all wearing skinny jeans. Lil Wayne wears women's pants.
Yes.
Billy Bob Thornton wears women's
Yeah,
pants because
yeah.
he says it makes his butt look better.
Jesus. It just
Yeah,
hugs the
so-
curves better.
Yeah.
Me personally, it's not comfortable.
Oh my God, women's pants are the best, man. They are comfortable. I like them. I like you feel secure, like, and they're just fashionable. They're way better.
See, the thing is I work way too much where I need to be
True.
crouching and like, if I was Lil Wayne where I could just stand up on
That's
stage,
true.
whatever, fuck it. If they're more comfortable, I'll rock them. It's like
Right.
women's deodorant. It's way better than guys.
Right. My nephew wanted me to like throw a high kick the other day. I was like, not in these jeans, buddy. These tight jeans are not getting that high.
Let's see what kind of comments we got here. We took a break from them a little bit. Jeez. Julie, do you lean towards the more the feminine roles in a relationship?
Yes, heavily.
Yeah.
As I use that deep husky man voice there.
If I was gonna transition to a woman,
Oh yeah,
I
man.
would definitely take advantage of all of that.
Well, I want to be like the supportive girlfriend, you know? Like I want to be like, oh man, if any of my old friends are like listening, this is the stuff that used to drive them nuts, right? I have, because I always felt in love my whole life, I have an unhealthy obsession with like falling in love, Disney movie, like romance movies, like
The Cinderella
want it.
story of
yeah, like I admit it, it's unhealthy. Like, but IDGAF, man. Like, I want to fall in love. I want to support my guy. I want to like make dinner. I want to go. I always say this, and they're always like, ugh, cringe. I want to go grocery shopping together. Like, just the simple things, doing them together with somebody, you know? I want to feel like I'm making his day better. I want to listen to his problems. I want to like, you know, I mean, get your own shoes. I'm not June Cleaver, but like, I want to like help you and support you and be there for you, and like do cute things for you. And I definitely lean on the feminine side.
it's always back to that nurturer role.
Yeah,
I mean,
and I'm super nurturing.
yeah.
Like I'm definitely not like the take charge. Like I don't want to take charge of anything. Like
Yeah.
some of my friends are like, well, could you ever date a girl? Like how could that even work? Like women want a guy who's gonna like take care of everything and handle things and
The protector
want that
and
too.
the yeah.
like make me feel safe.
Yeah.
I'll make you feel safe in like your emotions and everything.
That's where I think the new age feminism took a hard turn, is like they almost turned that role of like into such a bad thing, to like a villain, to want
No.
to be cared for or to want to be protected, or
Well, they don't like the stereotyping of gender norms. They hate that.
which is fine. Like, okay, you want to break out and be on your own, be an independent woman. There's nobody is gonna tell you otherwise, and if they don't, they're
Right.
not for you.
Yep.
I have no like. Yes, I will protect my woman. I will
Sure.
be the leader. I will,
Yeah, lead, man. Be
you
the
know,
leader.
but it'll never be at the sacrifice of her feelings or
Right.
her opinions.
And that's
It's like-
good.
You can accept all the independence of a woman and still be the man in the and still have these traditional roles. It's like
Yeah. A lot of guys don't have those anymore either, by the way. Like some guys they'll talk you up and give you this great game but they'll never like
It's a show.
set a date up. Yeah. They're like, oh, I want to do this to you and I want to get with this with you and blah blah blah. And it's like, when are you gonna ask me out for coffee, man?
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to
just
take
like
me
keyboard
somewhere
warriors.
huge.
They talk the talk, but
Yeah, then you're like, well, when are we gonna meet? Oh, I don't know, girl. I'm really busy right now. Well, why are you bothering
I feel
me?
like a lot of people like those have just it's this social attachment instead of
Yeah,
the physical and emotional attachment. It's
right.
it's some kind of not fetish. It's like a feeling of like I don't want that commitment and that physical. I just want the attention part of it. And
Yeah.
like,
Do you want the benefit without the responsibility?
yeah.
Really. And that really pisses me off. It's like, be a man and lead. Like,
Yeah, because
Take
not
initiative.
everybody wants to waste their time and play games, and
Yeah.
people
I-
really want to have a life and
yeah.
settle down.
I always say that, and it's such a hypocritical statement, but I'm always like, be a man, buddy. Just be a man. Why can't men be men? And then I'm just like, ugh.
Well, Well,
get
you've
it.
accepted the feminine role.
Yeah, like I'm very, very light about like what I am. Like I make so many. I call myself a tranny for crying out loud. I make so many jokes at my own expense because, in the words of Dave Chappelle,
Yes, I love Dave
I
Chappelle.
love Dave Chappelle when he's talking about the Asian. When he goes, I feel like I'm Asian today because that's how I feel inside, and it's like. That is funny because he's like, that's how I feel about trans women. That shit's just funny. Like you wake up one day and you're like, I feel like a woman.
If
That's
we could
funny.
just go back to old school
Oh,
comedy, we would
so
all just
funny.
love life and laugh
Yeah.
about shit. And
Man, he's
so,
so
super
good.
fast, just because Tommy's been on here.
Tommy.
And, he missed where you align with being a woman. The difference between being a trans woman and knowing that you're not a woman.
Yeah, that's
Biologically, you know you're a man.
yeah.
So super fast, just to kind of retouch your view on that, but
Tommy, I'm a man who wants to be a woman, lives their life as close to being a woman as I can, and I like to just say that I let my feminine side take over. But I know full well I'm a man. Like, there's no, like everyone's like, this is delusional. I'm not delusional.
so
I
you're
know
not
I
going to
am.
get knocked up off of a one night stand.
No, I can't get pregnant. I can't have a period. I can get bitchy every couple of weeks. That's for sure. But I don't have periods. There's no way I'm gonna give you a child.
I feel like men
Sorry.
still have like the menstrual cycle emotions
do.
every now and then, because I'll
Yeah.
definitely
Yeah.
go through my lulls of like,
Yeah,
I'm just a
you
dick.
fucking do.
Yeah. Why do you think they call it menopause?
I'm just a little bitch.
Yep.
Only very short span every month, but
Yeah, it's like
I don't get a
couple days.
period. I don't bleed, so
I don't have any of the parts to do that stuff.
I feel like we
so
just-
it doesn't make sense.
we all go through the bitchiness. It's just women pay for it.
But wait,
Yeah.
but saying that though, I do want to say, like, no disrespect to the other trans people. This is just my opinions, and like they're all
Absolutely.
based on my experience and, you know, my biology.
Yeah,
Y'all do you.
absolutely,
I
absolutely.
love you all.
Tommy said feminism died when men tried to be women.
Aw. Well, touche.
I maybe that's part of it. I don't really know.
Yeah.
But I will say the whole feminism as a whole, I will say, changed drastically. And just like you were saying,
Maybe.
the sports, this and that, like the old school feminism would be like, absolutely not. We're not like,
Probably. I would say probably.
I feel like that. And, but it became so radical. And I don't think for the majority, I feel like just what we see. But yeah, I think feminism took on a whole new definition.
Well, there's so many different
With some
types
stuff.
of feminists now. There's like new wave feminists, radical feminists, rad femmes. Well, those are radical feminists.
Which
But there's a bunch of
which is what they've done with the LGBTQ
Yeah.
community, trans, everything that
They have their own
is different.
Yeah.
sections.
Everything everybody wants to make it more complicated because everybody wants it complicated to cater to their specific situation.
And they're all chasing clout too. There's a lot of clout chasers in
Ton
these
of that.
movements.
A ton of that. Like I feel like I could go viral if I just wanted to chase the clout and just say, "Oh, I'm transitioning," and then just start doing all this crazy
Well,
shit. And
there's one that
or
gets a lot of
gay,
clout.
anything.
And all they do is rattle on about like, don't you ever interrupt a black trans woman. It's like there's like trans woman Blossom, like she's gone on and like she's like flipped out on a bunch of different like conservative people and like Blair White and stuff. Like it's like get a
You're
new
just
stick.
chasing that attention.
Yeah, like some
If-
of her ugh.
If you're passionate about how you feel, there's certain ways to go about it.
Yeah.
And if you can't do it in, I don't want to say normal because there's not what is normal, but if you can't do it to really make your point, then just live your life. Just
Yeah,
then
live
don't
your
do it.
life.
What do you have
It's-
to prove? If
The
you
thing is,
really
it's so obvious
Mhm.
when people do that.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's obvious. like you know
Right.
what they're doing.
Yeah, they're
know?
just trying to get notoriety.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
you would get way more notoriety if you worked with other people.
Right.
You weren't so angry about stuff.
Right.
And I get why they're angry. I get why everybody's angry. Like I get angry once in a while too.
Yeah.
And like and I'm not saying like it's probably a lot tougher for black trans women, but like fuck, it's tough for everybody in the
Yeah.
world. Like give everyone else some space to
Yeah.
talk.
Yeah.
Fine. We'll
Yeah.
be
Sure.
fine.
We don't have to like break it down into every individual topic. Like
Yeah.
look at it as a whole and let's figure
Forest
that
for
out.
the trees.
What's that?
Forest for the trees, you
What-
know?
I don't know that one.
The whole seeing the forest for the trees thing?
No.
Oh,
See, you're teaching me so many things.
not really, because I couldn't tell you the actual. That's what I just got busted.
You're just hoping that we
Yeah, knew what that
somebody
was.
knew.
You
Yeah.
didn't think I would say, "Oh, explain."
I always,
I'd just go, "Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
and?
yes."
that's one of those things where I always forget if it means like you're seeing two like individually or you're seeing two like organizationally. I always forget the way, and I try to throw that around like I'm using these like terms that I'm good with. So, good job, Jordan. Thanks. A-hole.
What a buzzkill.
Me? Or was it a comment?
Me, I'm saying.
Oh.
I was the
Hey,
buzzkill
you're
on
the
your.
wet blanket of the party.
Yeah.
Who invited this guy?
Oh man, there's a lot of comments. They're going back and forth kind of in there.
Oh, throw some hater ones out, man. You're not really throwing the hater
Oh.
ones out there.
I don't know.
There's gotta be some hater ones.
I haven't taken out the trash or opened a heavy door, pumped gas in years. Lovely.
Oh man,
See, yeah, I'd be.
that's
taking
my dream.
advantage
Why do you
of
think
all
I'm
of
transitioning?
that.
Just kidding.
For the bennies. Henry gets his period weekly.
Oh,
I feel like I might have one day a week, maybe. Yeah.
this is a fun little podcast. This is good stuff.
I give Alex my cramps. He can tell when I'm on my period. I think we all can. Not you on your period.
Well, that was
I mean-
cold blooded.
I mean, like our own relationships.
You just got unfollowed by one.
I did not.
We
mean
can
I
all
could
tell when you're on your
on your
period.
period.
You bitch. We can tell.
Oh
kidding.
God,
I love you,
just
whoever
sounded
you
like
are.
a dick. Oh my God. Let's see here. You can't be pro women when you let men pretend to be women.
That's a good one.
You can come at that
Yeah,
from so many different
I know.
angles.
Like, why does one have? Why can't things just be like? Why can't both things be true? Like,
I will be fine with you transitioning as a woman if it doesn't hurt women.
yeah. So like, I don't give a shit about sports. I don't give a shit about your bathrooms. I'm not going into what do they go crisis centers where like women who've been raped or like beaten. I'm not gonna go in there if I get like victimized. If I do something and I got to go to prison, I'm not asking to go to a women's prison. Like, I know the lane, I know my boundaries, I know what I am, and I know how I would feel if I were an actual woman and like some big Brutus of a guy like came in, you know? Like, I get that stuff. Like, not every trans person wants to steal your privileges or your rights or your opportunities or like your spaces. Like, that's like a huge misconception.
Yeah.
That like we're all just like, yeah, we're women, we're gonna take everything you have. Don't care what you think. However, I can be as considerate as I want. I can stay out of these spaces. I can stay out of your changing rooms and all that. But I'm not gonna let you tell me how I can and cannot live my life, especially when you're like halfway around the world, don't know who I am. You're not in those spaces
Yeah.
with me because I'm not in them anyways. Like, me personally living how I am really doesn't affect half the people who bitch
Yeah.
about me living the way I am. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want
Right.
to do anything stupid. Like, I like women a lot more than I like guys. Like, my best friends have all basically become women. Like, I don't know. I think people like I think they grandstand a lot, and I do understand why feminists get very upset about trans women doing stuff because a lot of them do make a mockery of women, right? They, they'll dress super scantily. They'll leave their big giant beards, which I don't know, man.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah.
tough one, even
Yeah.
for me. Like, be who you want to be, express yourself how you want, but
Right.
if you're
Why?
transing
Yeah.
it,
Yeah.
man, it's not
That
a
one
good
I never
look.
really got.
No.
Well, that scares people.
Because if
Yeah.
you want to be a woman, you're transitioning.
Well, some are
Yeah.
not wanting to be women. Some are wanting to be in the middle. They're like the non-binary people, or whatever else they call themselves. Like,
Oh yeah, let's hit that. So non-binary.
I went back there because I remember you wanted to talk about that earlier.
Perfect. You're on top of things.
Sometimes.
Non-binary. So definition, we have a person who identifies with or expresses a gender identity that is neither entirely male nor entirely female. So without looking at the definition, my original perception of non-binary was not identifying as man or woman.
Or both.
Right. And the definition is basically saying it's not fully either. So that's a weird one to me.
Oh, the whole acronym is at war.
Yeah,
The
it's
lesbians,
like
gays, and bis are like, cut out the T and the Q and all the other weirdos. And then like the trans are like, well, we are you. There is no LGB without the T. And it's like, me personally.
why do we need all of that?
I don't know. I don't associate with it because when I was trying to come out and I was trying to figure out how to tell people, figure out resources on things I can do, I reached out to so many LGBT organizations. Crickets. Nobody wanted to respond to me. Like, I don't know if it's because they're just very secretive or because I was like an older. I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use the white card. Maybe because I'm an older white guy and I don't match the demographics they want. But nobody in those organizations wanted to help me, and I hold that shit against them. Like,
Yeah.
I'll never get a flag. I'll never get a rainbow flag. I'll never wear rainbow stuff. I'll support the people who are gay, lesbian, bi, trans. Like, I'm good with that. The individuals
Yeah.
are fine. But that as an organization or as a group, and now they're all feuding with each other. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And I would get shit on for talking about like LGBT stuff, knowing, and like they had points like, well, you didn't grow up living that life. You didn't go through the struggles. You didn't get beat down a ton because, you were gay or trans or whatever. How can you associate with them? I don't. I'm just somebody who's living my life as a trans person. And whether you want to recognize trans as a thing, I don't care. Call me a transvestite if you want. I don't care. Like, but I'm not supporting those organizations. I'm not supporting the parades. Like, they wanted nothing to do with me when I needed them the most. So fuck them. But the people within those organizations, I have a lot of respect for.
Yeah.
This is a hard lifestyle, man.
I have a hard time with organizations in general. I don't care
Yeah.
what it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
For sure.
it could be donations to people with autism for all I care. I'd rather donate to the person than
Yes.
the foundation.
For sure. Yeah.
Because when you hear things,
Like
and I
the
know this,
Salvation Army.
I know people might have things to say about this one, but it's like with the whole Black Lives Matter
Yeah.
organization.
Yep.
I love my black friends.
Yep.
I have black family. I don't care. I will. I love them.
Yeah.
But then you hear about the Black Lives organization,
That
Black
lady
Lives
screwed
Matter.
all of them.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
It's like, are you kidding me? So that's where I'm like, that's how I feel. Like I said, with all of these organizations, even like you take the NFL, if you
Yeah.
look at when they, like, I'm wearing a salute to the service, right? Bills hoodie. If you look at the amount of money that the NFL donates from their to that charity, it's like a fraction.
And that was probably
goes-
like $85.
yeah, a
Yeah.
fraction of this goes to the charity, and then they keep the rest. So when it comes to
Yeah.
organizations, it's just like that. Like
It's a pyramid scheme.
yeah,
you
I
know?
hate it. When you go beyond the people, the individual people, I have a hard
They're
time
businesses.
buying into it.
They're businesses.
yeah.
And they get bigger
Money.
bonuses every year.
Yeah. It's money. It's
Yeah.
a money thing. Yeah, it's a money grab, just like everything else.
That's
It's a money
right.
grab. Yeah.
That's what
For
they
sure.
do. That's how they roll.
Yeah, so that's all of them. I feel like a lot of the organizations, you got to fit their agenda and cheer
Yeah.
from the mountains for them, and if not, they'll kick you to the curb.
Oh yeah,
instead
man.
of actually helping.
Right. It's quite sad. Like me.
Aren't we all? We're all
kind of.
sad in this life.
We're in New York.
What's your opinion? Just a stupid one.
Go Bills.
Yeah, go Bills. How many genders are there?
Oh man, there's 2 genders.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I don't follow the ideology. I don't think about all these different genders that I could create. Like, I'll call it 2.5 genders. There's men and women, and then there's whatever else you want to call yourself. I don't care. But if I'm being honest, there's 2 genders.
Right. Yeah.
I'm one, and I just want to be the other, and that's it.
That's like, how do we?
It's not a big conspiracy. It's that simple. It's really that simple. Why can't everything just be simple? It's so simple.
Well, and it sounds cliche, but it's like COVID, trust the science, but genders were not, you can feel free to identify what you want to identify
Yeah.
as, but
Except for the trigender people. The video of the trigender girl, ugh,
what's it?
What the hell is that?
I don't even know. And I watched the video. She's like, I'm trigender. And there was no real definition. It was just a bunch of mumbo jumbo. Just like the Indians, they used to use two-spirit. It's like, oh, fuck me. Stop creating things.
That's just, yeah.
Maybe that was a thing. I don't know. I wasn't there.
Yeah.
But stop creating new gender terms. Like,
Right.
men and women, like, pick one or be in the middle. Like,
Well,
it's
I
fine.
feel like you could argue that third gender would be if you have the 2 reproductive organs.
Yeah, that's true.
You
The
know,
intersex
you're
people.
literally in between. I mean,
That's
you have
true.
the intersex. I learned is the appropriate term for
Yeah.
hermaphrodite.
Hermaphrodite's a better word, though.
Yeah, I mean,
If I had both, I'd want to be a hermaphrodite. Just because it sounds funny.
apparently, from what I've seen, is it can be offensive, which what isn't these
That's
days.
true.
But I feel like that's just a term that everyone was created that just expresses a person with, I believe it's, what is it, the XY chromosome? I don't know.
I don't really know. I don't know.
But they have the male and female.
You know what's funny? Ooh, you said the chromosome thing. Everybody talks about the chromosomes. Last thing I knew, you guys walking down the street, like, I can't see your chromosomes. I can't hear or feel your chromosomes. I don't think chromosomes really matter for much other than turning you into who you are. Like, I remember guy versus girl used to come down to genitalia, right? And then we started changing genitalia. And then it came down to, the way you move throughout the world, right? Like, oh, well, that's a man because they're doing men things. And then it became non-binary. So now they're finding new ways to push the goalpost to be like, well, you're not what you are. Now it comes down to chromosomes. It's like, well, what's next? Once because people are saying already, like, well, chromosomes aren't always just XY and XX. They have all these deviations. So what's going to be next? Like atoms? Are we going to go to atoms and cells? Like, come on. Like, the whole chromosome thing is so silly on both sides, okay? Yeah, we get it. There's deviations. But quit being such a hard ass about like you can't be this because your chromosomes say that. And I'll tell you another thing. Oh my God, I'm on a drunk rant.
That's all right.
This is fucking great.
Go get
That's
it.
what
All right,
keeps
here we
us
go.
alive.
In 1500 years, when the archaeologists do dig up my bones and realize that I'm a man, I will not give two shits. I will have been dead for a very long time and enjoyed my life living as I decide to live my life.
Right.
Not by what the archaeologists decide. Period.
Easy enough. I
Yeah.
mean, for
deep.
someone who says they're in the
Stupid.
gray, that's pretty black and white.
That's deep
That
right
is a
there.
black and white stance. Fuck you, Jordan. Damn it.
I ruined
You
your
stole my
trees
thunder.
in
That is
your
deep,
gray.
though. That was deep.
You're ruining everything.
Uh,
I'm walking. I'm
That's the
storming
only
out.
reason I'm here.
You are the wet blanket.
Yeah,
let's,
he's an asshole.
All right, let's get into some surgery stuff.
Ooh.
Let's get into some fun stuff.
Yeah.
So have you gone through with, I would say, what, a full transition?
No.
You still have a penis.
I still have that, and it's only
That sucks.
It does suck.
Hanging around, flopping in there.
I know it takes a lot of work not to have that thing showing. I would love if it was not there, but I personally find penile inversion surgery to be a complete nasty train wreck. There's so many complications that so many people have. Like, I know 2 trans women who are going through SRS right now. Both of them have been to the hospital 4 times for revisions. It is insane. Like, how do they not, if they've been doing this for so long, how do they not have it right?
Right.
Why do these people have to keep going back?
It looks like a hack job.
It often looks like a hack job, unless you go to like one of the premier people, and I think like the most premier one I think is dead now. I don't know, but it's
That's a conspiracy right there.
oh my
Why
god,
is he dead?
because he was too good.
Too good.
He fooled someone in power.
His penises and vaginas looked
Yeah,
you wouldn't know if it was a guy or a girl.
the Mona Lisa
Oh man.
with the inverted smile.
Oh shit.
Oh man,
Yeah. So going into this, because I knew I wanted to talk about it. So I forced
Yeah.
myself to watch a lot
oh
of
god, you didn't.
both reassignment surgeries. Because I know
Which do you think is grosser?
I would have to go with transitioning to a woman
Really?
because
Whoa, I'm surprised because trans men, when they get the fake penis, like they take
So-
like muscle and skin, and you're like a bone.
and I saw that with, I guess I would say transitioning to a woman just because I couldn't imagine a doctor hacking away at my penis.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, they don't hack away at it; they cut it.
yes,
Flip it
very.
inside out, and they say, "Here you go."
They take their time with very sharp scalpels. But
One tremor.
oh my god, it's crazy.
Joy.
With the transitioning to a man, I did have a hard time with that. So
That's
I was having a very hard time because
it's all hard to watch.
there's many different ways to do the procedure. So I wanted to make sure I covered various ones, and
Sure.
it made me sick to my stomach watching, but not for the fact that it was a gender. It was
just hard to watch it.
It's yeah.
You ever watch FFS?
It's
Oh.
it's like mutilation.
Yeah.
And I would, yeah, I mean, transitioning to a man was crazy to me because they took all of that skin from this person's arm, and then they were taking the nerves and everything out of their arm, and then they even took more skin out of the other arm,
Yeah.
and then their arms looked disfigured.
For a long time.
Yeah, and so that was crazy. And then they build this penis, and then they put an implant in it, and then they're just jamming this thing in there. Which I'm like, how is that comfortable? Even living with it after.
Yeah, good thing you're asleep for all this.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And then I saw how they, I don't know if it's a normal thing, but like we discussed earlier, you know, they put this tube in and then they put basically a pump in the scrotum that they make.
Yeah.
And you would literally pump your scrotum to inflate your erection.
It's kind of ingenious if you think.
I mean,
about it, though. It's
well, that's
pretty
where I'm
smart.
like, they're making bank on these.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's a good idea.
So-
like Nike pumps.
You can't. Well, that's what I was just saying to a guy earlier today. I was like, I wonder if they're sponsored by Nike when they do them.
The Jordan dick.
And he said that he goes, you got those new Jordans? He's like, oh wait, no, you got those new Air Johnsons or something. I was like,
yeah.
I'm sorry
Good
we're
shit.
laughing at that, trans people.
no. Well, that's
I hope
where I
they called
say.
it transphobe.
That's where I'm saying it's a light-hearted conversation with
Yes.
serious topics.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm just like joke laughing. Like I don't think your struggles are really funny.
Right.
Honestly, it's
right.
Just, the concepts are kind of.
Yeah, being on the outside of that
Hilarious.
happening, it's insane. And then for the man, so this is where I had my questions. Because I was watching those and they cut the skin under your tip. And
I've never watched, so I'm learning. right
No?
now. No way. Are you kidding
oh
me?
my God.
I didn't
so
even watch the FFS surgery because I had to get it. Like I didn't want to see that.
It's crazy.
It was
I mean,
something else.
they literally they like take the skin off and use that as your labias and tuck it all and fold it all and then use your nerves in there that would now be the clitoris. Which why do they even put that in there if no one can find it?
Oh, well done.
Had to put that one in there.
Maybe they can find that one.
Maybe it's much bigger. It's an enlarged
Yeah.
clitoris. Which that was a question I had for Johnny. If a woman,
Oh no.
if a real woman had a very large clitoris that looked like a small penis,
Ooh, interesting.
What
Would
would
you
you
be
do?
interested?
would you give it
turn
the old
away?
slob and bob?
No.
No,
No.
No.
I wouldn't be into it.
but
would-
it's just a huge clit.
Yeah. No. I would.
It's a
I mean,
woman with a
I'm
large
aware of this.
with a large clit that looks like maybe a micro penis.
I wouldn't be attracted to that.
Okay,
No.
we got so sidetracked. I just had to ask that because
Oh,
Yeah. No problem. I figured you would.
so yeah, they do all that, turn it inside out. So like, I didn't know how much you knew about the gender reassignment for.
I don't want to watch it. It sounds bad. Like they tie it into your butt, like
Yeah.
your anal whatever track.
Yeah, they cut right into there. And
Yeah, and then like some of those faux vages smell like poop, and like poop comes
Ooh.
out of them. I've heard. You gotta wear a colostomy bag. Oh my god.
a lot. So a lot of
Could
my
not
questions
picture that.
pertaining to that, and
No.
actually, so there was a couple. One good point that someone messaged me about earlier today, which I was telling you about earlier, was you get amputees who have
Oh yeah.
the phantom arms.
Right.
Is there a phantom penis? You know, like
Can't be a phantom. It's still there. It's just
it is.
inside out.
It's just yeah. All the nerves and everything are intact.
Yeah, they're
just
there.
tucked
Yeah.
in.
Yep. So it's not really a
So,
phantom anymore.
I guess you still feel it, but on the inside.
Yeah.
Mm.
You have a phantom penis.
I gotta tell you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
All right. I'm sorry for getting a little raunchy here. It's
Uh-oh.
not my normal. but
Hey,
It's a question that
maybe
bears
it'll add to
asking.
the views.
All right, I am very, very nervous about just getting a catheter, okay? I can't imagine even something as tiny as a needle going into the urethra.
Mm.
Could you imagine a huge penis going through your dick hole?
Oh my god.
My God.
No.
That is the stuff of nightmares to me.
No.
Ugh. It'd be like taking a needle and then you turn a crank and the needle goes
No, no.
My God, how's that even work? Because they don't stretch. Like,
No,
A
they're not
phone?
made
yeah,
to stretch.
a faux vagina does not stretch, from what I've heard. It also doesn't self-lubricate. So,
That was one of my
Trouble,
biggest
man.
questions.
This
I
motherfucker's
would-
been wondering this for a long time.
yeah.
how interested in all this stuff are
yeah.
you?
After I watched the videos, because once I had an understanding of what the surgery entailed,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, they're folding all this skin in. So now, are you just having all this friction and it's just skin on skin?
Dry like butt cheeks.
That's what I thought. It's just like a pocket for it, right?
I
It's
guess
just-
so. I mean, some
It's like slipping into a skin condom.
well, some of the feminists call them a rat pocket, so it makes sense.
Oh.
I
And then,
know
and then,
it's not the best.
you know, like, how do you clean it?
I have no
You
idea.
it's gotta be pretty invasive. You gotta keep up on that.
I know, and they have to dilate those things. I think for an hour every day or twice a day or something like that. So
God.
you're literally just like dildoing yourself like for an hour a day.
Oh
It's like, what the fuck? Who has time for that? I spend more time doom scrolling on Facebook. I couldn't imagine adding an extra hour for that.
I did also look into like performance wise. I guess they don't have any issues with like orgasms and stuff, which would make sense because basically the tip becomes the clit almost, that
Yeah.
nerve in there. So I would imagine it's way I guess once you're a trans woman, the whole stigma of women not having real orgasms goes right out the window.
That's true because I think
Guys don't have
orgasm
any
comes
problem.
from the prostate, right? It's not from the testicles; it's from the prostate. Is that right?
Honestly, I feel like I know more about trans stuff now than I do how I orgasm.
That's funny.
I just know it feels good and something comes out.
Well, I don't know anything about that. So,
I don't know. I know the prostate has a big role.
I think that's where sperm is created or semen is created, or I don't know. Someone was explaining it one time, and who knows if they're right.
Yeah,
All I know is I avoid.
I don't know. Corey, let us know. Does massaging the prostate help with orgasms?
I would
I know.
think so.
I just had to fuck with him.
My guess is yes.
Just gives the prostate a old rub and tug while he's. Sorry, Corey. I'm just.
Aw, sorry,
love you, brother.
Corey.
What the fuck? Hold on a second.
Ooh, is that a good one?
Yeah. What do we got?
So
DMing you?
apparently they're penis plugs.
What the fuck is a penis plug?
So they're stainless steel rods.
Oh, come
Like
on!
a-
Don't even say it.
so it's a
Don't
butt
finish
plug
that
for your
sentence.
penis?
Oh my god!
Like,
It's
it's
creeping me out.
crazy.
Yeah,
that
it sounds.
men obviously put in their penis hole and it gauges into larger sizes.
Oh my god! I asked you not to.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you.
Oh my
this.
god! I'm cringing already.
I gotta tell you this just to be honest.
Oh,
I don't have any penis plugs.
ugh! I could have been happy never hearing that.
Some of them are hollow, so that you could still piss. And
So get this.
come.
Around the
People are freaks.
around the 2 girls 1 cup thing,
Oh, a second reference.
there was so I was young and I saw that, and then I saw also the guy that sat on the mason jar.
What?
Yeah,
Wait, what the fuck did you
the-
just say?
What is the mason
the
jar?
viral video where it's just a guy who like puts a like sits on a mason jar, it goes up his ass, and then it breaks.
Oh no! That
Yeah,
sounds like
and then
the
just
worst.
blood starts.
How is
dripping.
a mason jar fitting in his ass?
I don't know. I don't know. He gauged up.
Maybe
to
it's a
it.
bunch of penis.
But-
he gauged that shit.
But my point is,
Oh my fucking
there's
God,
like
man.
there's these pain people that
You're right.
take like rods
No,
and
don't
like
say it. Don't say it.
shove them in their
Headphones
wieners.
coming right off. I
Yep.
can't even hear.
That's
Oh,
why this show is not for kids.
I forgot that I can still hear you without my headphones on. Ugh.
Oh, you ever seen Road Trip? I didn't eat
Road Trip's
what was
funny.
it? Yes. because yeah, because it was something about like with the prostate and that, how it gives you like this extreme orgasm.
Yeah,
I haven't
Stifler
seen that
had,
movie in so long though.
Stifler was trying to donate sperm in that movie.
Yeah.
Couldn't do it, so the nurse came in and
Yes.
milked his prostate.
Yes.
That's right. That movie's
Yes.
funny.
Those older movies, man.
Oh, dude,
Holy
those
shit.
early
I can't believe
2000s?
we're saying like
Man.
those movies are classics. We're old, but
They are classics now. Ugh.
but
Where did
yeah,
time go?
there is some.
I hate being in mid 40s, man. All the good stuff is long gone.
It really is. It's not like things aren't as good as they used to be.
No, they're really not. I mean, even your
Nothing's
women
as funny as it used to be because we have to. Everyone's got to be careful of
are-
shit.
I know. Poor Dave Chappelle.
Oh yeah.
So funny.
So back to surgeries. So
Oh, yeah.
So yeah. So you still have the wiener.
I have the wiener.
What
Sadly.
surgeries have you had done?
I went on a very aggressive surgical schedule, 13 months. My first surgery was very, very minor FFS. I got my cheeks got implanted. So they did liposuction and they took some of my fat and put it in my cheeks. And then they removed part of the skin on my upper lip so that it would make the upper lip smaller, which since I've had my nose job, it doesn't even look like it's any smaller, but whatever. And then they put some of the fat in my lips too. So all the soft work for FFS. And FFS, if you don't know, is just facial feminization surgery. About two months after that, I went in for the rest of my FFS, and that is grotesque, man. I don't know how else to say it. Like, I looked really bad. I looked like I got hit in the head with baseball bats like 50 times. They basically, so you can see, like, viewers at home, you can see this jagged, like, you know on Frankenstein how they have like that triangular
Yeah.
pattern thing?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
a real thing. Like, I was like, why is it shaped like that? But you can see like the scar here. And, like, the
I wouldn't.
dimpling
I
of the
wouldn't know
skin.
unless you told
Most
me.
Yeah,
people
yeah.
don't. That's the beauty of it.
Right,
But
right.
it goes from here and then it goes up behind your ears. And what they do is they like flap your skin up and they pull your hairline down. They also like flap your forehead out and they shave part of your brow bone and your forehead. They give you a nose job, obviously. And then they do some shit where they go in through your mouth and they like shave down your jaw and then your chin. And then my chin has got like a little plate or something connecting it just so that it gives it like more of a little like feminine point because men have such broader. But I don't know. I feel like it still looks very broad. I feel like I still look like a man. Obviously, I'm more feminine looking, but you can still tell. But that was
I
that
wouldn't
was
know.
brutal. Some people do, some people don't. But that was brutal, man. Like that hurt. Like that was a bad one. A couple months later, I actually went in to get my voice taken care of a little, and they got rid of my Adam's apple. So I've got like a little scar down here.
No shit.
Yeah, but the voice didn't take because I used it when I wasn't supposed to. And I also had this issue.
You were a
where
bad
I was
patient.
choking. I was a bad patient, and I was like very like I like barely used it though. Well, maybe that's not entirely true, but I didn't use it as much as I normally do. So I might be going to get that done again. So that was the third surgery. The fourth surgery was the boob job.
I was gonna ask you about that because it looks like you got some titties.
Yeah, I got D cups now.
Damn.
Well, I didn't want to go that big. I only wanted to go like to a C cup because I was like, well, that's modest. And I didn't want, in all my surgeries, I said, let's not go wild. I'd rather I kind of look like myself so it doesn't freak everybody out. So let's just go as natural looking as we can,
Mhm.
which of course means they don't, narrow the nose super thin. They don't like make the jaw super, super tiny, which is good because those people come out and they look like plastic dolls. They don't look great half the time.
Sure.
And then they keep going, and then they get addicted to it, and they keep
Yep.
going back for more and more and more.
Yeah. There's always it doesn't meet their full
No.
expectations, and it probably
No.
never will with those.
Right. And I don't look great. Like, I just look okay. But like I'm happy with it because like I don't look super fake. Like I know that I had plastic surgery and I know that I've got the scars. Some people
I
say they
wouldn't
can't
know.
tell. Yeah, some people can't tell, and that's great. However, people who go so wild and they say, "Give me the works," you can tell.
Yes.
All the time you can
Yeah.
tell.
That's what I can't stand.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
can't.
it doesn't make sense.
No.
But hey, it's their journey.
So with the boobies,
Hmm.
um, do you so do you have to do any prep as far as like maybe hormones or anything to start the is there like a way to start the development of them before they just go in and surgically do it, or is it something they can just boom, your skin will stretch out and boom?
No, you do. I mean, well, technically you do like 2 years early. You're supposed to wait 2 years from when you start HRT to when you can start getting certain surgeries. Um, I think breast surgery is 2 years or 1.5. I forget. But like once you start taking HRT as a man, like you do develop boob. Like I had like little A cups. They weren't anything really, but they were there. And just for the record, they wouldn't go anywhere if I got off HRT. Not everything is reversible.
Right, right.
So, you do that, but barring that, coming up to surgery, I didn't really have to do anything. It was just, are you on HRT? How long you been on it? How do you feel? What do you want? Here you go. It was really simple. They make it so simple, honestly, man.
So with the HRT, is it taking more estrogen and doing like a testosterone blocker?
Yes. So I do 3 parts. I do estrogen twice a day. I do testosterone blocker twice a day, and then I'm supposed to do progesterone at night. I don't really know what the hell progesterone really does, so I kind of stopped doing it.
Do you have any do you feel any effects of the hormone replacement therapy? Do you feel any effects of that, like mentally? Like, how is that differed? So you had the natural testosterone
Yeah.
of being a man, and then you start blocking it, start developing more estrogen and stuff like that. Has that helped? Has that catered towards the transition,
Yes.
or has there been any side effects of that? Or
Greatly. So, I mean, it's definitely killed like sex drive. Like I've never really had a huge sex drive, anyways,
Mhm.
and like my friends all just thought I was like asexual for all my life because I like never was like, even when I was attracted to somebody, I was like, oh my god, I really like that person. Like I would get connected like emotionally and relationshipy, but rarely would I be like, oh my god, that person's body. Oh.
right, right.
So my sex drive wasn't that big to begin with. Now it's like, I mean, some things really, spice it up, but for the most part, it's not really there.
right.
So that's a big change. Another, for some people, that's a huge change. Another big change is, and I love this change. I would get, like, I get emotional a lot. Like, I always have been emotional, but like now it's like skyrocketed. Like, I have such like compassion and empathy for people that like I kind of had before, but now it's like big. Like,
Much more enhanced.
yeah, like I cry about stuff like a lot. Like
I
not
do
because
too.
yeah. Well, no,
Yeah.
because like I feel bad for things or like something's beautiful. Like I have very, very big emotions these days.
Yep.
And I don't know. Some people are like, "Oh, that sounds terrible," but I fucking love it, man. Like I know I'm alive. I know I'm human.
So do you have to work very closely with your blood work? Because like,
Eh.
how do you know how much to block off of that testosterone? Because there's women with high levels of testosterone. They got high sex drive. Like, how do you know if maybe they blocked it off too much or too little? Like,
Oh, yeah.
how do you, stay on top of that? Do you do continual blood work and
Yeah, once every 6 months. In the States, they make you do that. I don't know how it is in the UK. I know they have similar but different rules. And they also have different regimens for their HRT. Here, like, everything's on like a schedule basis, basically.
Yeah.
So after a little while, they bump you up, but it's always the same. Like most trans women have like the same prescriptions.
so let's say like you said with the sex drive, let's say you were one of those people who like a lot of your relationship depends on that.
Yep.
Do you have the option to be able to like
Mm.
back off the blocker a little bit, like
Some
change
people
the
do that.
levels
Yeah.
so that you can have more of a sex drive?
Yep. Yeah. Some people will microdose their testosterone blocker so that they can still have a sex drive, or they won't take the testosterone blocker, just the estrogen. And that's usually, eh, not every time, but that's usually when you can tell if someone's like a fetishist or if they're just doing it for a sexual thing or it's a fad, because nobody who like enjoys their sex drive as a man is gonna be like, yeah, get rid of it. You know?
Right. Yeah.
Like, I don't care about mine, so I was like, yeah, that's fine. They can scrap that all they want. But some people, they like to get it on a lot, and they're not willing to sacrifice that. Now, I'd rather have like barely any testosterone and be happy, and it, I mean, it has.
I'm
'cause
sure
the
it
other-
helps the transition
Yeah, for sure.
progress.
Yeah, and I think it's softened me up a bunch, but it's also made like my aggression's gone. I don't have anger, um, and I don't know if that's. I shouldn't lie. I don't know if that is entirely the HRT or the fact that, before telling people in transitioning, I was in a really dark place. Like, it was a really dark place, and I came out of that into what I call like the light now, and I see what life could be, and what it is for other people and how people can feel, and I never want to go back to it. So I feel like it's been a really good thing emotionally, mentally.
Corey asked if insurance covers your surgeries or if that's mostly out of pocket.
Partially, there is a lot of out of pocket that I am behind on payments on. If you have like Medicaid, is it Medicaid or Medicare? Maybe it's both.
I always
Confuse the two.
They're
yeah,
basically
yeah.
the same.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they cover like everything I've heard. I have private insurance. My insurance was really good. I had like $1,000 deductible, and they covered like mostly everything else. This year it's not as good. Thanks a lot. But most of my stuff's done anyway, so I don't care.
Okay.
But there are other insurance policies that don't cover much, and people have to pay a bunch, or they don't have insurance and they do have to cover it all. But I guess it all depends on your level of coverage. Luckily, I'm lucky in the fact that while my insurance is expensive, they're very inclusive of what they cover.
That's
Yeah.
I mean that's
Yeah,
great
it's really
for you.
great. And people are like, "Well, I shouldn't be covering your tranny stuff." Well, I pay for private insurance, so I don't give a shit. If they're gonna pay it, they're gonna pay it. If they don't, then they're not going to.
With the amount
Yeah,
insurance
they
is a whole
screw
nother
everybody
scam.
over. I have this whole philosophy of like, I really don't give a shit about if I'm costing an insurance company money, because they fuck everybody at
Right.
every chance.
Yeah, they're okay. They're
yeah,
doing
they're
all right.
definitely fine.
Yeah, every one of them.
Yeah.
So has anything changed? Like obviously new administration now and a lot's
Yeah.
changing. Has that affected your health coverage at all?
No, not yet.
Because you're kind of
yeah,
into it and done with a lot.
right. I'm not sure what's gonna actually happen with any of that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, there's stuff where he was like, "Well, I'm gonna leave it to my." I can't even do a good Trump, so I won't even try. He's like, "I'm gonna leave it to my team to in 30 days have a policy ready to go on like 2 genders." They didn't.
So I guess the only thing I wonder with that is like a lot of surgeries they'll say are cosmetic and insurance won't cover you. What do you think
Yes.
about that? Like obviously it's cosmetic, but it also plays into mental health. It's such a
Yeah.
fine line that it's like if they were to go if they changed everything right now and said, "Oh, that's all cosmetic stuff, so insurance doesn't cover it," would you blame them for it, or would you be like, "It sucks, but you know? Or do you see it from more of like, well,
Well,
could be mental health, which they'd cover that under insurance.
I guess I'll say this. I never thought insurance would cover this stuff in the first place.
Oh, so you never had that expectation going.
No, like I thought for sure I was just gonna be like some manly looking tranny, and I was gonna be doing my best, to look okay. Then I got insurance, and I found out that they covered some stuff. Now it's weird; they don't cover everything. Like, for instance, they covered so much, but they won't do like the eyelids. Like, I have bags, and I was like, "Oh, can you just get rid of those too?" They're like, "Nope, that's cosmetic. That has nothing to do with male or female." I was like,
It's like they
"That's
just
so
decide
weird.
on
That's
the whim.
random."
Yeah.
Yeah. Would I hold it against them? No, probably not. Now, I am very happy that I got it done. It was the facial feminization surgery was the
You guys talk.
single greatest change to my mental health. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to stick
Yeah.
around later and later. Yeah, okay. Um, I don't know. It's tough because I'm really going against myself if I were to say, yeah, they shouldn't cover any of that
Right.
stuff. But if you're paying for insurance, they should cover some things. But they also don't carry stuff like diabetes medicine.
Right.
Like I get that. Like that's a big deal because I have a friend who's like has a family member who's going through a lot of medical stuff, and like, well, they're probably not going to cover this, but they're going to cover Ariana's fucking nose job.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I get it. It's not perfect. I'm glad it happened, and I'm definitely not going to be like, you shouldn't have done that. But if they said no, I get it. Like, I could probably live my life, the rest of my life, not wanting to kill myself without getting FFS.
Right.
But the option was there.
Yeah.
I think I'm like $3,000 in debt right now from my face.
Yeah.
It costs a lot more than that, but
Yeah.
that's
So
still,
you're still-
a bunch.
Yeah. You're still putting in your own
Yes. Yep.
hard-earned money.
Just not
like
a ton.
right.
Thanks.
Right.
So
But-
that's a tough one, but
Insurance is fucking crazy no matter which way you go with it. Yeah. Yeah. That's. I don't blame. I mean, it's there. What are you not going
Right.
to use it?
yeah, and that's the thing, man. People take advantage of systems so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
I don't really. So
Right.
I don't even think it's taking advantage of that system because it's just something that they do. I do think it's fucked up though that they cover this, but they don't cover like inhalers now. I heard
Right. Which is
Like,
yeah.
that's
And that's
life
bullshit. And
altering.
they should cover that.
They
shit,
should
You
cover
know, like
Yeah,
that's
the
stuff
thing.
that should be covered off the bat. And
Yep.
I don't even know how it's a question. But
Yeah, I know.
there's a
People are
lot
like,
of weird. Yeah.
That's so weird. And people are like, well, they shouldn't cover tranny surgeries because blah blah blah. No, they should,
should,
include
yes,
these
yes.
as well.
These should also be covered.
Yeah, and why are ambulance rides not insurance covered?
Yeah, I've
Like,
heard those
are
are
you
like
kidding?
ridiculous.
Look, $1,000.
That's why nobody wants to take one.
Yeah.
That's fucking. It's like, all right, whatever you do, don't take the fucking ambulance.
No. My friend lives like 10 minutes from the hospital, and she
Yeah.
had like an issue, and they
Yeah.
needed to call an ambulance. They wouldn't cover it at all.
Yeah,
And they pay a lot of money for private insurance. $950 for an ambulance ride 10 minutes down the road.
Yeah.
And she was in rough shape. Like, I wasn't
Well-
there, but I heard it was quite bad.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you have to take the fucking ambulance.
have
Like
to.
you have to. But people talk about it all the time. Like,
It'll
man,
crush you.
if you can, if you don't have to, don't take the ambulance.
Walk over.
Find a way.
the
Yeah, find
ambulance.
another way to get there.
Mhm.
And that's sad. That
Yeah.
sucks.
And you know what else is funny? From what I've heard from people, police won't take you to the hospital. They'll call the ambulance.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure they will because it's got to be a liability thing. I'm
Oh,
sure
yeah,
they would
Yeah,
call the
probably.
Yeah, that's probably their.
God forbid they get in an accident and
Yeah.
That's
something
true.
happens.
They're good taking you to jail, just not the hospital.
Yeah. Yeah. For sure.
Well, they're good for that.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't have much more that we haven't covered on here.
I know we've been going pretty good.
I was gonna say it's
It-
definitely the longest.
It
we've
has
done.
been.
What time is it?
10:40.
Wow.
Yeah.
It does not feel like
I
almost
know it
4
doesn't.
hours.
It doesn't.
No, we've got. Yeah, we have.
You viewers are probably like, fuck this.
Yeah, no, we still
No.
got some people hanging in there.
All right, way to hang tough.
Yeah, you
Road
guys
dogs.
are great. You guys are the champs. Yeah, we're like over 3.5 hours into this. Well worth it.
Hell yeah.
Very awesome. I mean, I don't think anyone has had any other questions or anything. There was a lot in there. We tried to keep up with some stuff, but
Yeah.
thank you guys for all being a part of the conversation.
Yeah, thanks so much.
You guys really hung in there tonight.
Yeah, sorry if
Still
I
people
didn't get
there.
if I didn't touch something that you guys said or asked.
Yeah, and by the way, like I know I'm like tagged on your thing. Like people can feel free to like text or Facebook me or anything like that. Like, hey man, what's up? Blah 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 blah. blah.
Cool,
I don't
yeah.
mind talking.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I think you showed that. Like
yeah, I definitely did. I feel like I haven't shut up all night long.
Kelly said, great conversation. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for
Aw.
watching, Kelly.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Callie, thanks for watching.
Jessica said, give her hoodie back. Juju said, give her hoodie back.
Hmm?
I don't know. You'll have to talk to Jessica about that. Corey,
Oh, all right, I got you.
I
This is
had a
mine.
question.
Oh yeah, because you have like the cute hoodie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Corey,
Sorry,
what was
yeah.
your question that
Everybody
was
likes
never
this hoodie.
answered? We're not scared. Bring
Wait,
it.
what question?
I don't know. He didn't say. What? You should have said what the question was. You want me to scroll through all this nonsense? How did you find your style and how did you pick your name?
Ooh, that's a
Oh, that
good
was a good one. The name
Good job,
one.
Julie.
Yeah,
the name
Julie,
one.
you know, I
Right
thought
on.
we were just wrapping up and you.
All right, so for
let's
another
do
hour and a
it.
half.
Let's roll. All right. First, how did you pick your style? Did you?
oh my soccer mom style. I don't
Did
know.
you like find a style you liked and
You know
and
what?
model it after someone, or just
No, actually, I don't really have great style. I just kind of find stuff that I think looks nice, and I'm like, I'm just gonna get that. And sometimes it doesn't work out. And
That
other
might
times
be a little bit of the man lingering in you.
It could be
because
but
I
the-
have no.
I
style.
do. I will say I do put together outfits like on like Express.com and stuff, and I'll just buy them. And if my friend Jess is listening, like, ignore that part. She hates that I spend a bunch of money on clothing. I try to be stylish, like I really like it, but I always feel like I just look a soccer mommy. But that's really it. Like, there's not much I can do because I don't want to show a lot of skin, and nobody wants to see a lot of my tranny skin. So I keep that in mind. I don't like bare my boob jobs. And,
The bosom's not out.
yeah, like I don't have cleavage revealing tops and stuff. Like I'm usually wearing like a sweater or a hoodie. I'd love to wear more dresses because I think dresses are really pretty, but I don't wear them often. Just jeans.
Oh.
Oh, the name, right?
Oh yeah. And then
Yeah.
we'll get to Corey's question that we missed.
So for the name, I was at work one day and I'm like, all right, I got to figure out how to call myself. Like, I don't want to be a Christine or a Christina or a Kristen.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, I got to find something, and my standards were it's got to be something that can be classy and like professional, but also could be like shortened to something that's like fun and like more in line with my personality, because like I don't know if I'm like coming off boring tonight, but normally I'm like really like excitable and fun and bubbly and like I think I have a certain amount of charisma, but who knows? Maybe you all don't. I don't know. So I was like, I gotta find something, fun and also very, very like classy as well. And I was just kind of looking at names online, and then I was like, oh, Ariana, that's good, because I could be like Ari, and like most people just call me Ari. And then I was like, all right, So I need something for my last name, and I want to incorporate my old first name so that all the old timers and religious people who are like, I'm not calling you that name, can call me Chris, and that won't be weird. So I was like, oh, Christana, that rhymes with Ariana. And then I asked my friend's wife, what should I use for a middle name? And she's like, well, I was going to name my firstborn daughter this possibly. And I was like, oh, okay. So now I'm just Ariana Michaela Christana.
Did you ever consider Christina?
Nope.
Okay. I said I had to know.
Yeah, I feel like
had
the
to
whole
know.
thing
No,
was
I wanted
not
to change it entirely.
following the Chris line for the first name.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to get away from that. And I
Okay.
just don't think Christine's a very good name. You know, like, I don't know. Chris
Oh my
was
God!
boring.
Watch, you're gonna get all
I know,
this hate
my
mail
God.
from
Sorry.
Christina.
I'm sorry, all you Christines.
You're not even a real woman. You have no say.
How dare you, you man? You'll never be a woman. No, but like,
Oh,
I
shit.
just was. I was like, I'm making this huge change. I don't want to be a Chris variant. Like, that's just boring to me. Like, I think Christopher was such a boring ass name.
Yeah.
Like, look at all the Christophers in the world. Christopher Robin. Well, Christopher Turk from Scrubs was the man. So we'll
Yeah,
go with,
hilarious.
we'll like leave that one off the table. But most of the Christophers are very, very boring. So I wanted to avoid that.
Christopher Reeves, he couldn't even
Yeah,
walk.
he couldn't even walk. He might be
Too soon?
Jesus, way too soon.
might be able to fly around the earth, but he
What
sure
about Christopher
couldn't walk it.
Moltisanti?
Oh, he was cool.
Who's that?
Sopranos.
Yeah, nobody watched that.
What?
Oh my God.
Dude.
All right, we're
Sopranos.
getting canceled.
Oh
Can't say
my God.
I'm a cloud chaser.
you can't say that.
You fucking dickhead.
Oh shit!
I am a clout chaser.
Yeah.
That's anti-clout. That I'm gonna say something vulgar.
None of you guys watch Sopranos, right?
Everybody does. If you say I don't watch The Sopranos, that's pussy repellent from what I've heard. And that's a P word
That's
I've
why
never
I
said.
haven't gotten pussy in so long. God damn it!
Yeah, well,
I'm
stop
gonna go binge on it
harping on The
tonight.
Sopranos.
Just gonna watch
Just don't watch
A matter
that.
of fact, how did Danielle get pregnant if I haven't been getting pussy?
Just don't
Oh.
watch that Vito Spatafori and Johnny Cake saga.
See, I don't even get it. Nobody gets it.
I
Nobody
posted,
watching gets it.
I posted on my Facebook a picture of at my job I sell something in the Jamaican aisles at the stores called Johnny Cakes. So I posted a
Are you
picture.
gonna? Can you please only call him Johnny Cakes now?
No.
I am.
So I posted and I go, if you know, you know. And I put a picture of Vito and then the Johnny Cakes and nobody commented. I was like, what the hell? That was clever as hell.
I'm gonna change our logo and name to the 585 Boys with Jordan and Johnny Cakes.
Featuring Johnny Cakes.
Oh my God,
Oh, man. I'm sorry, Johnny.
Johnny Cakes got that cake.
It's funny.
That's fucking great. Sopranos, who?
Ugh. Who said that?
No, no one
Just
said
like
that. I
them
said
already.
that. I said that.
The wet blanket strikes again.
Trying to
Here
go
we
viral.
Nobody but you could say that.
Corey asked if oh shit, I almost said that so wrong. Corey asked if I give you a boner.
If you give me a boner, or if Corey.
He said, "Does Jordan give you a boner?" I'm assuming he's asking you and not Johnny, because we all know that I give Johnny a boner.
Yeah.
We're friends, but no. You're very handsome and cute, but
You could have lied.
we have been in the changing room together before.
Oh shit! There we go. We're going viral.
Here it is.
The
Finally,
viewers just started fucking racking up.
the juiciness. came in. It's all that boner talk.
All right, there you go, Corey. I asked your question. Yeah. So I think now, did I hit all the questions? Is there any other questions I missed from you last few viewers hanging in there?
Ooh, I have a question.
We got 5 viewers still in. We've
Yeah,
been
this is crazy.
We've been
This is like
averaging
five?
about 5-6 viewers on Facebook the whole time.
Oh, cool.
A lot of comments.
No, I saw it was up 10, 11
It got,
for a
yeah,
little
it
while.
did get up. It's
But
been
the fact that 4 fucking hours, you still got 5 viewers.
I know.
It's like a
Maybe
yeah,
they
the
fell
fact that
asleep.
Corey's still on here.
Oh yeah, maybe it's just on there and they're sleeping. Too.
Yeah.
Corey Kelly came in towards right now.
I got a question for you, Jordan. All
Oh,
right.
fuck.
So we've known each other a
No, this is
while.
our show. We get to ask questions.
Oh,
no,
oh
I'm just kidding.
I'm taking control.
Let's go. Let's roll.
So happy right
I like
now.
it. Yeah, we'll turn it. Let's go. This is your time to ask questions since you were in
gonna
the
get-
hot
Did you say
seat.
chime?
I'm gonna get very radio talk.
I have a speech
here.
impediment.
Sorry.
You're fucking rude, dude.
So Jordan, we've known each other quite a while.
Oh, fuck. Yup.
Karate tournaments, practicing. How was it? The last time we saw each other, I was in peak masculinity. How does it feel like having me come in here like in my peak transmasculinity? Like now that I'm like living like girl life here,
It
like
doesn't mean a fucking thing.
no, like because I expect most people are kind of like a little weirded out, like what the fuck, man?
You
or
went
like
through
this
and did
little-
what you wanted to do, just
that's
like
good.
we've said.
Yeah.
I certainly hope that I haven't treated you
Oh no,
or
no, you're great.
or
man.
like
I'm just always curious about people's reactions, especially when we haven't seen each other in a while.
yeah. I hope that it hasn't felt like that it's felt forced or anything,
Not at
but
all. No, you're super laid back and cool.
I mean from the time that I reached out, as soon as I thought about doing an episode like this,
Mhm.
I was like, boom, I know who I'm going to reach out to. And I thought it'd be a great way to catch up.
Yeah.
Which has been the case with a lot of this that we've done. And also just a great way to feel able to have a open, good conversation. And from the moment I messaged you, it didn't, I wasn't like, oh, fuck, I'm going to message this weirdo, you know? Like it was just,
Right.
I'm messaging Ariana now and see what you're up to.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
So yeah, I mean, like I said, like what you've done in your life doesn't hurt mine.
yeah.
You're
that's
not
true.
out there hurting people.
I mean, I could if you wanted me to.
We've had a conversation. No one died. I'm not now a trans woman. Also, I'm still me. You're you.
I think people think it does rub off because, like, some guys, like, they're like kind of like turn away, like they. Don't
You
wanna,
must
like,
not be
near ya.
secure in your own body if like
Yeah.
you're that
Yeah.
easily influenced.
Yeah.
Like
That or they're like, I don't want people thinking, oh, I'm gay. It's like, okay, maybe they'll think that, but not you, just people in general.
yeah, I know. No, I mean it is what it is. I knew that.
How shocking was it for you when you found out?
I was surprised because I didn't
Most
know.
were.
I didn't. It's not like we spoke every day. It caught me off guard when I first started seeing it. Not because I'm like, how could you?
Right.
It was just that I was
Such a
like,
change.
oh shit, here's
Right.
something new,
Yeah.
and that was it.
You know what's funny? I thought that Shion Monaco would be like,
Oh
very,
my
like,
god, with
'cause
how traditional
I
and like,
know.
strict
and
he is.
stern, and I was one of his fighters.
That would be
He
scary,
was-
but
He was unbelievably nice about it. Like, never
That's-
skipped a beat.
that's the thing. Like when you were talking about the unaliving
Yeah.
part, it's like, man, if so many people could like figure that out sooner, that we all know it. There's people out there for everyone. There's love out there for everyone, no matter who you are.
Yeah.
If people were able to realize that sooner, then hopefully they wouldn't get to that point.
Right.
You know, like
Mm-hmm.
no matter who you are, what you're going through, we have all had those emotions at different levels. But it's like, if you know how to deal with it, you know, if you come to that realization that
Mm-hmm.
maybe right now I don't feel like there's anyone that loves me or accepts me, but there is someone out there who does. There are people out there who does. So once you start putting yourself out there,
Mhm.
like you were saying, like how there were supportive people out there. There were people who
Yeah.
don't care, who
Just about everybody.
who just, they know you and they love you. And it's like, that's it, you know? you go through those lulls, you go through those feelings and emotions
True.
and that mental state. And you just need that little bit of light sometimes, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, I think, and not even like trans people or gay people. It's like everybody kind of needs that sometimes, because, like,
Thanks, Cord. Love you, man. Thanks for being here.
like women get in their heads, men get in their heads. Like, I know they say like men, nobody care about men, but like women feel like that sometimes too.
Yeah.
They feel like
yeah.
taken advantage of, like no one cares, and men feel like that all the time as well. So
I feel like everybody
know.
does. Yeah, everybody
Yeah,
at some
that-
point
those
in their
human
in time.
condition.
Yeah. Those feelings aren't
Yeah.
special to one type of person. We all feel
No.
them. We have
We all
different
feel
reasoning.
at some point that you're alone.
Yep.
Yep.
You don't, you sit there and you're like, there's nobody, you know?
It does only happen to one sect of person, the human person.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And if there's only one thing we can all agree on, we all go through that. So like
True.
no one's ever truly alone on that. It's just
Yeah, they should be able to talk to each other because people understand that stuff.
Yeah.
You know? Like,
Yeah.
there's nothing people understand more than like your low points, you know?
Yeah.
And even if you don't understand the reason, you damn sure understand the feeling behind it.
Tristan, what up, man?
Yeah.
I know I do.
Yeah, I mean, so I now I have a couple more questions.
Hey, let's keep this mother going. Johnny Cakes is like, fuck.
Johnny, I'm good.
Almost
man.
11
I'm good.
o'clock.
So
I can't believe how long we've been going.
I gotta
I
be up for
can't
lacrosse
either.
in the morning.
I gotta tell you, I thought this would be like one of the best episodes we'd have, and even from what I thought, it exceeded my expectations.
It's been super fun.
It's been great, and one of the other questions I had was, in your case, right? So there's you knew you didn't feel like a man. A man didn't fit you.
Yeah.
And transitioning to a woman, you felt way better. Your process has helped you and been a positive experience now. Maybe not.
yeah.
Maybe you've had your up and down. The end result was a very positive experience. You feel better. You
Yeah.
feel more like yourself.
Sure.
My question with that is, do you feel like you are part of the minority with people transitioning?
Ooh, good question.
Because there is a lot of people that want to reverse the things they've done, and there's a lot of people who have unalived themselves
Yep.
because of that struggle and the mental aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like coming out on the positive end of it, successful, I would say, is the minority group of it?
Ooh, I don't know, honestly. Ooh. I think the trans community would tell you that is not the minority, it's the majority. But I've also talked to people in the real world and online who are trans, and I don't believe in like these skewed studies and skewed like opinions. I know that there are people who regret it, and I know that there are people who it's made it incredibly, even if they don't regret transitioning, it's made life incredibly hard for them, especially outside of the United States.
Yeah, I mean, majority is not accepted. You know,
Right.
with
And even in the US, like you go like Heartland, you go Bible Belt, like you might be able to get by, but you don't get treated great. I would say, man, I don't know, man. That's a tough one.
it's a tough question.
And I'll tell you, and I won't get too crazy deep with it, but I'll give you a little vulnerable moment here. I know I seem all confident, I seem like really good, but I can get taken down a peg pretty easily. Like, I don't know, like for instance, when so my final surgery was the facelift, because after they did the FFS, there was like looser skin, like down low from like losing bone mass. So like somehow that was the hardest one, like for recovery. and like all these like 5 surgeries in 13 months. Like my hair has gotten thinner, which is like a travesty. I absolutely hate. Like that makes me really annoyed. But anyways, um, the after all those surgeries, you look in the mirror and it's hard to it's hard not to justify that there is a component of a mental illness involved because dude, I had them rip my fucking face off my skull and then like reattach it and shave my bones down and like I still have like a scar here and I still have a scar here and
do these-
here.
Now,
They'll go away.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut in.
Whatever you
But I
wanna do.
needed to ask:
Uh-huh.
Do you think, if there isn't already, there should be a communication between maybe mental health support and doctors as you're going through it? Do you think,
Oh,
do you think there should be more of that? Like,
maybe.
do you think there should be more conversation before going into all of this, and then
Yes.
and then a relationship with that, because you're going through a lot of changes,
It's a big thing.
and there's gonna be
Do you mean
any
like,
normal person going through a surgery, changing something on your body?
are you saying like so that they totally know what's happening? Like, you know what I'm saying? So they totally
there should be a ton. I feel
understand?
like, and because I don't know if there is or isn't, I feel like there should be more communication and talks on the mental aspect going through each step of this with
I would agree.
the mental side of it, the doctors, the side effects, the pros, the cons, everything, so that there's more information going into it
Yeah.
and more support on that sense.
Yeah. I think that's
Was
a good
there
idea.
a lot throughout the process in your?
No, I'll tell you, man. They don't really do much.
Like, you go into the
Mental-
doctors and there's just like, you want to do this? Okay.
Well, no. The first step is you have to talk to a therapist about it. But dude, you talk to them for like 20 minutes. You get a little letter saying
It's like a public defender at court.
basically, and it's just an affidavit. It's literally just like
A release
this
form.
person, yeah, just to kind of like tell them, hey, you're good to go, blah blah
Right.
blah. So you get that done, then you schedule a consultation. After that, that usually like a month to 2 months out. You do your consultation. Now you can talk to mental health providers throughout this whole thing. You can, but it's not a requirement. Like you get the letter, and then you don't really have to talk to anyone else again. You're in. So you get your consult. When I did my facial feminization surgeon was fucking amazing. Dr. Morrison, like shout out Dr. Morrison. He was great, man. He held my hand at the hospital before surgery. Like he did something that doctors don't do anymore. Like he knew that I was nervous. It was my first surgery. I've never been to surgery. I've never.
It's gotta be scary.
Scary as hell,
You don't know
man.
what you're coming out on
Yeah,
the other side.
Tubes in my hands and stuff. He put his hand on my knee and my thigh, and then he just like looked at me and he's like, it's gonna be okay.
Just that calming.
You're doing what you need. The most disarming move I've ever felt from any like healthcare professional.
Yeah.
It was the most human moment in like this whole crazy 13-month drawn out thing, man. And a lot of people are nervous that they're going to get sued for being touched, or I know I'm not a woman, but like I could have been like, that was sexual harassment. Why is he touching
Right.
my thigh? Like, but it was so comforting and human.
Yeah.
It was great. Like,
You kind of need. I feel like you need
it.
that.
You do. It's such a supportive gesture.
Yeah.
And good for him, man. Like, I don't know. I've never had another doctor like do anything like that. It was really, really like helpful.
Yeah. I feel like they should take the mental health aspect of it.
Yeah.
We
for
all
sure.
talk mental health with everything,
Yeah.
but when you're going through transition, you got to do, like you said, you got to do your blood work every 6 months.
Yeah.
I feel like you should have to
You used to have to.
I don't. I say have to lightly because you don't want it to become something negative.
Sure.
But you should go through
It's helpful.
there. You know, you treat your blood work like you would with mental health. Your blood tells you all of the information about your body and
Mhm.
your feelings, and you should do that with mental health too. Do a check-in. I don't know. Maybe that helps along the way too.
It probably does. And I'll tell you, like, it used to be, the system used to be a lot more strict. Like, you'd have to live 6 months to a year as, like, the opposite sex before you could even get hormones. Like, it used to be a lot more. And, like, mental health was a much bigger thing. But then there was, like, all this policy and, like,
That's what always
Parlaying.
fucks it up.
yeah, this isn't a
Politics.
mental illness. This isn't a mental condition. Yeah, the fuck it is. Like, I. So here's my line on this, right? Like, the big thing is, it's a mental illness. Make mental hospitals great again. Okay, let's examine it. Gender dysphoria, and we've kind of touched on this earlier. Gender dysphoria, absolutely. Mental illness. In my mind, definitely a mental illness. Going through it personally, mental illness. Yep. Because with that, it brought on depression, it brought on anxiety, it brought on stress, it brought on this reckless, like, devil may care attitude where I just did whatever the hell I want. I would quit jobs, I would cut people out, I was no rhyme or reason. Like, life was just Thunderdome. It's still not great, but it's much, much better. Now, you know, you go on HRT, you start getting surgeries. For me, like, I'll always have the gender dysphoria, right? Like, I still have moments where I feel terrible about what I am. I don't want to be a tranny. Like, to me, like, I want to be a woman. I've always wanted to be a woman. I want to be a girl. I want to be a woman. I want to live my life that way. I don't want to be a fucking tranny, man. I always looked at being a tranny as like a freak, you know? I was like, I don't want to be a freak. And I'm not saying trans people are freaks because they're just freaks.
It's the stigma.
It's the stigma, but, like, I felt I was going to be this disgusting goblin of a freak. And I don't know, to some people I might be. I don't know. But it was a huge thing. But the surgical part of it was such a boost. Like, I guess technically I still have a mental illness because I acknowledge that the gender dysphoria is there. I'm always going to have it. But when you think of, like, mental illness, normally you think, like, irrational decisions, you know, just terrible mindset, always just distraught and anxiety and nervous. I don't have any of that stuff anymore, really. Like, I could be a little flaky still. I can be a little reckless with finances, but for the most part, like, I think pretty clearly on stuff. So
Yeah.
technically, yes, mental illness still, but I don't know, man. I don't think that the surgery. Maybe it does. I don't know, man. I don't feel like some mentally ill patient, you
Right.
know?
Yeah.
I feel like a normal person who
Right.
just did something kind of out there.
Right. But you said it a couple times, but 5 minutes into this, you said you're the happiest you've been.
Oh my God, yes. Even when I'm not very happy and, like, stuff's not going great,
Yeah.
because, like, there's some bad times, man.
Right.
Like, but even in those times, like, I never feel like I used to feel. Like, it's so much better.
What else matters?
Like, I mean,
I mean,
a lot of stuff, but
but
in my personal life, nothing.
yeah,
Like, that's
Yeah.
it keeps me going. It keeps me
Yes.
from doing bad things. It keeps me being better to the people in my life
Mhm.
because I'm in a better place, you
Yeah.
know? And I think that should be the same for everybody because at the end of the day, like, everyone can say, like, oh, that's so selfish. You're just doing that for you. Yeah, damn right I am. But guess what? You guys all do the same thing. You all do things for yourself to make yourself happy. Like,
yeah,
Well, I
It's-
think that ties into, like, so aside from all the negative stigma, the bad things we see
uh-huh.
on the news, all these crazy stories, aside from all that,
Mhm.
if we all truly cared about mental health, then we would support
Yeah.
how you live your life, because you go from being
Or
a
at least
man
not
where
tear
you're
it down.
yeah, because you're going from a man where you truly weren't happy, you were having struggles, and now you feel like you're living a much better quality of life.
Yeah.
So why not just respect that and support that?
Right.
If you don't want to support it, fine, then
But just don't
fuck
be
off.
an asshole. Right.
Just go do what you got to do.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, be quiet about it. What the fuck?
I want to circle back to some of these comments, just because I love that some people have asked some things so late in the game here.
Rock stars.
Yeah. Let's see, Tristan. This is really cool way to put this together, guys. These conversations are so necessary. Yeah, dude. This is what we want to do. We don't. It could be fun topics. It could be bad topics. It could be crazy talk. I don't care what it is. This is what we want to do. Is just
Yeah, and I think having like an open and honest conversation, or at the very least as open and honest as you can with
Yeah.
stuff, like it only helps everybody
well.
involved.
That's why I wanted to start it off with where our views were.
Yeah.
Because I think we have we have so many of similar views, so many common views, but we do have misunderstandings and things we
Sure.
don't know.
For sure.
But
Sure.
here
Yeah.
we are, like just talking, and that's what we can all be doing.
Well, there is something that I like to think about, and disagreement does not always equal detestment. Like religious people, they don't appreciate what I do. They don't like the life that I've chosen.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of them, they still I love you. You're a good person.
Hmm.
I may disagree what you do. I don't hate you. I don't think differently of you. I don't think ill of you. Like,
If you're not
You're
out
a
there
good
hurting
person.
people, then what
right.
the fuck?
And the other part about it is like, are you a good person or are you not?
Yes.
Are you like a total wingman?
Yes.
Like that makes a huge difference
Right.
to people.
Yeah.
Right. There's levels to this shit.
Yeah, 'cause not everybody's good and bad.
Right.
There's good and bad people in every group.
Yes.
Julie said Alex is having surgery in top surgery in September, and just got his letters last month.
Oh,
Good luck.
exciting.
Good luck to Alex. Hope the
Yeah,
best.
good luck.
Tristan said, did you guys and gals already discuss transition ages as in children? We did. We touched base on that briefly. We kind of scratched the surface with that because obviously that's a sensitive topic. But
Yeah.
I think we really aligned kind of on the same thing. It's like, let kids live their life.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot that they need to go through and learn and develop before you can make that decision for them. A kid can't say,
Graduate
no,
high school.
don't put me on puberty blockers. They're going to say what they say, and then the
Yeah.
parents going to go, okay, let's do this.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just like anything else. We got to be to an age where we can make decisions for ourselves.
For sure.
And we discussed it earlier. It's like we all have common ground on pedophilia. Unless you're a pedophile,
Yeah.
we all feel the same about that. Like, you
Bye-bye.
don't touch
Yeah.
kids.
No.
Like, leave
Yeah.
the kids alone. Let them live. They're innocent. They
Yeah.
need to live their life. And I don't know why that is different here. I mean, everyone is going to raise their kids the way they feel to raise their kids. I don't feel like the majority agrees with doing that with kids, and I don't
think anybody does. Oddly enough,
In-
I've heard pedophiles don't even agree with pedophiles doing that with kids. Like,
I
nobody
have
likes
heard
that.
some shit like that before
Yeah,
too.
I think they are truly like they feel bad about what they're doing. I think
They
Like,
know
you'd
it's
have to,
wrong,
right?
They know it's wrong, but it's
Yeah.
a disease in them. It's a
Yeah.
demon in them that
Right. I would think that they feel bad about what they're doing and they just can't help it.
some do.
Either way, still
I
to
know.
the wood chipper with you.
Yeah,
However,
I mean,
I would like to think there's some shred of humanity.
Yeah.
Because there's still a human,
Yeah.
sort of.
Yeah, I mean,
biologically.
yeah, I mean, for pedophiles, your feelings do not matter.
It's really true, man.
Tristan, frontal lobe isn't developed.
Till 26.
He said until like 25. Yeah, 25, 26.
It's true.
Correct.
But I don't think that really truly matters. I think that's
He
one of
asked
those
that. He
things-
said, I feel like that has to come into play immediately. I don't, I guess,
That feels like one of those goalpost things where they just keep pushing the goalpost. Like, yeah, here's another thing that you should wait till you're 26.
and I
now.
mean, well, I
like
mean,
twice.
so yeah, I would say, okay, 25, 26 has got to be the average number, and everyone develops differently.
I would say like 2021. Because 20 to 21, yeah, you're making irrational decisions still. No doubt about that.
I mean, let's face it. A kid at 18 they look forward to that life to make their own decision.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, you can't stop and that's why I said when I said that because I did bring up their brain's not even fully developed.
Right.
It's not as a kid. Let them live their lives. Let them
Right.
be a kid.
Me
Let
as a-
them listen to them.
yeah.
Let them do what they got to do. But
Yeah.
I feel like anyone
once
is a
they're
parent,
an adult,
I got no room really to speak yet, but I feel like
I'll
me
never
as
have a kid, so I should have no room.
I feel like me as a parent, I'll want to dictate their life until I'm dead.
right.
Are you a southerner?
No, but to a point, they're waiting for that freedom to make their own decision, and when they're able to, then the best we can do is educate them and try to lead in the right direction. Hope they make the best decision for themselves, whatever it is. But as far, I would say from that, anything as a minor, anything under 18,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
It's
like
hard to know
you
when.
put your fucking foot down and you tell them, you educate them, you tell them, you talk to them, and let you can decide not to decide their life for them, if that makes sense. So you're
Sorta.
deciding not to do something that could permanently affect
Right.
their life and
Right.
change their life.
Yeah.
I get ya.
You know what I mean?
I'm so. I'm so
Do
torn
the
on
best
it.
you can to let them make their best
Well,
decision.
and like you said earlier, there could be phases. There could be it could be something that you do that you can't undo.
Yeah.
And I think we're all kind of on the same page with kids. Kids are kids.
Kids are kids. I will
Eh.
give the other side a little bit of a benefit of the doubt, okay? I don't agree with it, but I'm not going to hold it against the parent who does it because as I said earlier, that's got to be the toughest position in the world to be in. Like that's a big thing. So I know there's a lot of people who will judge those parents, talk trash to them, treat them like garbage, like shun them community-wise. I wouldn't do that. Like I
So-
don't love it, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not my kid. It's not my family. It's not. It's
Yeah.
not me. I mean, I don't love it. I'd be so heartbroken if my niece or my nephew or any of my friends' kids were like, I want to be like Ariana. I'd be like, oh man. Like, and then the question is, so, sorry to like throw this in there. A friend of mine once said, hey, if any of your nieces or nephews or your friends' kids ever did come to you and say, hey, I think I am a girl, A, would you tell the parents? How would you handle that? And B, like, would you support them or would you be like, no? And both really, really tough questions, man. I don't know how to answer either of those.
Mhm.
All I know is because like here's like so the first part, would you tell the parents? On either side of that answer, you're betraying the trust of someone you care deeply about. Because you're either not telling the parents, which means you're keeping secrets, and you're not allowing the parent to like take care of the kid in the way that they probably should be taken care of. But then at the same time, if you tell the parents, you could have just blown that entire relationship with the kid for the rest of their life because now they don't trust you because you're a snitch, and snitches get stitches. So
Yep.
that's a very, very hard one. And then the whole like support versus, you know, maybe this isn't what you want. I think I'd be very realistic with them and be like, I get it. I know where you're coming from, but I don't want to say conversion therapy, but like, I don't want anybody to go through what I'm going through. Like, if there was like a pill that I could take where I'm happy either being a guy or I just become a girl, I'm taking it in a second. Like, I don't want to be this in between person. I am happy as I am. I'm happy being able to live as I like, but make no doubt about it. I don't want to be a trans person. I just want to be a normal person.
Mm.
I don't want to. I don't identify as a man or a woman because, like, I don't know. I'm like in the middle. Like, biologically, yes, I'm a male. We've gone through that, but like, I don't live my life that way. I don't live that way. I don't dress that way. I don't act that way. My nature is not geared that way. It's just not my inclination. I would never want that for a kid ever. It'd be so heartbreaking.
Well, that's where like when with the parents thing comes in is like one, I'm big like I think it's terrible that parents would let their kids do stuff like that. I wouldn't hold a public execution over it because
Yeah.
I also try to think in the sense of you're a parent. You want your kid to be happy and okay. You want
Yeah,
to do
for sure.
so yeah, maybe we don't see that in our sense of a norm is that being the answer. I absolutely do not, but to some people that's the rationale to them is
True.
they're just seeing it like that the quickest fix for their kid to be happy. I don't know. I can't really speak for that, but I guess that's kind of how I try to like rationalize them allowing their kid to do something like that is no one wants to see their kids suffer or struggle.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever means necessary, they're going to try to make them happy, I feel like.
What do you feel about them socially transitioning?
So I actually think I wrote that down because that I don't socially transitioning, and I don't know exactly the definition of that. I don't know exactly what that is, but I see that as like almost just living through a phase, whether it's a phase or not a phase,
Right.
but them going through whatever they need to go through and then figuring it out from there.
Sure.
So I don't know though.
So I personally have no issue with social transition, except for the fact that social transition is just like the kid's gonna dress the opposite gender, they're gonna use their pronouns, whatever, or their name.
Mhm.
In general, I think that is kind of a smart idea if the kid is very, very like intent on it. It's a better idea than medicalization, right?
Yeah, I feel
So-
like that's allowing the kid to live through it and
Yes.
see.
Right. Now here's the rub. Here's the part I don't like about a social transition. It's a phase. They don't like it. They're like, I can't do this. People bully me, blah, blah, blah. Everyone's going to remember that shit.
Mhm.
They're going to remember the boy in the dress for the rest of your life.
Doesn't go away. Yeah.
Yes, unless
Yeah.
you move away.
Right.
They're always going to remember
Right.
that about you. You could be like 7 years old,
Yeah.
and they're going to hold that shit against you when
Oh,
you're
for sure. Yeah,
35.
they're gonna be like, yeah, hey, remember when
Yeah.
Billy was?
You remember when Johnny used to
Yeah, the
dance
little
around in that
fatty boy.
sundress?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So I don't
How'd you know that?
It's very tough. Johnny
Don't
Cakes
tell
in the
them that.
sundresses.
Known you a long time.
sundresses.
I think you're a nice butternut squash.
Yeah, that type of
lemon
yeah.
yellow. It'd be perfect.
I'll go.
It'll go great with that little
I'll read it.
turquoisey teal hoodie you got going on there.
Love this hoodie.
So with
I know
the,
it's such a good color too.
with all this with the kids stuff, do you think it's appropriate at all for schools to even be discussing the option
No, I don't think school should have shit to do with how any parent raises their kid. I think it's pretty damn disgusting that a school, like, since when is an institution allowed to raise a single kid? Because here's the deal, right? People are like, oh, we want smaller government. Why is the government getting involved in this? How come the government's telling me that I can't do this and can't do that? The school is a government for kids.
They're acting on behalf of the government.
Yes, and they're acting on behalf of the government under things the government is telling them to teach. Now, you're okay. You're anti all that stuff, but you're okay with the school dictating behind your back and not allowing you an opportunity to know what they're telling you. You're okay with them telling everybody, well, you have to call this kid this, you have to use these pronouns, and we're going to set you up for. Now, I don't buy into the whole, like, oh, the schools are setting up these gender therapies and these hormone treatments and these surgeries. I don't
Stay
buy
out
into
of it.
that shit.
Yeah.
But I do think they're pushing gender ideology because I see the videos from teachers themselves who are
Yeah.
like, today we talked about gender ideology for a whole hour.
Yeah, you can't hide it.
and a half."
Kids are recording. Everything's
Yeah.
on social media.
And the
it's
teachers
out
are
there.
proud of it too. I think it's gross that like teachers are pushing this stuff. Like, why? Why
Right.
is this like something that's going on in schools?
Right.
You know, like Penfield High School, I believe. My friend, he had a daughter who goes there. They have the gender neutral bathrooms. Dude, kids were just fucking in the bathrooms all day long. Because the boys are allowed to go on with the girls
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
And guess what boys and girls are going to do when they're the age of like 16? They're going
Yeah.
to fucking fuck each other.
Yeah. 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 It's a setup for problems.
It's insanity. And
Yeah.
then they're showing videos in the lunchrooms that they're not allowed to tell the parents about. Like,
Go
why?
to school, get an
Yes.
education
Mm-hmm.
to be
Reading, writing, and
successful.
arithmetic. How is it that a parent is not allowed to know anything that's going on with their kid at school? The parent should be the final decision maker, and the parent should know every single thing. Because, okay, let's say little Johnny's in elementary school. After grade 5, he's no longer in elementary school, but he's still the son of that kid or
Mhm.
that parent.
Yeah.
And the parent should have every right in the world to be like, I don't want my kid to learn this crap.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, teach them sex ed when they're 13 or 14, whatever age, I forget. But like, the gender stuff's too much. It's too
Yeah.
heavy. It bears too much on like your soul, man.
Throwing a whole wrench in everything to
I
just
know,
you're
man.
creating this confusion.
And I know I sound dramatic about it, but like, I've personally been going through this my entire life. So like, I know how I felt going through it.
How old were you when you
Like 5, 6. It was early. Like I knew
Really?
my entire life basically that I can remember.
oh
Wow.
Something's wrong. I want to be a girl. Like I don't want to be a boy. Like how come they get to wear dresses? How come they get to sing? How come they get to go bake stuff? Like, and I get it. That's all fucking gender stereotypes. But whatever, man. In the 80s, that's all you had were gender stereotypes.
right.
That's what is imprinted on me. That was what was formed. Anytime I showed any spark of femininity in me, I was fucking punished.
Mhm.
Like, it's not great. Like, I don't think kids should be like castigated because the boy wants to bake cookies or wants to like wear a dress or get his fingernails painted when he's like 6. Like, kids just want to experiment and do cool stuff.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, a boy just wants to do something fun because his sister's doing it and he loves his sister and he wants to share in the experience.
Yeah.
I wanted to get my ear. Well, I guess I'm not the best example. My sister got her ears pierced when I was a little kid. My grandmother took us both to the mall, and I flipped out because I wanted to get mine done too. She's like, "You're a boy, you can't get them done." I'm like, "I want them done. I want my ears pierced too." And like, she's like, "How about I get you a toy?" They got me like a fucking like cowboy sheriff like cap gun set. I was like, how is this even close? Like, I want like pretty earrings, and you're like, here's a badge and a gun and a holster. Have fun.
You have to be a boy.
I know. I was like, stop
Do boy things.
enforcing this on me. I mean, I didn't think of it like that then, but you know.
Tristan as
Wait, is it
Stefan-
hater talk?
No,
Right,
no. So Tristan, he's cool. He's done some live stuff, and
Nice.
he's he loves to just talk like about
Me
good.
too.
He's just like us, where he just wants to have conversation about the things that matter and
Mhm.
try to find,
Sure.
good ground and logical things and cover the important topics.
Yeah.
What's your stance on biological side of things? Trans men having menstrual cycles, pregnancy. I do apologize if my terminology is off. Yeah,
No need to
he missed the
apologize.
beginning of. Yeah, we covered that in the beginning. I'll let you take that. We covered it. We'll circle back real super quick.
Well, first for starters, like nobody has to apologize for any terms they're using. I don't really care about pronouns or anything, and I appreciate it though. But I will say, trans men, unless they've had, I don't even know how like female biology works. Like, if a girl has a hysterectomy, can they have a period still? Like, I don't even know.
I don't think they go through a menstrual cycle
Okay.
once they have the
So-
hysterectomy. Yeah, I think that's.
So if they don't
mean,
do
I-
that, they're probably having them still. I mean, trans men. Trans men are trans men.
Yeah. They're.
Yeah.
PC. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Good explanation.
I mean, like you explained, you're a man.
Yes. Yes. I'll go back to my biology because that's something I know and won't offend people.
Yeah, from your stance.
I am a trans woman. I'm a biological male. I have no uterus. I have no womb. I have no ovaries. I can't have periods. I can't get pregnant. What else is there? This is how little I know about the female biological system or anatomy.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Is there
those are
anything
the
else, or
big
is that it?
things. I think those are.
Yeah, so I can't do either of those things. Like, it's impossible. There's no way. Even if I get some weirdo apparatus that makes me have a fake period, which, ugh.
That I
I'm
still
not
don't
gonna-
get. I don't
I don't
understand
get
why
it
you would
either.
do that. But
Look it
all
up.
right.
It's
Yeah,
gross.
Yeah,
It's so weird. It's so weird.
that's crazy to me.
Now I got a new video to watch.
Oh my god. Oh, you ready? Oh my god, I'm gonna blow all your minds. Are you ready for your minds to get blown?
Yeah, we've been waiting.
Oh my
for
god,
this.
gross out.
We've been
time.
waiting 4 hours for this.
Oh my god, I can't believe I just thought of this. So we're talking about things that biologically men can't do and biologically women can't do. There is a group of trans moms who wish to feed their babies their breast milk.
Okay, here we go.
Well, here we go. Trans women can take a medication that makes them lactate.
Because we do all have
Yeah.
milk glands.
I got nipples, Greg. Can you milk me like that? Yeah, just like that. So there are like some of these like trans TRA influencers. So TRAs are the trans rights activists, and a lot of them are the really weird ones that everyone talks about. They take, I don't know if they take extra medication. I don't know what they do, but they like lactate and they want to like feed their babies that stuff. It's
Ugh.
so grotesque.
So from my experience with like training and stuff, I've known guys. Were they on testosterone? But
Oh,
they
yeah,
would lactate.
Extra testosterone will do it too.
Yeah.
Because you're an overload.
And they would lactate,
yeah.
but not like where you need a pump, to.
I don't think that trans women who are lactating can also be pump worthy like volume.
I'd like to
think they
see
gotta
the-
wait.
Science of like the quality of that milk versus of.
They say it's good and that it's just the same, but it looks disgusting and it looks like pus. It's just gross, man. Like, if you want to
Eesh.
feed babies this stuff,
That's wild.
it's mainly and
Kind of sounds like child abuse.
well, a lot of people say that. It's just gross, man. It's just gross.
Yeah, I've never heard that before.
Yeah, it's a thing. There is so when I used to be on Twitter, like I had this reputation of listening to everybody, being kind and accepting of everybody, no matter how kind of like out there they were. Like everyone's like non-binary doesn't exist, and I'd be like, yeah, it does. You know, they're just people with like different ways of living and blah blah blah. And then I saw a video, and it was a meth head trans woman who wanted to start a GoFundMe to buy the top of the line breast pump because they wanted to pump their breasts and then give it to the pregnant and young children having mothers in their neighborhood so that they could feed their babies the meth head trans woman's breast milk.
What?
I was so freaking creeped out, man. It was the moment that I started like looking a lot more critically at other trans people because I was like, whoa, this is a thing, and there are people supporting this, like so much so that they made a second video about it,
They were supporting this.
sending him money.
The fuck?
It was so insane. When I get home or tomorrow morning, I'll try and find like the video of that person and send it to you guys. I've said it so many times. That's the moment when I was like I don't give a fuck. All these weirdos who are like, I got my big beard. I'm gonna go in the women's room. It's weird. I don't care. It's not bothering me. Like whatever, man. Do your
Right.
thing. I just don't care anymore. But this guy, and I'm gonna say guy because man energy like crazy. Who wants to pump their breasts to give it to your neighbors? First, women don't do that.
Right.
I don't.
I
think.
mean, there's people that donate there's women that donate their breast milk,
but want to
and
go
stuff
like that.
but
Yeah, I had
neighborhood.
a-
Be like,
yeah,
here you go.
that's
I had a neighbor that would come over and give me her milk.
Are you messing with?
I'm totally fucking. I had to say it. I mean, I had to say it. It
You're
was
like
there.
so like level tone that like I can't tell. It's like really freaking me out. But yeah, that shit creeped me out.
that is
And
wild.
it was the first time I really looked inward at me being trans since I started transitioning. It was the first time I was like, what am I doing? Am I doing the right thing? Like, I honestly like took a second look at like my own evaluation of myself because I was like, this fucking person, this is what people equate me to.
Yeah.
This is insane. I don't
'Cause-
act like that.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't dress like that. I don't methamphetamine
'cause
like that.
That's the stuff that's gonna get posted
I
out
don't
there.
methamphetamine like that.
It's so fucking crazy, man. And it is gross. And like, look, man, I get it. I sound like a transphobe. I'm like harping on certain trans people, but some of these trans people do deserve to get harped on. Stuff like that is incendiary.
That
It's
is
extreme.
insane.
It's damaging, and it just creeps everybody out.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Some things.
And that's what's gonna make social media and the news. And,
Yeah, that's going to affect public policy.
Yep.
That's going to affect the fact that, okay, right now, like, first of all, okay, I did change my gender markers, like legally, document wise, like legally female, okay? Mind blown, I know. In Trump with his whole like two genders thing, I don't care. If they make me go back to legally male, I really don't
You're
care.
still gonna live your life.
Still live my life. So
Yeah.
when I transitioned, I didn't know about all this political crap. I was just doing what I thought I had to do for myself. That was just another step in it. I didn't think about like all this political stuff or any of that. And then I started seeing it all. I'm
You
like,
shouldn't have to.
right, man. And I don't know. I guess I don't really care what they classify me as legally.
Yeah.
Like, whatever. I'll change it if you make me. I don't care.
Right.
Don't put me in prison over it.
Yeah.
But like,
Don't let it change you.
right. But I'm just gonna keep being me.
Yep.
Like, I don't know. Everybody knows I'm a man anyways. What do I care if Uncle Sam knows? And by the
No
way, he
shit,
does
yeah.
know because he's got my social.
Yeah, no,
So,
it's everything's documented these days. You know,
Yeah.
since we were born. So
It's true. Did you hear that thing about like when you're born, they create like a bank account or something for you, or like a trust fund or something?
Who does?
The government. This could be a conspiracy thing.
I want it.
It was on Facebook. Well, we don't get access to it. Just the
Oh.
government.
Oh, like they make money off
They
it?
make money off of it, from what I've heard.
Huh.
assholes. That's all they do
Probably
is
a
make
lie.
money off of us.
I mean, if they're making money off it. It might be true.
You never know.
I wouldn't put it past them.
Same.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
by the way, like I know I was on some point, but the tequilas got me, and I forgot where I was going. So
Yeah, that happened to me a couple times.
Yeah, yeah. There's been a couple
Yeah.
times I've been like started talking. I'm like, this is gonna be good, and then I'm just like, eh.
I bet the people that I told like, "Hey, I'm going on a podcast. You should listen to it." I bet they're like, "Oh Jesus, this is just like you every day." I don't need to watch this. I can just have you come to my house.
The Charlotte Perspective said hi. I don't know when that was on YouTube, but hello.
Hello,
Well-
Charlotte Perspective.
It could have been hours ago. Let's wrap it up. I mean, it's
Sure.
holy
It's
shit.
been over 4.5 hours, right?
It's like a part-time job.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
this shit has been good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's been cool, man.
It has been awesome. Thanks so much
Really
for coming
has.
on.
If
And
I ramble too much, I apologize. I do that sometimes.
No.
All
It's fucking.
all good. I think it was great. And
Same.
we told you it just go. It
Yeah.
just,
Yeah.
you know, there's
Yeah, you're like, yeah, we'll probably talk for like an hour.
that's usually like our
Yeah,
expectation.
that's like our
if we get an
average, I
hour,
would
we're
say,
happy with
yeah.
it.
This is like a large format podcast right here
This
today.
shit, 4.5
Yeah.
hours.
Oh, yeah.
It's been awesome.
Take that, whatever podcast.
Yeah.
We own you.
Yeah, fuck you. But yeah, we'll wrap it up. It's been awesome that we got people to interact, and
Yeah.
I love the fact that you've been so open, and it's been great conversation, and you know, maybe we'll get some follow up after this. Do it again, and
Yeah, I would do it again.
Yeah.
Pretty fun.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
it was a good time, good drinks, and
Yes, definitely.
my bartending skills.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
What the
solid.
hell?
Solid. Maybe we'll try to beat this time next time.
Yeah.
Jesus,
6.5
what?
hours.
We'll have to start earlier.
Yeah, start a little bit earlier.
Oh my
and we
God.
beat
Could
this.
you imagine?
Yeah.
Sleepover?
Oh my
We'll
God,
have to do it
snap.
before I'm a
Podcast?
dad.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure.
First one to fall asleep gets her face drawn on.
Yeah, no shit.
I've had that happen. That's fine.
Me too.
Yeah.
I blacked out on Jose Cuervo like in high school and
Oh no.
woke up with
Oh,
dicks on my face.
yep.
My
Wasn't
dream-
the last time.
Yeah.
Just kidding. It's like,
Aw.
I thought you were going to tell us about the time you got stuff written on your face.
yeah, the penises.
Yeah.
oh, see, I forget where I'm going.
Yeah, that's all
Wait,
right.
were they
all right.
real dicks then?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
that wasn't the time
man.
you was talking. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was fucked up. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Whoops. Secrets come to light. Secret comes to light.
Well, it's been real. Thank you.
It's been cool.
It's I think this recording kicked us off after a while, but yeah, it's been real. It's been fun. Great conversation, and we'll do this again. It's I learned a shitload. I think
Well, not from me. Maybe Johnny Cakes.
Yeah.
He taught you.
Yeah.
a lot of good opinions and stuff like
All
that.
you learned was my viewpoint.
That was the whole point.
Yeah.
You know, it's
And I'm an outlier, so
I know it's crazy because there's so many different opinions.
it's all right. They'll be coming for me. I'll be dead in a week anyways.
Oh shit!
Just kidding.
Are you? Maybe.
Oh, shit.
Kidding, not kidding.
We'll see. We'll check in on you.
Yeah, you better call me in like 3 days just to make sure.
All right, so let's wrap it up. It's 585 Boys here with
Bye.
Ariana. Thanks for stopping in. Thank you guys for watching. Johnny?
Go Bills.
Go Lions.
Oof. Yeah, we got to wrap it up.
Yeah, we got
All right, guys. Thanks. We'll talk to you later.
Bye.
See ya.